So hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is a story about what if Naruto is neglected by the family MANGEKYOU Sharingan Mokuton. Part 3. If you guys enjoy this, what if, and want to see part 4, comment down below. And let me know before I start. Please do support for more awesome content. And leave a like and don't forget to subscribe to my channel. And also share this video with your friends. And check out the description. And check out my playlist. So let's start the video. Chapter 21. Truth. The hiss escaped from between his teeth as the final sliver was drawn from his flesh. As soon as it was gone, she pressed a wet cloth to the wound to clean away any blood and reached for one of the bandages nearby. Quickly switching the cloth for the bandage, she wasted no time taping it on. "There," she said with a smile. "That should be sufficient. It will probably be a while until you fully heal, but seeing as you're on the reserves, that shouldn't be too difficult." "Uzumaki blood," he muttered in response. "Ah, I had forgotten about that. A few days then. If they start bleeding heavily, I expect you to find a trained medic." "Will do, Yugao-sensei." "You're a shinobi now," she said as she took a seat next to him on the couch, leaning back with a sigh. "I'd rather you call me senpai." "Alright." He paused for a moment. "You do realize that the couch is still covered in my blood, right, senpai?" She gave him a careless shrug. "I'm doing laundry soon anyway, it will wash out." "Really?" He quirked a brow. "How do you get it out?" "Why's it matter? I already threw your clothes away." "Because I'd rather not toss the couch." "Ah, sorry, can't say, Anbu's secret." He stared at her for a few moments. "I think you're making that up." She gave another shrug. "Maybe, I guess you'll just have to make Anbu to find out." "Are you really trying to influence my career choice using stain removal?" "I figured it wouldn't hurt to try." Giving a snort, he shook his head. This wasn't the first time she had tried to convince him to aim for Anbu. It was, however, the first time she had attempted to entice him with something so lame. After a few minutes of comfortable silence, Naruto broke it. "So, now that you've been dismissed for the day, any plans, senpai?" "Oh? Were you hoping to ask me out for the evening cowhide?" "No, but I'm sure I could fit that in if you'd like." "Paid is off today, so I'll probably spend some time with him later. Maybe some other time." "I'll keep that in mind. You're free to go home if you'd like, senpai. I won't tell Hokage-sama." "Thank you, Naruto, but I think I'll wait a bit before leaving. I have the rest of the day to spend with Hay thanks to you. The least I can do is wait until after lunch to leave." "Well, in that case, feel free to help yourself to my kitchen. I should have something edible for you." She raised an inquisitive brow at him. "You say that as if you won't be here." "I might," he admitted. "If I take care of things quickly enough." "What kind of things?" "Genin Hyuga has asked to speak with me about some trouble they've been having." "Which one?" That brought him to a pause for a second. "Ah, yes, I had forgotten that she had a cousin who is also of the genin rank. Hyuga Hinata asked for my assistance." "Wouldn't she be in a team meeting right now?" "So?" She looked at him for a moment before shrugging once more. "I guess it's really not my problem whether or not you can drag her away from Kurenai. What kind of help did she need?" "Religious." "Religious?" She looked at him skeptically. "Don't ask. It seems just like shinobi, clans become more eccentric with age." "I see." Frowned the Anbu. "Leaving soon?" "Yeah, I'm going to wash off the rest of the blood and get some clothes, but then I'll be off." "I'll help," she said as she stood. "It's fine, I can do it." He waved her off. Or, he tried to, she wasn't having it. "You can't take a shower with those bandages, so how do you expect to be able to wash yourself? Besides," she gestured to the towel that was laid over his lap. "So long as you keep that on, it isn't any more of you than I've seen today." "I suppose you're right." He resigned with a sigh as he stood up and wrapped the towel around his waist. "One of these days you'll learn that I'm always right." Her hand found its way to his shoulder and began guiding him to his bathroom. "I'll have to remember that," he said with a smile. "And thank you for doing this, senpai." She smiled back. "Don't mention it, cowhide." She knocked tentatively at the door and tried to ignore the feeling of being watched. Cat, who appeared to be pretty close to him, and Monkey had seemed pretty fond of him. It would not surprise her if more Anbu felt the same way and had taken it upon themselves to watch over his apartment. The door was answered quickly, not by who she'd have liked to see, but by the one who would be likely to let her inside to speak with him. "Ah, Yugao, it's been a long time." The fact that she had just seen Cat went unsaid. Personal and Anbu identities rarely crossed. Then again, with such distinctive hair, people were almost guaranteed to know. "Is Naruto available?" Her former student shook her head. "He just left, Kushina." The tone used was reminiscent of the cold professionalism her son had been showing her just that morning, and her chest tightened at the reminder of her firstborn. "Left? He was injured. You were supposed to be looking after him for the rest of the day." Hiruzen had told her as much after she had managed to calm her daughter down. As soon as she learned, she took her daughter home and rushed right over to her son's apartment. He's not doing anything strenuous, Yugao's eyes have narrowed slightly. Just visiting a friend who asked for some advice. I see, sorry. Do you know where he went? I do. She volunteered nothing else, and after an awkward moment of silence, Kushina realized her former student wasn't going to continue. Can you tell me where? I can. Will you? No. Kushina's shoulders slumped at the answer. I see, when will he be back? He's aiming for sometime around lunch. I suppose I'll try again this afternoon. The crestfallen mother was about to turn away when she froze. Yugao, you're close to my son, right? Considering I had to cut away his clothes and help him wash earlier, I would say so. Kushina hesitated for a moment before gathering her resolve. Can you tell me what's wrong? Yugao's brow rose questioningly. Pardon? It's Naruto. I know something must have happened while I was away, but no one is coming out and telling me what it is. I was going to ask him today over lunch after he had become my apprentice, but Hiruzen told me that he turned my offer down. I can't say I blame them for not wanting to be the one to tell you, admitted Yugao. Is that why you've come now? I was going to offer to teach him Fuinjutsu. It's not used often in combat, and I'm not sure what use he'd get out of it in his career, but it's always been passed down amongst the Uzumaki, and I thought he might like to learn. And then you could ask him during one of his lessons, I understand. She spared a quick look behind her before moving to the side. Why don't you come inside, Kushina, we can talk in the kitchen. Kushina entered but stopped at the entryway of the living room, staring at the ruined couch in horror. Closing the front door, Yugao moved to stand next to her. The couch looks a lot worse than he does. She claimed in an attempt to wave off the mother's concerns. Of course, it was understandable that anyone might be concerned with how stained the piece of furniture was. I could only get one wound at a time, so the others kept bleeding until the end. I do have to say your Uzumaki blood is damn resilient. I wasn't able to get any of it out and am starting to fear for my uniform. Kushina's eyes moved from the couch to the bloodied bandages scattered around it. Most of that was me trying to clean the couch, only a few were from Naruto. I was just about to give up and clear the mess away when you arrived. Offered the woman an explanation. I see. Mumbled Kushina as she was led away into the kitchen. As the mother took a seat, Yugao set about preparing tea. So, started the Anbu agent. You said something was wrong. What do you know about Naruto in regard to the past 4 years? He's been going to the academy. The shame was easy enough to see. And the compound rejected him. Yes, what else? Kushina stared intently down at the table before her. That's it, that's all I know. Her choked whisper bordered on a sob, and Yugao had to hold in the disappointed sigh that wanted to leave her lips. I can't say I know everything that happened to him, we aren't that close, but it's evident I know far more than you do. Kushina flinched at that, once again reminded that others now held a more important place in the life of her son than she did. Anything helps. Spoke Kushina softly. I just need to know what's wrong so I can start setting things right. Very well. Yugao gave an understanding nod as she placed the tea on the table. I'll tell you what I know. Is there anything in particular you'd like to hear about first, or should I start at the beginning? Kushina's first thought was to ask for the whole story, but Tsunade and Kurenai came to mind. Had they really helped her little boy over the years? She was going to ask about that when she remembered the meeting in the Hokage's office just that morning. Hiruzen addresses my son as Genin Naruto rather than Genin Uzumaki, and I doubt it's because his sister is also Genin Uzumaki. It's not, because there is only one Genin Uzumaki. What? Naruto and Naruto both graduated, they're both Genin Uzumaki. Yugao let out a deep sigh. It was no wonder why all the others had done their damnedest to not inform Kushina as to her son's life over the past few years. This was not going to be easy. Uzumaki Naruto doesn't exist. Genin Naruto renounced the Uzumaki name over a year ago before clan air witnesses. Kushina's world crashed around her. He couldn't help but think it was a rather pleasant morning as he strolled through the forests that bordered the training grounds. He stayed rather relaxed as he made his way to Training Ground 8, though he stayed alert for ant-stray kunai or rarer jutsu that might come his way. Of course, being Training Ground 8, it was located quite close to the village, and the chances of passing a field in which someone was launching jutsu was unlikely. Just about every team training in these fields were, and while he had seen the team with Hinata's cousin and was nearly hit by a stray kunai thrown by his bun-haired teammate, none of the other teams he passed seemed to be doing such active training at this point. It did not normally take long to travel the distance from his apartment to Training Ground 8, but Yugao had stressed the importance of taking it easy, and it was under threat of her jamming senbon into every wound he reopened carelessly that kept his pace painfully sedate. He wasn't going to try the woman. So it was a leisurely stroll he took on his way to meet with the once Hyuga heiress and, if what he heard had been correct, the new goddess of the branch family. It was certainly an interesting development. Reaching his destination, he was not surprised to see 3 freshmen all sitting in the grass as their instructor spoke to them. They could be discussing all manner of things, but considering how recently the group had been formed, the talk was likely geared towards training arrangements and team dynamics. What he was surprised to see, however, was a very bored Anko trying valiantly not to fall asleep as her friend spoke. The Inyazuka seemed to be having similar trouble, not that he could really blame him. The Jinjutsu had a rather nice voice and anything she said could likely relax you into the arms of slumber. That could be quite bad, as Yuuhi Kurenai wasn't fond of being ignored. Luckily, Naruto's appearance would save him, at least until he had left. Making his way over to the group, he momentarily wished he had brought his cane. While a cane could be seen as a sign of weakness, it brought with it an ability that would do wonders to counter the numerous bandages that could be seen despite his loose red robes. He had been originally against the idea, despite Yugao's insistence, but she had decided he really didn't need it in the end. He really should remember that she was always right. So, caneless, he proceeded. Anko, who was looking everywhere but her friend in an effort to find something entertaining to keep her awake, was the first to notice his presence. With a large grin, she rose quickly from the grass and gave him a wave. "Naruto," called the childish Takubetsu Jounin, attracting the attention of the others who soon turned to see what had gotten the woman so excited. "Naruto." Hinata seconded the woman's actions, her voice filled with relief. While Hinata waited for him to make his way over, Anko had other ideas and rushed to greet him. Her hug only stopped by the bandages he pointed to, the two walked to the main group with small smiles on their faces. "Good morning, Naruto," spoke Kurenai with a smile of her own. It was always nice to watch the two of them interact. "What brings you here?" "And good morning to you as well, Jounin Yuuhi. I was wondering if I might steal Genin Hyuga for a moment." "Just a moment." "That is correct, I needed to speak with her about something." She thought for a moment before looking at Hinata in her pleading eyes. Evidently she had been expecting this. "Alright, but just this once. You have my gratitude, Jounin Yuuhi." Hinata's response was nowhere near as reserved. "Thanks, Kurenai-sensei." With Hinata excused for the moment, the two of them walked to the edge of the field, far enough away from the Inyazuka to avoid being overheard. Of course, they needn't worry about that as Anko had taken it upon herself to distract him with some spur-of-the-moment evasion training. Seeing Naruto and being reminded of her freedom always put her in a good mood. "So you got my letter?" He gave a nod. "I did." "Well. What do you think?" she asked nervously. She was really hoping this could be helpful. "I think your family has a lot more issues than I had originally released. But you can use this, right?" He gave her a smirk. "I most certainly can, Hinata. You've done well." Shyly, she began poking her fingers together. She had been doing that a lot less after meeting with him, but that particular nervous tick still showed up on occasion. "I really didn't do anything. You came to me about this and that's all I needed you to do." "Oh, okay. Now, tell me, do they know of the wolves?" She gave a hesitant nod. "2 of them were discovered that night and someone mentioned that the wolves protect the goddess." "I see, anything else?" The 2, well, they bowed to me." She didn't know how he might feel about that, being their leader, but she hoped he wouldn't be too upset with her. "Alright, that should make things a bit easier within the Hyuga compound." "Eh? Why you mean you aren't upset?" He just curled a brow. "No, should I be? It's just that they bowed to me as if they were mine before everyone there. I thought." He held out a hand to stop her. "It's fine. They serve you, just never forget that they do so at my command." "I won't forget." She hesitated for a moment before speaking slightly more confidently. "I'm at your command, too." She wasn't sure if the smile she received in return for such a declaration was proud, but it was the closest thing to pride she had ever seen directed at her. "I'm glad to hear that, Hinata no Makoto." He continued as if he hadn't seen the enormous blush that had covered her face. "Establish yourself amongst them and don't hesitate to ask for advice from one of your guards or myself. But remember, the pack is here for you and we will support you." I understand. Is there anything you want me to work towards?" He shook his head. "Not yet, just continue to make them love you and make sure they don't learn of my involvement. Some things will have to change amongst the wolves due to this development, but that's probably for the best. In time I may be able to bring some of them into the wolves to serve as additional protection for you, but right now there's too much going on." He paused. "On second thought, see what you can do about the Yamanaka. I've had my wolves back off, but until public opinion changes and they start getting back on their feet, I won't be able to do anything else with the clans of Konoha. Make something up about wanting to aid them in your benevolence or something." You might not hold the sway of the Hyuga heiress anymore, but if enough Hyuga are seen with friendly relations towards the Mindwalkers and nothing else happens to them, it should start them on the road to recovery. It will be done. She seemed to debate with herself about what she uttered next, but went with it in the end. Naruto-sama. He gave her a wolfish grin. I know it will, Hinata no Mikoto, now get back to your team. With a soft smile on her lips, she did just that. She was sitting at her desk when her apprentice entered the room with a frown. She paid no mind, however, to the downturn of her deceased lover's niece's lips. Did you get it? She could hardly hide the eagerness she felt at the prospect of being able to make things right. Some of the stuff is sealed, but I was able to get access to his medical records. She handed the older woman a single disappointingly thin folder. Is this everything? That couldn't be right. She didn't want Naruto to have filled the folder with his suffering, but surely there would be more documentation. He was a shinobi now, most of the students had at least a nice-sized record from training accidents by now, as most injuries, regardless of severity, were reported by the academy. Yes, that's everything they have. Birth certificate, vaccines, 8 years of annual checkups, a few accidents at home, and what I would assume is the reason Kushina wanted you to return. She didn't bother elaborating. Tsunade held the official report or at least a copy of it in her hand right now. It would tell her more than she could. Thank you, Shizune. I'm sure I can use this to start fixing things. Her apprentice didn't voice her doubts, but her expression certainly spoke volumes. Luckily Tsunade had turned back to the desk and had begun going through the contents of the folder. I'll probably be spending the rest of the day out in the village, did you need me to pick up anything on my way back? No, I'll be fine. Go enjoy yourself. It came out half mumbled as she focused on the papers before her, but Shizune heard it well enough. Not changing that Tsunade might change her mind, especially after reading the most current reports. Shizune didn't waste a second departing from the Senju compound. She'd be sure not to return until late that night. Tsunade barely noticed when Shizune made her escape, far too busy looking through the medical records of her godson. Like she said, it started just like she would have expected for the first 8 years until right before he started at the academy. A most curious report by one Yakushi Kabuto spoke of concerns he had with Naruto having been conceived to a Jinchuriki. Such had never happened before and unlike his sister, he didn't have the Kyuubi within him to help his body adjust to the chakra. She understood now why Kushina had been concerned, but it was quite evident that she had overreacted. Even if the presence of the Kyuubi's chakra was detrimental to her son, it would have been better for her to remain just in case it was the opposite. The next report was from the Uzumaki compound's rejection of Naruto, and she winced at the burns it described. The chakra of Biju truly was terrible and really didn't mix well with humans. He did, however, seem to recover quite fast, which the medic had attributed to his Uzumaki healing, possibly having been accelerated by traces of the Kyuubi's chakra. As dangerous as it was, no one could deny the power of a Biju's chakra. It would seem that his body, in a manner that spoke clearly of his Uzumaki blood, harnessed that energy and used it to heal his body and the damage using that energy was causing. Though, she supposed, if he had any more residual chakra within him, he'd probably be causing more damage to his body than he had any chance of being able to heal on his own. If that were the case and medics had not known, he'd have likely died within the week. Just thinking about it caused her to shudder. Her godson would be dead and being both a medic and the one who was supposed to meet him at the academy, the blame would have rested solely upon her shoulders. She tried to dismiss that thought as quickly as she could. The final report made her pause. It was over 2 years old and yet there was nothing else between it and the start of his academy education years previous. There should be something else here, anything else. An accident during an academy spar, a cut while handling kunai, hell even if he had missed a day because he was sick it would have shown up. It was like none of his injuries ever got reported. The things it could mean made her uneasy. Nevertheless, she continued to read the last report until she dropped the page in horror. She had thought it a possibility when reading Yakushi's report, but for it to have actually been the case. It seemed impossible, too, having occurred 2 years after their departure. Unless the reported residual chakra had stayed with him for those 2 years, doing nothing but delaying the inevitable withdrawal that awaited all whose bodies became reliant on foreign chakra. And worst of all, she had been here. Right fucking here in Konoha, and yet she had done nothing. Sure, she could blame it on not being informed, but no one in the medical field save Shizune knew she was the child's godmother. More than that, a lot of people didn't even know she was back and those that did knew she was retired. For what possible reason could they have sent for her? Chakra withdrawal, while rare, was not unheard of and, while incredibly expensive, there were treatments available to get the body used to the loss of chakra and re-strengthen one's chakra system. But she had been here. She could have helped, she could have realized what was wrong back in the beginning before he had to go through it, she could have done something, anything. But she hadn't. And now it didn't look like there was anything she could use to help heal the relationship that should have been. The one that never existed. She hadn't been planning on returning to the compound until later that night, but Shizune found herself with one major problem. What on earth am I going to spend the day doing? She didn't have any errands to run, her friends at the hospital were working, everyone else she knew was busy, and she didn't have enough money to spend the rest of the day shopping, nor did she have the desire to carry whatever she bought for the rest of the day. Familiar hair, however, told her that perhaps not everyone she knew was busy today. Naruto looked quite pleased with himself as he walked down the streets of Konoha, but she did make note of his slow pace and the bandages that covered most of his torso and a good part of his upper arms. She could guess pretty confidently that he had some on his legs too. He spotted her before she had a chance to approach him. "Ah, Shizune, it's been a while. You've been well, I hope." "Yes, quite well, thank you. It's good to see you again, Naruto. You seem pretty pleased." "I am, things have been going quite well." His response made her think of Tsunade's mood when she asked for his medical records. Unlike the master's cheerfulness, however, she had a feeling his good fortune would be continuing. "I'm glad to hear that. Were you doing anything today?" "No, is there something you needed?" "Ah, no, I was just hoping I might be able to join you. Tsunade-sama needs some space at the moment, so I'm trying to stay out of the compound." "I see, in that case, I suppose I was just about to find a quiet little restraint and have an early lunch, would you care to join me?" She gave him a smile. That was going to be at least an hour taken care of, then she'd just have to find something else to occupy her for the remainder of the day. "I'd love to." Fire coursed through her veins with every step, but she carried on, determined to get the answers she sought. She should be at home right now, resting in her bed, it's what her mother expected her to be doing, but she couldn't wait any longer, and there was only one person who could tell her what she needed to know. Traces of molten chakra still burned within her flesh, and she once again cursed herself for trying to call upon the Kyuubi's Mito's chakra during a spar. Not only was it wrong to use something against anyone she wasn't actually fighting, but it was foolish to think the Biju would let her when all it wanted was for her to re-establish the connection for them. She didn't know why, but Mito would never harm her brother. Naruto, on the other hand, would, apparently, and the sight of his bloodied form standing defiantly refused to leave her mind. And even if he didn't hate her after that, which he should, Mito certainly did. She had tried to contact the Biju after the fight, but it was in such a rage that she had retreated immediately. She wasn't sure if Mito had noticed her in her fury, but she had no desire to find out. Blocking her connection to the sentient massive chakra had been the only way to stop the horrid furious screams that had echoed through her head, and she very much doubted it would be reopened within the next few days. Another burst of pain shot through her body, most likely in response to the Biju's anger, and she was immensely grateful that it fell short of the pain she had suffered when first drawing on the chakra. When Mito had been actively trying to stop her using the chakra she had summoned around her, it felt like her body was being ripped to shreds as it melted in the sun. Now it was merely burning through her body. She could deal with that. Regardless of the degree of pain, time always seemed to slow when one was in discomfort, and her journey seemed to stretch for days. At long last, she reached her destination. The Yamanaka compound had seen far better days. Everything about it seemed run down and tired, much like the Yamanaka heiress herself who came walking from a nearby street. The blonde paused upon seeing her, but continued to make her way to the compound shortly after. "Did you need something?" Her voice was weary and defeated, but there was still a spark of pride behind it, almost as if she was counting the fact that she was still holding on as some small victory. Naruto struggled momentarily for words. "I need to know." "About?" "Naruto." The Yamanaka seemed to flinch back as if struck upon hearing his name, and quickly looked around as if ensuring he wasn't present. "You seem to know him, I had hoped you might be able to tell me what's happened to him," continued Naruto. Ino's eyes softened slightly, bordering on pitying, and she ushered her fellow genin into the compound. "I suppose, since you're Uzumaki, this matter could be passed off as clan business, especially considering the subject." Ino led her straight to the main house and up the stairs, passing various groups of Yamanaka clan members scurrying around. It reminded Naruto of some of the lower levels of the Hokage Tower. Almost as if anticipating such a thought, Ino took it upon herself to explain. "We'll talk about why later, but right now I'm leading the Yamanaka. Mother and father moved into a guest house and have turned the main house into an administration building of sorts." "Is all this really necessary for one clan?" asked the Uzumaki heiress. "For one running properly? No. The Yamanaka clan, unfortunately, is not running properly. I've been doing my best to turn things around, but at most I've managed to stall for time." "I see." Ino shot her a sad glance. "No, you don't. You have no idea." Reaching a door, they were greeted by another member of the clan, holding a small stack of folders and a mug of coffee. Taking both, Ino thanked the man and moved into her office. Stacking the folders neatly on the desk and taking a seat in the large armchair, Ino gestured towards one of the other seats which Naruto quickly took. "So, what did you want to know?" Sitting in such a large chair made the young Yamanaka seem even smaller and reinforced the feeling of weary defeat that clung to her image. "You tried to warn me about Nai-kun, I want to know why." "You didn't believe me before." Ino raised a brow as she began idly sorting through the papers on her desk. She had managed to get some work done that morning before her team met, but she'd still be here close to midnight. Luckily she had coffee, it was one of the only luxuries she allowed herself. "What changed?" "I sparred with Nai-kun." "Gods above, are you alright?" The immediate concern in the girl's voice was both comforting and slightly scary. Did she really think so poorly of her brother? "I am fine, I wasn't injured." Ino looked at her in disbelief. "You must be one hell of a kunoichi." She managed to stammer out after a time. "He would tear me to shreds." A slight blush dusted Naruto's cheeks as she thought of that morning. He could have, he avoided drawing blood. "My top was cut apart." "I find it surprising that he would show such mercy." "I want to say it's because we're family," Naruto admitted. "But I think it's more likely because we sparred before the team meetings and he wasn't going to take me away from my team." "That sounds more like him. All he needed to do was show you that he had the power to end you." She gave a bitter chuckle. "We Yamanaka have learned that lesson well." "Really? Right now, we are nothing. We have no money, no missions, and no support. Konoha's populace has turned against us and fellow shinobi have distanced themselves as much as possible." "That's horrible." "That's your brother. He's the one who did this just because I couldn't keep my damn mouth shut." "He wouldn't." "He did. The people of Konoha refuse to believe us about the wolves, they think we made them up to save face, but I assure you, they are very real." "What does that have to do with this?" "Your brother has some very dangerous friends. We learned that after I ended up turning him against us. And while they might have stopped, we continue to pay for my foolishness." Naruto didn't want to believe what she was hearing, but it seemed to fit too well with the person she had seen just that morning. The person who had been her brother. She didn't know what he was now, but she would find out. With grim determination she demanded. "Tell me everything." And so she did. Chapter 22. The pieces move. It was anger that she eventually settled on. Guilt lay heavy on her shoulders, sadness on her heart, but it was anger which allowed her to focus past her own mistakes and the suffering they had caused her son. He was homeless because of her, but others could have taken him in. He was hurt, but Tsunade could have healed him. He was suspected of treason, but he should have been trusted. He was at odds with the Yamanaka, but someone should have stepped in to keep things from going out of hand. He forsook his name, but there should have been someone to guide him with clan politics. He became an enemy of the Yamanaka, he should have immediately received support from some of the other clans. When she could focus on the supposed failures of others she could overlook her own, for if she were to think of the ways her mistakes had harmed her son, sorrow would consume her. She couldn't let that happen, couldn't surrender to misery after all her son had been through. No, now was the time to make things right, to show him that it really had been a series of mistakes and that she was willing to fix the damages they caused. And so, when she directed her attention to the actions of others in her absence, the guilt ebbed away, replaced by an unholy fury that threatened to make Hai no Kuni's namesake quite literal. It would be nothing compared to the 1,000 suns that burned beneath her breast, demanding to be freed as retribution for the suffering of her firstborn. Had Yugao not pushed her back down in her seat with a reminder that she was in her son's apartment, she would have gone on a rampage then and there, lashing out at everyone in the village in a blind rage that was likely to end with her either dead or locked away. But while the flame had been temporarily snuffed, her rage remained. A grim cold was left in the absence of the suns, one that slipped away any thoughts of happiness and left her with nothing but a desire to cause pain to those who wronged her son, be it directly or indirectly. The razor-sharp ice that filled her heart demanded blood. And Kushina would be happy to spill it. Of course, she was also intelligent enough to realize she couldn't be as impulsive as she normally was. It was such impulsive action that had led to her son's suffering in the first place, more could certainly do no good. Uzumaki heat would not suit her in this situation, her wrath would have to be frozen. The only question remaining, of course, would be where her wrath would be directed first. Kurenai came to mind but was quickly dismissed. Yes, the woman had failed her, but she had to admit that she had only requested that she check up on her son and offer help. She may not have taken him in, but she had no way to know if she had been aiding him. The fact that she knew of his apartment showed that they at least had contact, which was more than she could say for others. Tsunade was one of those others, one that, as far as she could tell, never made contact with her son. Some might say she was jumping to conclusions, but with Yugao mentioning that she rarely left her compound and a lack of updates from the woman, it wasn't hard to see that Naruto had not seen his godmother. He could have gone to the compound, but she had never told him of his godmother, knowing that there was a good chance he would never meet the nomadic drunk. She mentioned her in the letter she left for him, but that really didn't help anyone sealed in the compound as it was. Clan friends were next. The Uzumaki had always had good relations with the Aburame and Konoha and were pretty close to the Inyazuka, whose pack loyalty was very much like their own belief that family was more important than anything else. She might be able to understand them not helping him with the Yamanaka after he had surrendered the Uzumaki name, but there was no reason they couldn't help him before things came to that. He probably would have fit in well enough with the Aburame, though she had to grudgingly admit that while the two clans were on good terms, they weren't all that close. Going out of their way to help him after she had left with no prior warning to them wasn't a very Aburame action. They, like the Inyazuka with their pack and the Uzumaki with their family, were concerned primarily for the hive. Naruto was not a member of their hive, such a spontaneous act of kindness and goodwill towards an outsider wouldn't make much sense to them. And they couldn't have thought about bettering their relations with the Uzumaki, either. As far as they could tell, Naruto was unwanted. In fact, it may be because of that they stayed away, just in case they might draw the ire of her and her daughter by aiding him. The Inyazuka were likely to be of a similar mindset. After all, if the Uzumaki pack didn't want him, why would they want him in theirs? Of course, whether or not that was even close to the truth remained unknown, and trying to justify it on their behalf just made her more angry. That anger had just one last target. The Yamanaka. It was they who caused him, indirectly as it may have been, to cast away the Uzumaki name, and it was they who publicly stood against him. Any enemy of her son's was an enemy of Uzumaki Kushina. And that made them the perfect target for her rage. Only the light scratching of a pen broke the silence of the room as Yamanaka Ino continued to work. It had been some time since she had finished telling her tale, and yet Naruto couldn't bring herself to move. The Yamanaka heiress didn't seem bothered by it as she continued to make her way through the stack of papers on her desk. In fact, Naruto had a feeling the girl no young woman was enjoying the company, silent as it was, while she worked. Looking at the amount of work the girl had in trying to run her clan, added to the career she was trying to start as a kunoichi, it wasn't surprising that she just didn't have the time for social interaction. Just being in the presence of someone else was likely a very welcome change for the heiress. But it wasn't thoughts of the young woman's social life that had her unmoved from her seat, rather, thoughts of her brother's dealings with the clan ran through her head. Her heart may have called out in disbelief, but she knew it to be true. Her brother had always been prideful, though avoiding most people it was seldom seen, and she had, at one point, liked to consider herself his pride. And while that may have changed, it would seem that his prideful nature had not. The Yamanaka heiress had struck at his pride, and in retaliation, he had crushed them. He had built himself an army, the heiress had claimed, for the sole purpose of crushing his opponents into the dust. Kept in the dark as they were, most of Konoha's populace didn't even believe of their existence, and claims of this shadow army had only served to lower the reputation of the Mindwalkers in the eyes of Konoha. She had to wonder if he would have reacted in such a way should she have been harmed in some way. Before she had left with her mother the answer was certainly yes, but now, after leaving him for 4 years, she had a sinking feeling that he wouldn't lift a finger. From knowledge of his interrogation at the hands of Ino's father, leaked to the heiress by the man himself, to the suspicion that surrounded his bringing of Yamanaka Tatsuki's corpse to the clan head, and the subsequent accusations of murder and cries for blood, it was easy to tell she had missed a lot while she was away. As much as she wished it wasn't true, one could not deny that it was all too easy for these things to change her beloved brother. Her own interactions pointed towards it being true. And, admittedly, it scared her. Just how much had he really changed? What else had happened to him that the Yamanaka heiress didn't know of? And for how much of his misfortune did he blame the family that left him? Standing up, she thanked the Yamanaka heiress for her time before showing herself out of the compound. Her mother would need to know. It took her a few minutes to get home, or perhaps it had been hours, maybe even seconds. Time seemed to have lost its hold on her as rampant thoughts pulled her mind in a different direction with each step. She found her mother in the study, hastily penning a letter with a sense of urgency she hadn't seen in a very long time. When the Uzumaki matriarch turned to look at her there was a fire in her eyes. Not one that spoke solely of determination, but mainly one of rage and vengeance. Mom? Yes, sweetie. The way she answered through her teeth was all the confirmation Naruto needed. Her mother was obviously struggling to keep her rage in check, which meant whatever it was she was doing was extremely important. Naruto took a deep breath to try and calm her nerves. I learned what happened to Nai-kun. Her mother seemed slightly surprised by that, but instead of asking what had happened simply inquired as to how she had come to learn it. Evidently she herself had recently learned from someone else. I talked to the Yamanaka heiress, Ino. She told me what's been happening. Her mother immediately scowled upon the mention of the clan of Mindwalkers. I'm sure the little bitch told you all sorts of lies. The venom in her words took Naruto by surprise. She couldn't ever remember her mother speaking with such hate and loathing for anyone. No, I'm pretty sure she was telling the truth. She didn't paint herself in a very favorable light. Probably just wanted pity. Her mother interrupted. It didn't seem that way. The Yamanaka have always been manipulators. She said as she stood from her desk and gathered a small stack of letters. You shouldn't believe them. But shouldn't we at least hear them out to decide for ourselves? No. So you don't want to know what she said? It doesn't matter, the Yamanaka are going to be taken care of soon enough. But. No buts. I need to get in contact with a few people. I'll be back later. And with that she was gone. The information she had gathered and her opinions on it dismissed, Naruto wondered if this was how Naruto first felt when they had vanished from his life. Of course, if that was the case, she would also have to wonder if her mother really would be back later. Deep within the blackness she seethed. She had been so close, so damn close. With great effort on her part, she had been able to watch the spar from Naruto's eyes and was at long last able to gaze upon the young man who meant everything to her. Her warden had been there, within reach of the girl, and yet she was still trapped here unable to touch him. It had been maddening to feel so familiar chakra signature, but to see him too. Never before had she felt so frustrated. Of course, that moment where he stopped to look at Naruto look at her had made it all worth it. His eyes hadn't been hard at that moment, filled instead with a slight respect at how well Naruto coped after the loss of her top, and to see that through the girl's eyes made her heart soar. She had been so happy, in fact, that she ended up missing her host's use of chains against her beloved warden. There was rage and distress at the sight of his blood, but a great joy when he used the chakra chain she had taught him to overpower his sisters. Being a being of chakra, she was concerned with the sight of his black chains and the way they seemed to suck in light rather than glow as a chakra manifestation should have, but she had no time to worry about it when her host began calling upon her chakra. Refilling her reserves after her warden had stopped such a draining attack she could have understood, healing any wounds she may have received she would have been okay with, enhancing reflexes using her chakra like a small burst of adrenaline would have been acceptable. But the second her host dared to think she'd be allowed to access any form of the Biju cloak she brought upon her the wrath of the Kyuubi no Kitsune. Her wrath was felt. They had a simple agreement. Naruto would return her to her warden and she, in return, would not just allow access to her near-infinite stores of chakra but would aid her in using them. The girl had never before experienced the true might of her chakra until the moment she had stopped protecting her from it. Hopefully it was a lesson the girl would not soon forget. But, lesson learned or not, it did little to change the fact that this would make it harder for Naruto to uphold her end of the deal, and such a simple part it was, too. So long as she was back with her warden, the girl would have unlimited assisted access to the most powerful source of chakra available. And then she pulled this shit. She was stopped from using it painfully, but that was not sufficient for her mistake. Proper punishment would serve as a motivator, and what better punishment than the one you inflict on yourself? She would continue to allow the girl access, of course, but no longer would she be aiding her. It would be painful, it would be difficult, and she would have no one to blame but herself each time she accessed the chakra of the great Kyuubi no Kitsune. Maybe then she'd realize just how serious she was about being returned to her wonderful warden. And if she didn't? Well, Mito would just have to take a more active role in convincing the girl that this was important. Not just for Mito, but for her own health. After all, Mito could do some nasty things with her chakra. It wasn't until 3 that afternoon that Naruto and Shizune went their separate ways. As soon as Shizune had disappeared into the crowds of Konoha's market district, Naruto turned his attention to a nearby wolf. He shouldn't have been able to see them, which meant the wolf intended to be seen. Such suspicion was confirmed when they pointed towards a nearby alley. It would appear something had come up. Making his way through the masses of people he slipped between 2 buildings and traveled back until the shadows hid him completely. It was only seconds until he was joined by the wolf who promptly kneeled before him. Naruto-sama, Mai Taichu and Sai Taichu await you in your office. And did they say why? No, Naruto-sama. The wolf shook his head. But they said you would want to know as soon as possible. I believe it might have something to do with the latest report from one of our global operatives, but I don't know where the report came from or what it said. Very well, return to whatever it was you were doing beforehand. By your command, Naruto-sama. But the bow he was gone, and Naruto walked back into the light of the afternoon sun. If Mai and Sai thought it was important, it was going to be important. In fact, if it was important enough to be brought to his attention like this, then it was beyond important. As such, he wasted no time in reaching the den and making his way to his office, where his 2 most trusted wolves stood waiting for him. Naruto-sama, they both greeted him, Mai sending him a faint smile as Sai snapped into a salute. Sai, Mai, I hear the 2 of you needed to speak with me. He took a seat behind his desk and gestured to the seats before it. That's right, Naruto-sama. confirmed Mai as she took a seat and turned to face Sai. Do you want to start? Might as well, came his response. We recently received a report from Kigo who we sent to monitor the situation in Kurigakure no Sato and Mizu no Kuni. While it has nothing to do with the bloodline purges or the rebellion yet, it does mention an opportunity we would be foolish not to look into. Oh? Naruto raised a brow. What did he find? Nami no Kuni is currently under the control of a man by the name of Gato, a shipping tycoon. With his control over the ports there and his hands in all sorts of black market operations, he's become one of the richest if not the richest men in the world. And how is this good for us? You are not suggesting we try to take him out, are you? You should know that would be suicide for the wolves, the rest of the world would rip us apart. We understand that, Naruto-sama. Mai answered. Kigo reports that there is a bridge builder attempting to break Gato's hold on the country and might try to get in contact with Konoha for protection. If we were to help instead we'd have Nami no Kuni in our debt. Scratching his chin, Naruto thought for a moment before shaking his head. You're looking at this from the wrong angle. He spoke. Well, it's a good opportunity to aid the people of Wave, it's also a good opportunity to aid Gato. The two wolves shared disbelieving looks. I don't mean to question you Naruto-sama, but while you have supported bandits and warlords in the past, do you really want to do that here when there's another option? She asked him. Next to her Sai gave a nod, showing that he too shared her thoughts. My options here are to help the people of Wave on the chance that we may be able to benefit from it or help Gato, start getting paid immediately for our services, and eventually take over. It would be a bit hard taking over if the people loathed us. An iron fist approach like Gato wouldn't work for us, we don't have nearly as many friends as he does. Noted Sai. Part of taking over is undermining Gato. If our people are there under his authority then they can help protect the citizens from whatever other hired muscle he has. We gain the reputation of fair enforcers on Gato's paycheck and when we eventually turn on him the people will be more likely to accept our control. We can let them do as they see fit for the most part, what we really need is the ports. With them under control we have instant influence. There's also the matter of whatever funds Gato has with him at the moment. Commented Mai, bringing a smile to Naruto's face. That's just a pretty little bonus. We'll need to recall some of our operatives though, how go things in the land of lightning? We're not making much progress, unfortunately. Confessed Sai. We're supporting two bandit groups at the moment over there, no? That's correct. Well then, choose the weakest one, support him fully, wipe out the competition, and leave him be. We can come back later to pick up where we left off. If he happens to get wiped out, so be it. This opportunity is far more valuable. I'm sure the wolves will be pleased. Sai knew that even with their current tasks the wolves under his control were getting restless. They needed something big, something that would make full use of their talents. Being hired muscle for warlords and small-time bandits was better than nothing, but a far cry from what they wanted. They will certainly be well fed if Gato has even a fraction of his wealth stored in Nami no Kuni. So well, in fact, that we may have to have some more wolves to keep any of it from going to waste. He paused, looking at the two sitting before him. And that brings us to the next matter that needs attention. Sai, you now have complete control of the wolves. You will answer Mai, who will keep me informed. Of course, Naruto-sama, but may I ask why? I have recently come to control a second group, one which I will be referring to as the flock. Their leader will also answer to Mai, who will manage both groups and report to me. And who is their leader? Asked Mai. Hinata. The two of them stared at him as if he had told them he was going to become a hooker. Our timid little lamb. Mai was the first to regain their ability to speak. And that's why I call it the flock. It would seem my removal of her first seal and the subsequent disabling of her second has led some of the branch members to believe that fate itself has decreed that she was not to join the branch family. I admit, it sounds quite strange, but I can understand a group coming to such a conclusion. Of course, being Hyuga, they've taken it farther and now believe that Hinata is a goddess. Sai choked on air. A goddess? He managed to get out. Indeed. They know of her wolf guards but not of us, I intend for it to stay that way. But, what that means is that I have new forces here in Konoha, so you can focus your attention outside our walls. I want you to begin recruiting more. Find a few of the wolves who know the most about the training you yourselves went through and bring more into our packs. We'll have to apply seals to them, but I should be able to replicate its effects properly. I understand, did you want all your guards removed? No, leave a few, no more than 4, but we should be able to stop watching Konoha, now that we have new eyes. Of course, will that be all? It should be, you are dismissed. Naruto turned his attention to Mai. I need you to make contact with Hinata, inform her of what I said here. I would recommend waiting for her after tomorrow's team training, so that other Hyuga don't see you. We need them to believe their goddess is running things here or we may lose them. I understand, would you have anything else of mine? No, you're free to go. Just know that I've already given Hinata orders for the flock which she should have passed on by now. She isn't likely to have anything else for you for quite some time, but ensure she maintains control. Having influence within the Hyuga clan may prove to be an invaluable boon to us. Of course, by your command, Naruto-sama. She gave a quick bow before leaving him in his office. Leaning back in his chair, Naruto gave a deep sigh and massaged the bridge of his nose. The Hyuga had been unexpected, and the opportunity in waves provided a chance to start playing on a global scale far earlier than he had thought possible. He was done with the Yamanaka, they should serve to keep other clans dismissing him if he attempted to initiate contact, but he still needed to choose one that would be able to benefit his pack. Of course, then there was the mess with his returning family. Kushina wasn't going to give up, she was too damn stubborn, but he really didn't want anything to do with the woman. He had his own life now, his own family, and she didn't have a place in it yet. Nor did he intend to give her one. But she would no doubt try, and he was absolutely certain it would end up causing problems for him in the future. There was nothing he could do about it though, save for having her killed, but not only did he lack any desire to end her life, he also doubted his ability to have it done. Sure, his wolves were just about equivalent to Anbu, but Kushina was a highly skilled jounin. The chances of losing some of his wolves were too high, and in the event that they did manage to kill her, the leaf would be that much weaker. And so he'd simply have to deal with her and whatever it was she did as it happened. While she wouldn't be striking against him, at least not knowingly, and was certainly not what he would consider an opponent, he still loathed the idea of letting someone else have the first move. Not only did it give them the advantage, but the wait was agonizing. He'd need to find something else to occupy his time for a while, until she showed her hand, and hope that it wasn't at an inopportune time. Though, with his luck, she was very likely to choose the absolute worst time to try something. He gave another sigh. Things were starting to pick up, and yet there was nothing he could do but wait. He really needed a hobby. Something was very wrong in the Hyuga clan. That's not to say things were ever normal within the clan, but as of late things just seemed off. She was the heiress, the future head of the mighty Hyuga clan, and yet ever since her sister had been marked, she had actually received less respect from the branch family. She would punish them, of course, but all they ever did was smile and accept it, as if there was some great joke she wasn't privy to. And then there was her sister's mark. It had disappeared, for fuck's sake. Seals don't just remove themselves, and it had obviously taken hold because she herself had used it against her sister, and yet it had simply vanished. They marked her again after that and punished her for its disappearance, but the very next day her new seal had stopped working. There wasn't anything they could do at that point because there was no way to remove the seal, and none of the Hyuga were skilled enough with seals to attempt fixing the dysfunctioning one already on her brow. There had been some talk soon after of the Yamanaka heiress trying to make her sister do something, what, exactly, she was not aware, but the elders and her father seemed too frustrated by the odd seal to care. When one Uzumaki Naruto stepped in and forsook his name in order to go against a clan of mindwalkers, the Hyuga washed their hands of the matter. They were represented, in a way, and really didn't care who came out on top, though it was doubtful that anything would actually happen, but she was certain they hoped something would happen to the disgraced former heiress during the conflict. Instead, they found themselves surprised when the Yamanaka were brought to their knees. Her father had warned her that day that while the boy named Naruto might not be all that powerful, especially after renouncing his clan name, he obviously had some powerful allies. That day's lesson had ended up focusing on alliances and diplomacy, one that her father claimed to be sorely tempted to allow her a chance to try it in the real world, using the formerly Uzumaki boy. In the end he had decided against it, not wanting to be publicly against the Yamanaka. That, in turn, led to another lesson of the balance kept between the clans of Konohagakure and no Sato. It was not one of the more enjoyable lessons she had been given. But moving past that, recently the branch family, or most of it, anyway, seemed far more cheerful than they should have been, and certainly more cheerful than was proper for any Hyuga to show. Something had happened, or was happening, and judging by how content her sister appeared to be lately, she'd be willing to bet she was at the center of it. And Hyuga Hanabi, heiress of the Hyuga clan, was going to find out what. It could have been left by anyone. Yugao had been here earlier, Anko and Kurenai had access, and Mai could have easily had one of the wolves leave it on her behalf. Despite that, he knew even before opening it that it had to be from his godfather. Unfortunately, he still didn't know who that was. His only real clue was the mention of the Kusanagi in the letter that was left with Mirim's tooth, and while there were plenty of references of it throughout history, there was nothing about it recently. Or, at least, nothing about it recently that he had access to. And that only made him more curious as to this mysterious godparent. Opening the box that fit easily in one hand, he withdrew a golden amulet. Tight rings were bent into a circle that reminded him of a coiled serpent. The middle of the medallion was empty space, and it was attached to a simple black cord. At first glance, this was probably the simplest of gifts he had ever received. A quick look at the note that accompanied it, however, would prove that wrong. The amulet of Ak first belonged to the high priest of Ak, the golden serpent god of the sun. When Ak's light shines upon it, one may offer their blood as tribute to the great serpent in return for the aid of one of his children. All who wear this representation of the serpent god are protected from his kind, even against those commanded by a snake sage. And it all clicked into place. The picture of the snake, an amulet of the serpents, a sword considered cursed, trying to aid him by placing explosive corpses within the Yamanaka compound, and information blocked to those not high-ranking enough to know. Who could have obtained the legendary Kusanagi but him? And who could have his information so restricted but the greatest traitor to ever abandon Konoha? It had to be, then. There was no other option. His godfather was Orochimaru of the Sannin. He really didn't know what to think of that. But, quite curiously, despite having always signed his letter as his godfather, this one read your loving godparent. How odd. Chapter 23. Fate of the Yamanaka. It had been a week since she had sent off her letters to the Imperial Fire Court, and Kushina found herself rather pleased with the response she received. The ground she would stand on wouldn't be the most stable, in fact, it was rather pathetic, but she had been assured that the Yamanaka were in no position to oppose her. Had they been the same as when she left, she wouldn't be able to pull something like this, but it was well known that they had fallen on hard times. She should be able to manage this. Of course, that led to the question of what exactly she hoped to be able to do with such a favorable position. The Yamanaka had nothing that could be of value to her, her daughter, or her son save, perhaps, the members itself. She may have been able to get away with the maneuver she was going to attempt, but trying to take its members as either servants or slaves was never going to work and would completely waste the opportunity she had. She wasn't going to be able to do anything directly against the heiress of her father because of the same problem. Her claims were flaky at best, she would never get the necessary support from the other clans to be able to do anything against the Gurler Inoichi. There was, however, a way to get around that to a degree, of course. The clan of Mindwalkers was practically destitute, but she could fix that. The Uzumaki coffers were spilling forth fortunes she could never hope to spend. All it would take was a little bit of the Uzumaki treasury, and the Yamanaka would be nearly as strong as they were before. But even better, they would be hers and, most importantly, her sons. With her having complete control over the Yamanaka and their finances, she could let Naruto do as he pleased with the clan without fear of consequence. Justice would be served, she'd get to see the Yamanaka suffer at the hands of her son, and she couldn't think of any way that could possibly be better to gain favor from her estranged son. What gift was better than the deliverance of one's enemies before you? Gathering the letters she had received, she stacked them with what she had been working on for the past 7 days. She paid no mind to the early hour as she threw on some of her finest clothes and picked up her papers. She would take care of this immediately, there wasn't a second to spare. Already 10 minutes had passed since she had been delivered the letters by a courier, far too long in her opinion. Every second she didn't have this done was another second without her son. They had been apart long enough. The clock read 3:30 as she left her home and the night air bit at her skin. The smile on her face, however, would not be removed. It was time to summon the council. Nothing good could come from a summon so early in the morning, her father had expressed such enough times throughout her childhood for Ino to remember it well. It wasn't until now, when she received one herself, did she begin to understand. Throwing on a clean set of clothes she rushed out of her room. It was never good to be late to a council meeting, scheduled or otherwise her father had taught her that, too. At one point she may have spent quite some time prettifying herself with a myriad of cosmetics, but these days she didn't have the time or money required. She would have also worn something nice, but that was definitely out of the question now. Almost all of her better outfits had been sold off to support the clan, and only her best remained in her possession. Well, it was kept under heavy lock within the house, but at least it was still here. Of course, she wasn't about to be wearing it anytime soon. It was kept just in case something popped up that required such formal attire, but unless the daimyo was about to stop by for a visit or she was going to get an invitation to the party of one of the high lords of the Imperial Fire Court of Hai no Kuni, it was going to remain exactly where it was. She could say with a fair bit of certainty that neither of the two was about to happen, especially considering the current state of her clan. She'd be lying if she claimed there was even a smidgen of a chance of that happening back before she brought the ire of the wolves upon her clan, now that she had it was beyond impossible. Her father was waiting for her by the door and she quickly put on her shoes. He handed her a quick breakfast to eat as they walked without a word and opened the door. This was clan business and, as such, her father would not be treating her as his daughter. She was the heiress and acting head of the Yamanaka clan and he took the position of an advisor. That's not to say he didn't treat her like a daughter regularly, he did, albeit somewhat strictly ever since she provoked the wolves, but when it was wise time to conduct clan business, it was almost as if he locked away his memories of being her father deep within his mind. With his skill in the mind arts and unrestricted access to the most secretive Yamanaka techniques, it wouldn't surprise her if it turned out to be true. The two made their way hastily to the Hokage Tower. It was frowned upon to use shinobi techniques for one's arrival, usually because it brought the Anbu from the woodwork and delayed everything horribly. That was okay with Ino though, it gave her time to collect herself in preparation for the upcoming meeting. The messenger hadn't been able to provide any information on this unusually called session, and that just increased her worry. She was going in with little to no information and she didn't like it. Was there an emergency? Had Jiraiya sent a report that needed to be shared with the clans immediately? Had the wolves struck against someone else? Much to her shame, she was hoping it was the last one. If she could get confirmation that they had moved on from the stripped carcass of the Yamanaka, she could sleep a lot easier at night. Hell, if they were that fortunate, they might have a chance to start building themselves up again, rather than treading water and hoping the threat left the shore. Of course, the best would be none of the above, but she really couldn't think of anything else it might be. Another clan looking to join Konoha, perhaps. A surprise birthday for Daimyo? That last one was just ridiculous. Everyone knew that Daimyo's birthday was last month. It took a few more minutes of walking until they reached the Hokage Tower and were granted admittance by one of the Anbu guards. The council room was on the second floor and upon arrival they were quickly seated. It was not long after that the council room finished filling up with the various clan heads of Konoha. No, that wasn't quite right. Ino frowned as she looked at those who had been called. It would seem as though the lesser clans were absent. The Yamanaka would have been part of that group if not for the number of them, but they were still towing the line. All the greater clans were present, as was the High Council. The Hokage, understandably, was not yet present. Ino doubted the Sandaime was going to be pleased about this, because if he had been the one to call the meeting, he'd have been the first one seated. Instead, a messenger would have been tasked with waking and informing the Hokage, who had very likely just retired for the night. She knew very well how long into the night the paperwork could take. It was 5 minutes later that a weary-looking Kage entered the room and made immediately for his seat at the table of the High Council. With a wave of his hand, the council room doors were sealed under Anbu guard. The meeting of the greater clans has been called. Addressed the Hokage. Would they who called this meeting forth please stand? The grinning Kushina stood up, doing her best to keep her expression schooled in a manner befitting one of her status. She was failing miserably. I called this meeting, Hokage-sama. The Kage gave her a nod of acknowledgement. Very well. Council member Uzumaki, for what reasons have you called upon us this morning? Clan Uzumaki holds a grudge against Clan Yamanaka. She declared. Hiruzen frowned and spared a glance to the High Council. Homura and Kaharu shared uncertain looks before nodding at him to proceed, but the thoughtful look on Danzo's face gave him pause. Eventually he too nodded, but the look of uncertainty never vanished. It only reinforced Hiruzen's belief that this was going to end up causing trouble somehow. Or, at the very least, had the potential to cause a lot of trouble. He also had a pretty good feeling that any trouble would be in some way connected to Naruto. I see. The floor is yours, Council Member Kushina. The woman sent him a grateful smile before flashing a vicious grin to the Yamanaka heiress. Ino had a really bad feeling about this. Her eyes moved to the clans that had once allied with her house, and their nervousness told her all she needed to know. There would be no aid for her or her clan today. Honorable Council, esteemed clan heads, I thank you for answering with such haste despite the early hour, and apologize for drawing you from your beds. Last week I sent for counsel from some of the members of the Imperial Fire Court. Ino had to hold back a groan. Saying something like that would make it seem as though the fire court supported her actions. She didn't even know what the woman was after, and things already seemed grim for her clan. And have just received a response not an hour ago. Naturally, I wish to settle this as early as possible so that we can all move on with our lives. She continued. Everyone there knew whatever it was she wanted could have waited a few hours, but none voiced this opinion. The clans were obligated to meet when called by those of equal or greater standing, regardless of the time. If Uzumaki Kushina, head of the Uzumaki clan, wanted to call a meeting every 10 minutes she could, and being one of the greater clans all other great clans and any of the lesser clans she called were to attend. 2 years ago hostility from the Yamanaka drove my son, Uzumaki Naruto, to renounce his clan name and declare them his enemies. Naruto is my firstborn son, one of 3 Uzumaki in the clan, and the only male Uzumaki. Such a loss is devastating and threatens the future of my clan. I have come before you all today to demand recompense. Ino stood. Are you claiming that Uzumaki Naruto was unable to make his own decisions? She asked the older woman. I am claiming that he should not have had to have made such a decision in order to keep our clan out of the conflict your clan was instigating. He did such to keep your clan out of conflict, and yet here you are. Does this not show that you care little for his choices and have no respect for the sacrifices he made for you and your blood? Kushina blinked for a moment in surprise. For a 12-year-old girl she was pretty good at this. It is because of his choices that we choose to involve ourselves in this matter. Even if not in name, he is Uzumaki by blood and any foe of his is an enemy of my clan. Ino couldn't come up with anything to say to that at the moment and a quick look to her father showed that he didn't either. Very well, the Yamanaka bear witness to your claim for recompense. How do you judge the esteemed clan heads? Ino's gaze swept over the assembled mass and her heart fell when old allies shied away in shame. The Aburam accept the validity of the grudge. There was a reason for a grudge and nothing else to it. The Inyazuka recognized the grudge. Your pack was your pack, she cared little for legal matters when it came to family. The Akimichi bear witness to the grudge. He was wise enough not to try going against the others at this point. The Hyuga approve of the grudge. Approval. That wasn't good. Nara recognizes the grudge. Through the unanimous acceptance of the clans, the High Council acknowledges the grudge between the Uzumaki and the Yamanaka. What reparations do you seek, Council Member Kushina? As is well known, the Yamanaka have fallen upon hard times lately and have little to nothing of value. I will gain no pleasure simply seeing them punished, a damn lie, and everyone in the room knew it. And so I can only demand their vassalage. All present were understandably shocked by such a demand, but none more than Ino and her father. There were many concerns with this, but one stood out far beyond the others in Ino's mind. Tell me, Council Member Kushina, what is your relation with the wolves? Both the Hyuga and Inyazuka clan heads scoffed, but Kushina seemed confused. Who? Ino looked at her incredulously. Did she really know nothing of the group that was so close to her son? That led her to the next question. I see. In that case, what is your current relationship with your son? I fail to see how that relates to the matter at hand. Kushina's eyes had narrowed dangerously. Your son declared us his enemy and the wolves tore us to shreds. I know that even if he's not one of the wolves that he has very good relations to them. What I need to know is whether or not allowing my clan to become the vassal clan of the Uzumaki is going to bring his wrath down upon us once more. There are no wolves. Claimed Tsume. Your questions are pointless. Believe what you will, Council Member Inyazuka, but I am well aware of the existence of the wolves and will not further endanger my clan just because you have had the fortune of avoiding their ire. While I believe the Yamanaka made up the wolves to save face, her second question is still valid. Interjected Hiashi. Genin Naruto is currently against the Yamanaka clan. Considering the fact that he's brought them to their knees, the heiress does well to be cautious in any matter that may concern him. So, how is your current relationship with your son Council Member Uzumaki? She paused and hung her head in shame. Well, it isn't the best right now. I see. Ino frowned and looked to her father, but he gave no signs as to the decision she should make. If the Yamanaka were to swear fealty to the Uzumaki clan, would you be able to protect us from your son? Kushina hesitated here. She'd have to choose her words carefully. The entire point of this was to let her son do with them as he saw fit, so she couldn't claim the ability to keep them safe from him. She could, however, protect them from him as he was now clanless. As a vassal to the Uzumaki clan you will be ours and we will not allow anyone else to lay a hand upon your clan. It would work well enough. Of course, if she could get Naruto back into the clan he would have full reign amongst the Yamanaka. Hell, she might even be able to arrange a marriage between him and the young Yamanaka heiress. That is, of course, if he wanted it. The Yamanaka heiress seemed to recognize what she was doing, but after a moment of thought continued anyway. Kushina had a feeling that the girl was betting on Naruto not rejoining and couldn't really fault her for it. Not only would it be difficult to convince Naruto to return, though having the Yamanaka under her control should make it much easier, but him staying out of the clan was some of the last hope the clan of Mindwalkers had. It was quite easy to see that they were far more scared of her son than herself and would happily accept any hardship she might heap upon them if it meant they could avoid her son's wrath. Very well. Resigned Ino. The Yamanaka will swear fealty and accept vassalage to the Uzumaki. I would ask that the meeting be concluded so that our fellow council members may return to their homes as we discuss this new arrangement. The request of council member Yamanaka is granted, I call this meeting to a close. The Hokage was only too happy to be done with this. We thank you all for coming and hope you remain well until our next meeting. Also, I must remind you that until the details concerning the vassalage are decided upon this is to remain silent even within your own households. Enjoy the rest of your day. As the room emptied of clan heads, Ino turned to her father. Much to her surprise he didn't seem disappointed but in fact rather proud. D2-san. You did well, Ino. But the clan. Nothing we can do but make the most of it. You've been doing everything you can to help the clan, and I'm proud to call you my daughter and the next clan head of the Yamanaka." She fought valiantly to keep the tears at bay. "Thank you, Daddy." He gave her a gentle smile. "Go on then, it's time to finish this up. I know you'll keep doing well." Wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes, she stood up and made her way to the high council table where Kushina was waiting with the Hokage. Her face was schooled into a calm seriousness befitting of a clan heiress, and with every step she gained confidence. With grim determination she arrived at the table. It was time to learn the fate of her clan. The fate of the Yamanaka. Decisions made, her father had offered to make the proper arrangements and allowed Ino to excuse herself from the meeting. She was getting better at running the clan, but this was entirely new territory and she was glad for the chance to avoid it a little longer. Walking out of the council room, her eyes were immediately drawn to the man who leaned against a nearby wall. No doubt he was waiting to learn about the happenings inside. "Good morning, Council Member Yamanaka. Finished, are we?" "Hi, Councillor Danzo." She greeted me. "The details have been decided upon, my father is currently seeing to the legal arrangements necessary to officiate it." "Heading home then?" "Perhaps. Was there something I could help you with?" "Oh, just a bit of curiosity, you see. No reason to trouble yourself with it." She folded her arms and curled a brow. "Would I be right to assume you want to know the details of the discussion going on within the council chambers?" "You would be. And would you happen to know the whereabouts of Naruto?" "I might." He raised a brow. "Why might you want to know?" "Because just like you, I'm sure he'd like to know this morning's details. I intend to tell him." "I see. He might not react well to the news, and I'm sure you aren't exactly his favorite person." "That's something for me to be concerned about. We seem to both have information the other wants. I'm willing to trade." Danzo smiled at her. "I think I like you, Council Member Yamanaka, you're growing up into a fine young lady." "I'm sure, do we have a deal?" "Oh, yes, straight to the point, I see. You remind me of my dealings with Naruto. I'd be happy to make the trade, though I would warn you of the difference in value each information holds." "Do you? Perhaps there is a difference, but figuring how this is going to affect Naruto and his wolves is just as important to the clan as the details surrounding our new vassalage." "Well spoken. It's a pity that you and Naruto are on bad terms, you'd make quite a pair. Perhaps with this they won't be quite so bad. Who knows? Maybe in the future we might find ourselves working together. We're both shinobi of the leaf, after all." A chuckle escaped his lips. "Even if you don't end up working with him, I think the two of us will get along just fine." "Then I look forward to it, Elder Danzo. Now, shall we get down to business?" As agreed, Danzo had informed her of Naruto's current residence. It was a decent area of the village, nothing special but certainly comfortable. And if there was any doubt as to whether or not this really was Naruto's apartment, it was put to rest when a wolf dropped down in a crouch from the top of the complex when she went for the door. As if they truly were the animal of their namesake, they released a warning growl as they rested one hand on the hilt of their blade. Obviously she was not on the list of accepted visitors. Holding up both hands to show she was unarmed, she did her best to stay calm. "I have information for Naruto, I need to speak with him." They didn't respond at first, remaining motionless as the mask sneered at her and the black eyeholes judged her existence. After a moment they nodded and stood, their hand withdrawing from their blade. Turning away from her they knocked on the door and were answered by another wolf mask. The outer guard leaned in close, likely to explain the situation, and the inner momentarily glanced at her. Giving a final nod the inner guard opened the door wider and beckoned for the clan heiress to enter as the outer guard returned to their post. She wasn't dead yet, so far so good. Once she had entered the wolf a woman, she noted motion for her to remain where she was, presumably so the wolf could wake her master. A minute later the wolf returned and guided her to the kitchen where she was prompted to take a seat. It wasn't long after that Naruto entered wearing only a pair of black pants. He took a quick moment to tie his hair back before moving deeper into the kitchen to start coffee. The three of them waited silently as the coffee brewed. The wolf seemed unconcerned with the situation, leaning against a wall lazily, and a nervous Ino wished she could be so comfortable at the moment. Naruto, on the other hand, didn't even seem to be awake yet. It was understandable considering the time, but Ino found it rather odd to see him like this. When the drinks were done he grabbed 2 mugs and brought them to a table. After taking a sip from his own he turned to address his guard. "Now that I'm up there's not much point in you watching over me. You're free to use my bed for the remainder of your shift." The wolf seemed torn by the offer, no doubt wanting to ensure his safety, but her master's suggestion eventually won out. With a bow she left, though Ino could have almost sworn there was unnecessary swing in her hips with every step to the bedroom she took. If Naruto noticed he made no sign of it. After a few minutes of uncomfortable silence broken only by the sipping of coffee, Naruto set his mug to the side and folded his hands on the table. So, Jen and Yamanaka, what can I do for you? It's council member Yamanaka at the moment, I'm afraid. That immediately earned her a raised brow. Oh? And what brings you to my home this morning, councilwoman? There was a meeting of the greater clans called earlier this morning. A peculiar time. Who called it? Uzumaki Kushina. She most certainly had his attention now. Is that so? What about it was so important not just to happen at such an inconvenient time for the council, but to also drive you to seek me out? She took a deep breath. As of this morning, the Yamanaka are a vassal clan of the Uzumaki. What? It came out as a hiss. She was trying to use our feud to gain recompense from my clan because it drove you to denounce your clan name. Rather, she succeeded in using it. She managed to get the full acceptance of the clans and the approval of the Hyuga. I see. And what does this vassalage look like for the Yamanaka? She's getting full control of everything. Finances, shinobi, clan techniques, any political dealings, everything. We've practically become second-rate Uzumaki clan members. I would assume she doesn't like you much either, you seem to be in a lot of trouble. That much is given, but I was unsure as to just how much trouble we were in. And that's why you came here? You are the enemy of the Yamanaka clan and from what I understand do not have any dealings with the Uzumaki now that they've returned. If you were angered by this I feared your wrath and the maws of your wolves. He looked thoughtful. It would seem as though you've matured greatly. I'm impressed. What else do I need to know? Your mother promised us protection from you. Well, not exactly. When I asked if she could keep us safe from the wolves in the case that this angered you, she promised that no non-Uzumaki would ever lay a hand on our clan because we belong to them now. You're saying she's going to try to get me back into the clan? Ino gave a nod. Yes, I believe so, but I don't know exactly how the Yamanaka fit in this. I don't know what she's thinking, but you were mine. His words sent a strange shiver down her spine. If you're smart, you'll know that you're still mine and will remain such until I say otherwise. Even before she took control I knew the Yamanaka would never go against you again under my headship. I'm not going to make the same mistake twice. You're a smart girl, Ino. Your clan was mine to break down and build back up, but it would appear as though my plans have been disrupted. A pity too, because I had just started working on returning your clan to its former glory. The Hyuga? Oh? Yes, you are quite perceptive. I have some allies within the clan and was able to get them to start supporting the Yamanaka. I'm impressed you caught on so quickly, it's only been a week. Supporters? Oh, right, Hinata. I thought it was odd that Hiashi approved of the vassalage but assumed it was because his support was just to keep Konoha strong. With the Uzumaki coffers we'll be back up in no time, though the reputation will take a while to rebuild. As far as I'm aware Hiashi does not know and I'd like to keep it that way. But so long as you say nothing you can rest assured knowing that the Yamanaka clan holds none of my ire. And might I ask who does? Kushina. If she thinks she can take what's mine she's in for a rude awakening, but all things in time. For now, I wash my hands of the matter. I see. Was there anything else you wanted to know? He thought for a moment. Are they going public with this or keeping it under wraps? Quiet, for now. She doesn't want to create too big of a stir, especially because we're technically enemies right now. I'd offer you the chance to surrender, but that's really out of your hands now, isn't it? It is, though I would if I could. No good comes from this. Indeed. But, while you may still be enemies with Naruto, you and your clan are no longer a foe to the wolves. We aren't about to help you, not when you've been taken from us, but we will not move against you. That said, I expect you to do your best to keep your clan out of my way. I'll do what I can. Will the Hyuga continue to aid us? No. He shook his head. It was risky enough before and if you could figure it out Hiashi would have noticed soon enough. Besides, with the support of the Uzumaki your clan should be fine. If Hiashi ends up allying himself with Kushina, however, you may find yourself playing a bigger part in this game of ours. This game dangerous? At the moment? No. But it will be soon enough. Why do you say that? Right now I'm only playing in Konoha, but that will change soon enough. She wasn't sure exactly what he meant, but something about it made her uneasy. I wish you luck then. I should probably get going. I'll show you out. The two rose from their chairs and made for the door. Right before she left she turned back to her host. Just to be clear, we aren't enemies anymore, right? It accomplishes nothing. He confirmed. Besides, your clan is practically Uzumaki now. I was an enemy of the Yamanaka. I see. She didn't like looking at it that way, but if it kept him from sending his wolves to her clan, then she'd accept it. I should probably head for my team training now. You should go home and get some rest, you could use it. I'm sure your team would understand. I'll be returning to bed myself and I didn't have to attend any meetings this morning. But you don't have to attend any later, either. He just shrugged. True. Have a good day Ino. You too, Naruto. But that they parted ways. It wasn't until she had walked for several minutes that what he had said registered in her mind. Wait, isn't that other woman in his bed? She was blushing the entire way home. Chapter 24. An enticing offer. It was after a 2-hour nap that he awoke once more in a tangle of limbs and sheets, his wolf guard pressed closely to him. His wolves quite enjoyed being near others, he had noted, often sleeping together in tight groups. It could have been an effect of the training they went through or the emotional conditioning they had failed, but Naruto was of the opinion that it was likely the result of both. Neither Sai nor Mai had any explanation for this, the two of them often sharing a bed like siblings which, Naruto suspected, very well might be the case, blood or otherwise, and even Danzo had seemed to find this fact interesting. But the mystery of why his wolves seemed to crave human contact so set aside, he had things he needed to take care of. Carefully extracting himself despite a displeased moan of protest she probably wouldn't remember uttering when she woke, Naruto slipped out of bed and took a moment to observe his latest sleeping companion. Curly chestnut hair splayed out over his pillows and covered the face he had only briefly seen when he had returned earlier. Green eyes remained tightly shut despite the sunlight that poured into his room, and she attempted to bury herself deeper into his white blankets to escape the day. Considering the fact that most of the blanket was wrapped around her legs, she wasn't doing too well. He reached down and gently removed the fabric from around her bare legs and pulled it up just shy of her slender shoulders. Fingers softly brushed her hair out of the young woman's face and he gave a small smile at her peaceful expression. Satisfied that she was comfortable, Naruto went about preparing for the day, carefully avoiding the clothing scattered over his floor. A quick shower and a fresh change of clothes later, he opted to grab breakfast on his way to the den and quietly left his apartment. Within 20 steps the outer guard had managed to move to a position more suited to following after his lord and kept unseen vigil throughout the length of the journey. Those already on the streets of the red light district recognized him well enough and kept their distance not because he was known as the leader of the wolves, but because many of them remembered him as the little thief. Getting close was just asking to have your pocket picked, and even though he no longer relied on theft to support himself, there wasn't a person on these streets that would know that. Walking straight up to the crimson building that housed the entrance to the den caused many to turn their heads away. It was not known what group lurked within the red walls, though much speculation pointed to the Yamanaka's claims of wolves being accurate due to the masks worn by the guards, but plausible deniability was good friends with everyone in the red light district. The last thing you wanted was to see something you shouldn't have. That's not to say they hadn't seen a fair number of people enter the building. Some left after hours, others were seen existing days later, and then there were those who no one ever saw again. The people here didn't know who was housed within the building or what they wanted with those who entered, but they were not surprised to see the little thief making his way there. He made the trip often for whatever reason those within called on him and he never failed to return, even if it was several days later. One could only conclude that for whatever they wanted him, he did it well. And had this not involved such a suspicious occurrence, speculation would be running rampant. As it was, the subject was only brought up in hushed whispers by those securely hidden within the dark rooms at local bars. There was not one person on the street that was not curious. But there was not one person who wanted to state that curiosity firsthand. Solid oak doors opened before he could touch them, creaking apart just enough to grant him entry. His guard would be joining with those stationed in the area as he went about his business inside. They would be waiting to rejoin him upon his exit so long as he returned before his guard changed. Chances were, however, that he would not be encountering that wolf until sometime tonight for his next watch. Moving into the second room, he waved off the wolves in the corners that all rose to salute him and proceeded down the staircase into the complex that was the den of wolves. With the number of times he had come here, navigation was no issue and he was soon admitted into his office by the 4 guards posted before his door. The office was empty at the moment, but he knew it would only be a matter of minutes before either Mai or Sai, perhaps even both, made their appearance. One of his wolves had no doubt sent word about his arrival the second he entered, as they always did. It was, however, something he couldn't quite explain. Sure, he was here to take care of some things, but that didn't mean they couldn't come later with new things to be brought to his attention. If he was looking for them, he'd have sent a wolf, and if it was an emergency, he would have been notified. Instead, the two of them insisted on being informed of his presence in the den so they could assist him. He appreciated it, really, he did, but it was certainly unnecessary. He sat down at his desk, taking a moment to appreciate his chair before pulling out some paper and his favorite pen. He wasn't sure if Hinata knew about the meeting this morning or if she eventually would, both of which he highly doubted, so she'd need to be informed to cancel any and all support she had started giving to the Yamanaka clan. The Ashi favored the Uzumaki in this situation, if not because the Yamanaka had gone against one of his clan members, his daughter, specifically, then because the Uzumaki had such influence even when reduced to a pair of members. Which meant her withdrawn support couldn't look like she was against the Uzumaki to the branch members of the flock that followed her, lest the risk of discovery rise dramatically. He'd have to emphasize that point, his wolves would soon be able to flee to Wave if they were discovered or, rather, officially recognized, as he was fairly certain Hiruzen was just as aware of them as he was of the existence of Root itself, but the flock was a much more delicate matter, especially with the seals. He'd probably need to start removing them soon, though he'd need a more secure position to do so. Then again, while making a large number of seals defunct would be suspicious, it couldn't be pinned on him, and there really wouldn't be anything the Hyuga could do about it. Their paranoia about a Hyuga sealmaster managing to wrest control of the clan from them really left them in a rather bad spot when they were up against someone who could change seals as easily as breathing. Their loss, his gain, he supposed. The letter was written quickly enough, but he hadn't even had a chance to send it before Mai entered, followed closely by a folder holding Sai. Mai looked well rested and ready to start the day, which she probably was, and Naruto figured it was likely she had been eating a morning meal when she was informed. Sai, on the other hand, did not look like he had been granted the chance to sleep in several days, and his pale skin only served to make the dark rings under his eyes more pronounced. Honestly, it was rather odd seeing him like this, and Naruto briefly thought of a panda. "Both of you, please, have a seat." His attention focused on Sai. "Are you well?" "My apologies, Naruto-sama, but you either have the best timing or the worst. I have yet to decide which." One of Naruto's eyebrows raised. "Oh? How so?" "I personally visited Wave to offer the services of the wolves to Gato, I only just returned to the village. Either you have the best timing because I can bring this to your attention and leave for my bed, or you have the worst because I could have grabbed a few hours of sleep before this." "I see." A faint, amused smile graced his lips. "You know you didn't have to seek me out immediately, I've told you." He looked between the pair. "Both of you that if I'm in need of you you'll be summoned. I appreciate that you do this yourselves, but it really isn't necessary." "Be that as it may, Naruto-sama." Mai spoke for the first time. "I am rather interested in hearing this news as soon as possible. If things are favorable we may be closer to freeing the flock. I quite look forward to being able to use them to their fullest, but as it is now I'm restricted by the elders and the main branch. The sheep do little good grazing in these dying pastures." "Well spoken," nodded Naruto. "Sai, please give us a quick summary and leave the report on my desk. You're free and encouraged to leave for your personal quarters as soon as you're finished." "Thank you Naruto-sama, in that case I'll keep it short and simple. Gato has reacted well to our offer and seems remarkably pleased that, and I quote, a proper mercenary group is willing to reach out to him for employment. I suppose he sees it as a sign of success if others can recognize the potential rewards of working with him." "A proper mercenary group?" asked Mai. "I was under the impression that we still weren't well known. I'm surprised he's heard of us already, he doesn't strike me as the type to care much for information regarding the various mercenary companies throughout the elemental nations." "I'd have to say you're right. The thugs working for him were probably already in the area and even more likely very cheap. If he just judged us by the fact that we're dressed similarly and all have the same mask I wouldn't be surprised. Despite his insane financial success, I don't believe he's in the habit of hiring actual mercs. That may be part of the reason he's been so financially successful, mercenaries aren't cheap," mused Naruto. "It's a risk though, I can't imagine they're much use against a shinobi of any caliber. Most genin could defeat the average bandit in open combat, and a squad of them employing stealth should be able to eliminate his forces without too much trouble. And that's why he was happy to hire us. He's got a lot of money and some big connections, but right now most of his company is relying on Wave. He knows that if he loses it he's just about done for." Sai paused for a second. "Well, that and we're working for cheap at the moment. Our regular price would have turned him away from our services." "He's paying more than he knows," assured Naruto. "I take it you left a team in Wave." "That's right. Only 2 of them returned with me. I'll be sending out more later today, but a big portion of our forces are just arriving from previous long-term missions. I hope to have them sent out within the week." "Good work. Who have you chosen as captain?" Naruto inquired. "Kigo. He found this so I'm going to let him lead it. I have Ren replacing him as a scout in Mizuno Kuni. He's currently in the Waves, then?" "He is." Naruto nodded. "In that case I'll send instructions with the group you send later today. You've done well Sai, get some rest." The pale currently panda-resembling young man snapped off a quick salute and hurried out of Naruto's office. As soon as he was gone Mai spoke. "Was there anything that I can aid you with, Naruto-sama?" "I've picked a clan." It was simple, but Mai understood well enough. Had the Yamanaka been able to rebuild without the interference of the Uzumaki, it was likely that they would later serve as the wolves' public voice in the village. Now that they were a vassal clan, however, that option was out. Fortunately, Konoha had plenty of clans. I take it you want me to make contact immediately now that we have a path into the wave. I do. Even if the job goes to shit and we have to take over in a more crude manner, wave is ours now, it's just a matter of time. The sooner we have an established clan to silently support us within Konoha, the sooner we can fully benefit from our future position in waves. We're going the trading route, right? Will they even go for that? Not the trading, but I'm sure they won't be adverse to funding once we control the shipping industry. Then again, the chance to branch out may appeal to them. It never hurts to have a bit more security, especially after the tragedy that struck the Yamanaka. Just imagine, if they had partners doing business at a global scale, our little raid would have hurt them, but they'd have managed far better. True. She agreed. So, what do I call you? Pardon? Their position doesn't have a name, and I'm not about to call you my lord the entire time, or have them call you your lord throughout the meeting. I'll leave it up to you, just avoid something stupid like Lord of Wolves. She gave a playful pout. Aw, and that was my first choice, too. Naruto scowled. I would hope not. Now, you should probably get going. We wouldn't want to keep them waiting. They aren't expecting us. They are, they just don't know it. An amused smile pulled at her lips as she shook her head. Whatever you say, Naruto-sama, but you still haven't told me who we're going for. Isn't it obvious? There's only one other pack within Konoha. This is impossible. The cry distinctly feminine came from somewhere in the nearby woods as he lazily turned the page of his favorite book. Humming, as if in agreement to the voice who would not hear him, he stayed seated on one of the 3 logs planted deep into the ground of Training Ground 7. Not a minute later a rather frustrated blonde emerged from the woods, followed closely by a dark-haired Avenger and a pink-haired walking textbook. Trailing leisurely behind them an exact copy had pulled out their own copy of Uchiha and was enjoying it while they could. For you, maybe. His relaxed reply was almost jovial, as if he enjoyed her frustration. No genin, not even me, could manage to hide from you in that death trap, and I was trained for 4 years by Uzumaki Kushina. Just beyond the tree line he had set up a host of traps to impede their progress as they struggled in vain to hide from his clone. It was stealth training mixed with an introduction to basic traps and hostile terrain navigation. Because his clone would throw handfuls of kunai and shuriken every time he spotted them, it also served quite nicely as evasion training. Mitarashi would have gotten a kick out of it. Behind the young Uzumaki her teammates gave grim nods, evidently feeling the same. Isn't your brother a genin? I bet he could do it. The Uzumaki scowled as her teammates groaned. Their sensei seemed to have made it his mission to mention the former Uzumaki prince whenever he could, usually in comparison to their own skills. It went without saying that Kakashi claimed that they fell short every time. Sasuke was rather tired of hearing about his teammate's brother. The young man had rarely shown up for class and yet had still managed to graduate with a fairly average score. The last Uchiha in Konoha was willing to bet his clan compound that Naruto had taken advantage of that extra time to train. It annoyed him to no end that the other boy had been able to accomplish the exact same thing he had but wasn't made to waste his time doing it. Sakura, while knowing full well that Naruto was stronger than her and likely even Sasuke hated to think of someone her age being stronger than her crush. Failing to do something and then being told that Naruto would have been able to do it was beyond frustrating for her and seemed to always put Sasuke in a foul mood. Naruto knew for a fact that her brother was better than her, especially in the stealth field, but she didn't like hearing about it all the time. Not only did it bring back guilt from losing control during their spar, but it reminded her that she still hadn't managed to get her brother back. It also seemed that with every step they attempted to take towards him, both she and her mother took steps away from each other. She knew her mother was probably a bit upset about her use of the Kyuubi's chakra during their spar, but she was likewise displeased by the way her mother refused to stop and listen before charging headlong into her plans to bring her son back into the family. As history had shown, Kushina was not great when it came to plans, and her attempts only seemed to push away her estranged brother. She had to wonder if the Uzumaki clan was destined to fall apart completely, the 3 final members falling away and never having contact again. For someone grown up in such a family-oriented clan, it would be a nightmare. Of course, there was also the matter of Mito's chakra flaring painfully every time her brother was mentioned by her masked sensei, as if she could hear him and wished to show her agreement. That certainly wasn't helping. He's not even on a team. Scowled Sasuke. How would you know anything about skills he may or may not have? The question had been on all their minds ever since Kakashi had first brought it up, but it wasn't until now that someone had questioned their sensei about it. The brow of Kakashi's one visible eye rose inquisitively. Oh? And what makes you say that? He questioned. I'll have you know that I've seen him work. Really? Asked Sakura. What could he have been doing in the village? It was probably training. Commented Naruto. Kakashi waved his hand in dismissal of that idea. There was that time he was picking pockets and snatching purses in the market district. He was doing pretty well but didn't pay enough attention to the rooflines around him. He paused for a second in faux thought, idly stroking his covered chin. Then there was that time he helped an unofficial enemy of Konoha after shinobi had been sent to kill them and their associates. That was one way to describe the Uchiha massacre, he supposed. They dropped some evidence, and Naruto was a bit preoccupied to notice, so I picked that up for him. Now, what else was there? Ah, yes. By now the three were looking at him in a mix of shock and horror. He was just sitting there casually mentioning crimes committed by a fellow shinobi of the Leaf. Helping the enemy of Konoha alone was very nearly treason, and only the fact that it was unofficial would have kept him from being executed. Their sensei, however, didn't seem bothered by this in the least, even when he had helped with it and could easily be demoted or otherwise disciplined. Then again, he couldn't be a Chunin instructor, so either he felt secure in this position teaching them or, more likely, he would happily accept the demotion if it meant he didn't have to teach them. He really didn't seem to like them very much. I was the one who disposed of that body he left in the alley 4 years ago. I was so proud to see him killing so young. It was an accident of sorts, I think, but what matters in the end is he succeeded. It was a bit careless of him to leave the body, he gave an uncaring shrug. But I suppose we should cut him some slack considering he was 8. Team 7 would never be questioning Kakashi or protesting comparisons to Naruto ever again. Hidden behind his mask, Kakashi's lips stretched into a smile. The Inyazuka loved to hunt, it was as common knowledge as the Nara-raising deer of the Akimichi's passion for food, and they did it as often as possible. Therefore it came as no surprise to Mai and her masked compatriots that the Inyazuka compound seemed nearly abandoned. They could hear people in nearby buildings training puppies and treating sick Ninken, but they crossed paths with no one as they slipped over the gate and cut swiftly across the grassy fields that took up much of the estate. While many clans had their members living within the compound and businesses surrounding it, the Inyazuka clan reserved the compound for the head family and important facilities and let members of the pack live outside of the walls as near or far as they pleased. And this served the wolves well enough. Entering the home of the head family, Mai took a seat in the main room as her guards moved to stand behind her. The room was comfortable enough, in her opinion. All manner of furs covered the ground, and the 3 couches that encircled the empty fireplace were a deep red. There were no windows in this room and for it the faintly yellow light seemed to glow all the more warmly. It was truly fitting for a clan of dogs, and even she and her wolves found themselves rather relaxed by it. Time stretched on as they sat waiting for the clan head to make an appearance, and Mai was rather tempted to remove her mask several times. It wasn't often she needed to keep her identity hidden, but it also wasn't often she was doing anything remotely resembling a mission. Her mask was just like the others with only one notable difference, an upturned crimson crescent that rested above her brow. She normally didn't need any sort of marker to identify her because everyone could see her face, and she doubted the wolves would have any trouble should she give them orders. But the small mark she had added just before leaving for the Inyazuka compound would make it obvious for her unknowing host to identify her as being above the guard she had brought. Well, that and it fit perfectly with the name she had chosen for her Naruto-sama. Minutes continued to pass until the drowsy Inyazuka Tsume walked down and entered her kitchen. After her they could hear the padding of her canine companion who didn't make it to the kitchen before letting loose a deep growl. Startled by this, Tsume was instantly awake and alert, sniffing around for anything unfamiliar. Her nose found it. "Alright, enough hiding, I can smell a lot of you. Come out and face me." The light giggle was received in response. "Bye, whoever said we were hiding, Tsume-san." The soft feminine voice giggled once more in an almost mocking manner. "We've been waiting for you to join us in your sitting room." Cautiously, Tsume left her kitchen, her companion by her side. Deftly grabbing a kunai she had hidden on the way she slipped it into the loose robes she had thrown on that morning and entered the main room. A young thing, likely no more than 16, greeted her vision, a snarling white wolf blocking her face. There was a marking on her mask, unlike the 2 who stood on either side of her behind the couch, and her clothing was a mix of reds and blacks. "Come, have a seat." Her voice was slightly cold but held a melodic quality that made Tsume feel the girl was looking down on her, as if she were the child here. She also didn't seem to care that she was inviting the Inyazuka matriarch to take a seat in her own home like it was hers. Taking a seat anyway, she sat directly across from the wolf woman and was aware of her Ninken sitting on his haunches by her feet, alert and ready to attack should she be threatened. Oddly, she got the impression that her uninvited guest was amused by this, despite not being able to see what expression was hidden by the snarling mask. "Who are you?" Tsume was blunt and to the point. Mai had a suspicion that it was another reason her master had chosen this clan. It would be refreshing to be able to skip the games and get down to what needed to be done. "Surely the Yamanaka have mentioned us, I don't imagine they'd keep quiet about those who tore them down." Mai's brow rose behind her mask. "So you are real?" Mai gave a rather undignified snort. Did you really think young Naruto brought one of Konoha's greater clans to its knees? He's not to be underestimated, certainly, but that's simply beyond his ability. A giggle left her lips. Without help, of course. Luckily he wasn't without it. I see. That just brings us to the matter of why you're in my home. To speak with you, of course. She giggled again. What other reason would we have to approach you? You seem to have done a good number on the Yamanaka. Spoke Tsume suspiciously. I wouldn't be surprised if we were next on your list. Of course, killing me and letting Hana rule won't help you, she's as stubborn as I am and far more competent than that flower princess. Oh, such harsh words. She's come quite a ways, you know. Master was quite pleased with how she was maturing. Who knows? If the Uzumaki hadn't stepped in she may have been able to bring her clan back. And you would allow that? Tsume could practically feel the smirk from behind the mask. Oh, of course. In fact, Mater had arranged for aid to be delivered in secret so they could get back to their feet. Then what was the point in crushing them? Young Naruto helped Master once, Master was happy to be able to return the favor by making an example out of the young man's enemy. And who is this master of yours? Master Tsukuyomi. Tsukuyomi? As in the moon god. Indeed. Tsume snorted. What a presumptuous name to take. He didn't take it, I gave it to him. Though I'm surprised you know such a big word, Inyazuka are not often noted for their intelligence. I'm not an Inyazuka, I'm the head of the Inyazuka. Our packmates might not concern themselves with knowledge that doesn't interest them, but the main family has a duty to uphold. The wisest led the pack, huh? Seems sound enough. More sound than you naming your master. We know who he is, he's never hid from us, but we can't exactly be letting everyone in on his identity. He needed something to be called by those not sworn to him and I found Tsukuyomi to be quite fitting. We wolves are rather fond of the moon, you know. You say that almost as if he isn't a wolf himself. Oh, you're a sharp one. I'll have to warn Master Tsukuyomi about that. He is of the pack and he is our alpha, but he's not a wolf, not anymore. Not anymore? He was a wolf when I first met him, but he's continued to become more. I can't call him a wolf any longer. And so you named him after a god. Mai gave a light laugh. It's fitting, but very few know why. Interesting, but you have yet to get to the point of this meeting. Ah, yes, let's cut to the chase then, shall we? Master Tsukuyomi wants you and your clan to serve as his voice within Konoha. His voice. The wolves aren't currently recognized and we intend to keep it that way for a bit longer. He wants a silent supporter who can act in favor of his pack and inform him of the going-abouts of the village. Is he not in the village? For now, but that might change soon. It's part of the reason we decided to reach out to you now. And what might that be? He set things up to allow us to take over a small country. Tsume blinked a bit in disbelief. A small country. The first they hear of this group is when they strike against the Yamanaka and suddenly they're about to rule a country. The wolves weren't messing around, it would seem. And how does that affect us? It's a very profitable country. Your clan has always been strong in a physical sense, but financially and politically you've always been lacking. You act as his voice here in Konoha and his pack will aid yours. Any attempt to increase a clan's standing is going to be seen as a threat by the Hyuga. He's already working on it. How so? Mai wagged her fingers. I can't be telling you that. Hiashi learning could make a mess of everything and we wouldn't want that, would we? Crossing her arms, Tsume scowled. You want me to risk the wrath of the Hyuga but won't tell me how you plan to ensure my safety from them. Only a fool would accept that. I'm better off approaching Hiashi and gaining his favor. Go for it. It will force our hand early, but the wolves will make it through stronger than ever. A vicious smile spread over Mai's hidden lips. I can't say the same for you or the Hyuga, though. You speak as if the Hyuga are already in your hands. They will be soon enough. Master Tsukuyomi has control over a large part of the clan already and is simply biding his time to make a move. You can be with him and reap the rewards, on the sidelines to witness it or against him to suffer the consequences. It's your choice, but choose wisely. Mai stood. There are plenty of clans left in Konoha we can approach, the Hyuga included. We lose nothing if you deny us, but you will. Have a good day, Tsume-san. But that Mai and her wolves left, seeing themselves out and leaving the Inyazuka clan to ponder her options. Changes were coming, regardless of what she did. It was just a matter of how she'd prepare for them. Unfortunately, the best preparation seemed to be joining the force that was bringing such change. Standing on the sidelines her clan gained nothing, but they also lost nothing. Going against them wasn't an option, the Yamanaka had proven that nicely, and despite her bravado, Tsume knew her clan wouldn't stand a chance on the political playing field. But were she to side with them, the clan could be elevated to heights they had never dared to dream. She would be the single greatest head since the founder. And that, she had to admit, was tempting. Damn tempting. Chapter 25. the wolves among you. The black dress hugged closely every delightful curve of her body, showing almost as much of the woman as one might see, should she not be wearing it at all. Naruto could hardly tear his eyes away. And she knew that. She smirked at him in amusement and licked her lips as she gave him a flirtatious wink. He needed to stay focused on the mission they both did, but that didn't seem to bother the older woman. If anything, knowing that distracting him made this more difficult, even if only the slightest bit would only serve as further incentive for her to continue. The short tight black dress had been chosen to distract those around them and to make it easier for him to be unnoticed amongst the crowds. He had not expected it to work against him, too. But he was willing to bet that she had. This is not helping. He hissed in a whisper as she passed by him closely, taking extra care to rub herself against his side as she glided confidently across the carpeted floors of the establishment. She only gave a fleeting giggle in response. And then she was gone. But it made it no less difficult for him to keep his eyes off her. Shaking his head, he managed to direct his gaze to the masses of people enjoying their evening, trying his damnedest not to search the crowd for her distinctive purple hair and find himself trapped by her stunning looks once more. Not that one could blame him, anyone in Konoha could tell you that Mitarashi Anko was attractive. He doubted, however, that any of them had seen her in that dress. Or any dress, for that matter. He would not be forgetting that image anytime soon. As he snatched a glass from a passing server, he had to marvel at the fact that she had actually managed to obtain this mission. Not only was it rare that Konoha would accept such a mission as open and objective as this one, but it paid unbelievably well for its meager B rank. Of course, it wasn't even B rank, either. The client had asked for it to be listed as C rank, both to attract more attention to the offer of temporary employment, but also because a relatively fresh squad of genin could accomplish it with moderate ease. She had offered so much money for the job, however, that the Shinobi Administration Office in Konoha had to up the rank. As it was, the mission paid almost double that of the standard A rank and had the potential to net those who took it a hell of a lot more if they played their cards right. He still wasn't completely sure if they were going to be doing that, though. It'd be harder, sure, but the payout was certainly worth a bit of extra effort. The problem was that they only had one chance at this, and screwing it up could lead to problems not just for the mission, but for Konoha as well. That rather open nature was probably another reason the ranking had gone up. The last thing Konoha needed was a group of genin getting cocky and showing that not all of their village's work was as heroic as they wanted the world to believe. Not that anyone higher than genin actually believed that about Konoha and the other villages, but public appearance was important, especially when doing work in one's own country. Knowledge that there were 2 Konoha shinobi currently looking to shut down an up-and-coming casino owned by a respected citizen of Hai no Kuni at the behest of another citizen was bound to make things between Konoha and the rest of the Land of Fire uneasy. That's not to say things like this didn't happen frequently enough, especially with foreign shinobi, but villages tended to do their best to keep their own involvement from reaching the notice of the public. And for that reason he'd have to be careful to keep Konoha's hand hidden, especially if the 2 of them were to attempt to give themselves a nice little bonus, courtesy of the casino owner. Walking to a corner he slipped an explosive note onto the wall behind a chair. That would be the last one, now it was a matter of Anko deciding whether or not they'd attempt to go for the safe. They could always go along with the basic mission and hope to snatch their prize from the safe in the aftermath, but it wasn't guaranteed to survive and would be far harder with everyone in a panic. Well, not harder to do, but harder to avoid being seen and eventually identified as Konoha shinobi. Headbands had been left in Konoha and shinobi identification was hidden back at the hostel, but that didn't mean it wouldn't eventually be traced back to their village, and Naruto had no intention of allowing that, mainly because it lessened the chances of promotion and would make other teams more hesitant to take him on. Anko probably couldn't care less, so long as she could get away with the contents of the safe. He didn't know what the woman was planning on doing with the money, besides the rather obvious dango bin she would go on, but his wolves could use an official uniform instead of the assortment of dark clothing they wore now. Sure, it all looked vaguely similar and gave each wolf a bit more personality, but if they were going to be taken seriously they needed to take this seriously. Appearance was important no matter what it was you were doing, and this was no different. He could always wait until the wave was his, of course, and use whatever fortunes they could manage to get their greedy paws on to finalize the foundations of their group, but it was also a slight matter of pride. A loose collection of people taking over a country and becoming an organization was one thing, a shadowy organization stepping out of the shadows to claim the country as their own was quite another. Both would send a message to the rest of the world, he just needed to ensure it was the message he wanted the world to receive. Taking a sip from the drink he had liberated from the server, his amethyst eyes peered intently at the crowd. None of them, not a damned one, would suspect anything. They were civilians, rich civilians, people who would never suspect anything of this nature might occur at all. The notion that they might actually be part of it was incomprehensible. It was actually kind of sad how helpless these people really were. Even as they chatted and drank, played and flirted, lost everything they had ever had and gained the fortunes they could have previously only dreamed of, they knew nothing of the shinobi in their midst. Just one person trained in the ways of chakra could ruin your life irrevocably with incredible ease. He could use genjutsu to enslave a lot of them, selling them to the highest bidder. He could sniff out the flame of life that burned in their deceptively frail bodies as easily as a thunderous storm might put out a single candle. The building around them could be made to collapse on them with a single hand sign and a pulse of his chakra, allowing fate and luck to bicker over who escaped and who was lost on this night. It would be only marginally more difficult for his chains to pierce through them all and either end lives or permanently cripple. But a civilian would never think of such things, just as few shinobi would consider using their power in this manner. Civilians were beneath them, many believed, and to use shinobi abilities on them was to treat them as they would other shinobi. It was inconceivable to them. Both groups were foolish and those like himself could see it. It's what separated true shinobi from the chakra-wielding mercenaries of these days. Anyone could be a threat, everyone was fair game, all that mattered was accomplishing what you set out to do. That was not to say, however, that he would be killing all the people in this building. No, the fewer that were injured the better. The suspicious destruction of the casino would start rumors, but there would be no real investigation. Should sufficient people die in such a freak accident though there was no doubt people would search for answers. Those answers led back to Konoha, and that couldn't be allowed to happen. Purple hair caught his attention across the room as he located his partner. He walked with leisurely strides in that general direction, careful not to walk straight to her. He paused a few times at various tables to watch or participate in games as he slowly made his way to the other side of the large room. Another win gave him a tidy sum to slip into the inner pocket of his suit jacket and a reason to excuse himself from the table. A few at the table ribbed him good-naturedly at his departure, claiming him a coward for running before his luck turned, and most importantly they had a chance to regain their money. He waved them off with a friendly grin. One Anko had insisted he practice in the hostel room before they had left and continued on his way. Not a single person he had met tonight had questioned his age openly, at least. A few curious gazes was the closest he had received, and even those faded away as soon as they learned he had money. Their client had given them a small starting bonus to allow them to blend in. He personally found it odd how much money they were willing to spend on a team of shinobi for the mission when they had started, but after witnessing the massive amount of notes and coins that switched hands in this establishment for himself, he could understand fully why they would be fine, spending the relatively low amount to ensure that money went to their own business. Of course, that had not been the only type of gaze he had received, and he had been very careful to avoid those who looked at him hungrily. Whether they were attracted to him because of his young age or the money in his possession he did not know, but he wasn't here to acquaint himself with women of either nature. Though even he had to admit he wouldn't mind spending time in the company of some of those women. He did, however, have a job to do. The half-filled glass was placed on a server's tray as nimble fingers relieved him of 2 full ones. Carrying on without pause he moved right up to Anko's side and handed her one of the drinks, ignoring completely the several people around her with whom she'd been conversing before his arrival. "Ah, there you are, Naruto-kun." She smiled, knowing full well that he was aware she had been tracking his progress to her. It was the only real explanation for her to have put in the effort to continue conversation with the same group for so long. "And you brought me a drink too. You always know just what I need." "Of course I do, Anko-ni." The tone of his words implied he was affronted, and the two of them were quite pleased that their little audience was eating it up. "So this is your brother then?" questioned one of the men she had been around. "Yep, isn't he just adorable?" A woman in the group giggled slightly until Naruto's arm snaked its way around his sister's waist, pulling her close. "Adorable?" he scoffed. "We both know you don't see me like that." The hand that had been resting on her waist dipped lower, gently stroking her upper thigh. A tint of red dusted her cheeks a thaw as those watching seemed scandalized. "I thought you said he was your brother." He is. Stepbrother." Naruto further clarified to the group. Dear old dad was tired of trying to keep up with the energy and expenses of his young wives and decided to find someone closer to his own age. Anko-ni here was just a very pleasant bonus. I like to think of her as my consolation prize. I did lose a mother of 5 in order for dad to bring her into our family, after all. I think I deserve it. He sent a positively feral grin at the shocked group before him. "Don't you?" "Yes, yes, of course." The civilians all nodded in agreement, but only one had managed to say anything. A few of them looked a bit green, though there was a woman in the back who seemed rather intrigued. When she licked her lips Naruto made sure to keep his eyes from drifting in her direction again. The world was full of all sorts of people and who was he to judge? He had just made up a pretty immoral backstory for his partner and himself, had he not? Of course, Anko chose that moment to confirm his story and remind him that too could play that game. Practically melting into his side, she leaned down and breathed hotly into his ear before trailing light kisses down his jaw, ending with a deeper kiss on his neck and a lusty lick back up to his ear. If the civilians hadn't been uncomfortable before, they most certainly were now. "And you wait a bit more, Ankoni. I was looking to get a few more games in. I've nearly tripled the money father gave us for the night." Anko pouted in response. "Aw, but I wanted to have a bit of fun back at the hostel before we return to Naruto-sama." Her lusty whisper was just loud enough for the others to overhear, and they quickly left begging all manner of poor excuses. The two shinobi shared a victorious grin as Anko pulled him away into the back of the establishment and shoved him into a utility closet. Closing the door behind her, she just about purred her next words. "Oh, well done, Naruto-kun, well done." The grin probably wasn't going to be leaving her face anytime soon. "I don't think it would be possible for me to have come up with a better backstory than that. Not only is it believable, but there aren't many who are comfortable digging for more information after hearing it. I made it up on the spot, to be honest, and it was more to mess with you than it was to give us a history to use. I considered it a success just driving them away so we could talk. Maybe, but it also provided an explanation for why I've dragged you off to a closet." "And what explanation would that be?" There was no confusion on his face, but a single brow rose challengingly. "Why, to have my wicked way with you, of course." She pressed him against the wall then, her breasts pushing against his chest as she leaned down. "Considering you called me Naruto-sama, I'm more inclined to believe you brought me here so I could have my wicked way with you." "So?" She gave a shrug. "I'd enjoy it either way." He just shook his head. "Maybe some other time, Ni-chan, we have a mission to finish." "Are we going for the vault?" "No, but I am." She grinned at him. "I found a guard whose shift is over soon and I'm going to let him take me to the back. Security's been getting pretty lax over the last week or so because no one has tried anything yet and most of the guards are inexperienced. I'll knock him out and just seal the vault so we can get out of here." "And you're sure they won't get suspicious with a missing vault?" "I only used low-grade notes to minimize damage inflicted upon nearby buildings. That shouldn't be nearly enough to completely destroy any half-decent vault. I suppose no one would ask questions if the owner tragically perished tonight." "Well, that or if we killed him later before heading to our employer," mused the snake summoner. "I'll pay him a visit and make sure he isn't found. With a bit of luck they'll assume he was trying for the insurance money." He didn't know who would insure a casino in a world of shinobi, but just the idea of a civilian casino even existing where shinobi could take advantage of it was far harder for him to wrap his head around. At least someone had found their own way to profit off such an ill-advised business decision. Or, they were taking advantage of it so long as they could dismiss the claims after the inevitable thefts. Naruto supposed that whoever it was that insured this particular casino would be rather grateful that the owner was about to mysteriously disappear during the upcoming catastrophe. And to think there were people who didn't believe shinobi were good people. They were plenty good so long as they were on your side. Sounds like a plan. Her hands traveled up and down his torso until his clothing was in a ruffled disarray and she pulled loose random strands of his hair from the ponytail it was currently in. Lastly, she applied her lipstick and laid a generous amount of kisses over his neck and around his mouth. Satisfied, she stepped back and grinned at his new look. "Now people have no reason to be suspicious. I'll meet you back at the hostel in an hour or so and then we can activate the tags." Before she could leave, he snatched her hand and pulled her back. His lips found her neck and he made sure to leave a noticeable hickey before releasing her from his grasp and messing up her own hair. "You know I'm meeting someone who is thinking I'm going to sleep with them, right?" "I know you, Anko. The simple fact that you have him waiting until after his shift tells me you claim to have someone waiting for you and would sneak back to him later. It's just like you to add a little something extra to spice things up." She pouted. "Aw, you caught me. At least this makes it believable." "Whatever you say, Anko, I'll see you at the hotel. Try not to bring unnecessary attention to you, gods know you draw enough without torturing someone or creating explosions." "I'm not that bad." "Yugao-senpai says differently." She growled something that sounded suspiciously like traitor before shaking her head and putting on a smile. "Whatever, let's get to work. We can talk about pussies later." With that said, she slipped out of the closet and by the time Naruto emerged she had managed to vanish. A pity, too. He was really hoping to be able to watch her walk away. Having just finished his shower, Naruto was lounging on the couch clad only in a pair of black pants when his partner returned from the casino with a victorious grin that could only mean success. That was good, it meant the poor bastard who had run the place didn't die for nothing. It was rather fortunate that there was a river so close to Tenzakugai. Tying a mutilated corpse to a log and letting it float away should prove more than sufficient for buying the time they needed to finish the mission and get out. Bought the goods. As soon as he had said that her grin widened and her hands moved up to her breasts. He didn't even try to suppress the sigh that made its way from between his lips. He should have expected something like that. The money, Anko. He amended. Did you get the money? Of course I did. Her hands returned to her breasts, but instead of cupping them as she had previously, she reached into her dress and pulled out a small scroll. There was nothing he could do to stop the blush that had no doubt spread across his face. Her victorious smirk became positively wicked. Coughing nervously, Naruto got up and beckoned her to follow him from the sitting area of the rented room and through the small kitchen area until they reached a small balcony. They had chosen this location for a very good reason. Making a seal for focus, he directed his chakra out towards the building he had so recently been in. The second his invisible tendrils of chakra made contact, he could feel the rest of the tags he had left connect to each other and strengthen the bond he had with the first. But the single pulse they activated, and 10 seconds later the first explosion flashed a brief orange in the night. Even from here he could hear the screaming, and he let his hand drop to his side. The first note was placed on a wall that did little to support the building, and that would be far enough away to avoid injuring anyone who was still in the building. The notes that would go off 30 seconds later, however, would bring the building crashing down. If the occupants weren't bright enough to get the fuck out after the first explosion, he had no pity for those who lost their lives to the second set. 30 seconds passed quickly, and Anko had a sequel of delight as the sky once more filled with reds and oranges. He did not hesitate to wrap his arm around her as she pressed herself to his side, grinning madly. We need to do this more often. She declared. Naruto most certainly did not disagree with the excited woman and gave a slight nod. It took a supreme amount of effort and self-restraint to watch the small fire in the distance instead of turning to look at the breasts that were just about level with his eyes. If you come across another mission like this, feel free to invite me along. Will do. Do you think we can blow up anything else before we get to Konoha? Naruto rubbed his chin in mock thought. There's plenty to blow up, he commented. But I don't think there's anything worth blowing up. This only earned him a rather childish pout, and he couldn't help but grin at the woman. So, now what? She eventually asked. I suppose we could turn this in right now and start heading back. Naruto shook his head. We've already paid for the room, we might as well use it. Besides, if we leave now people might get suspicious. Her disappointed look despite the fact that using the room should have had her making some sort of joke told him what he needed to know immediately. You were hoping for a chase, weren't you? And no. Declared the woman. She did her best to look upset that he would even suggest something. His questioning brow and knowing smirk had her continuing moments later. But I may have been hoping for a fight. That's my Anko, always up for explosions and bloodshed. Your Anko, huh? In that case there's another thing I'm always up for. Her grin was predatory. Naruto-sama. Iridid groaned. You're never going to stop bringing up tonight, are you? I could bring Naruto Jr. up instead. She suggested with a wink. You realize I'm 12, right? Every time you end up talking like this I can never be sure you remember or if you're just playing around. She actually looked displeased by that comment. I'm playing around, but only until you take me up on one of the offers. Said Anko. 12 or not, you freed me from Orochimaru, and that's worth more than you could ever know. Oh, had that seal been placed by Orochimaru? He had known she had a seal she wanted removed, but no more than that. It would certainly complicate things should she learn the man she hated so was his godfather, one whom Naruto had nothing against. You're probably right, but that doesn't mean I'm going to ask you to sleep with me. Thoughts of Totsuki immediately popped up and he quickly pushed them away. No, he wasn't quite ready for that, not yet. Perhaps he should pay a visit to her grave soon, it had been a while since he last visited. Maybe not now. Countered the woman. But I'm yours whenever you want me for whatever you might want me for. When I carried that mark I felt owned by him and I hated it. Now I'm free and I choose to be yours. Besides, she shot him a cheeky grin. I'll wear you down eventually. I'm sure you will, but for now let's just get some sleep. You know there's only one bed, right? Of course I do, Anko, I'm the one who booked the room, remember? She raised an inquisitive brow and he shrugged. Perhaps you've worn me down more than I'd care to admit. The brilliant smile she gave him would be worth a teasing he would no doubt receive the entire way back. Passers-by made sure to keep their heads down as they quickly scurried past, doing their best to avoid being dragged into the problems of an unfortunate fellow villager. Their turn would come, they knew, and their own neighbors would do everything in their power to not get involved. But that was simply the way it was here in Nami. It was a fool who dealt with Gato or his army of thugs more than absolutely necessary. As one of such thugs raised his voice to a point where it could be considered shouting, the few occupants of the small town's road quickly dispersed. Dealing with the thugs normally was one thing, but even being around them when they were angry was quite another. The money, where is it? A rather large man hefted up a much older, much more worn-looking man by his shoulders and pinned him to the closed door of his home. It was quite rare for a home here to have a door at all, let alone one that was still sturdy enough to allow something like that. I don't know what you're talking about, I gave Gato the last of it 2 days ago. The thug scowled and slammed the man against his home. Don't you shit with me, fucker, I know you and your girls have been making some money on the side with those clothes of yours. You might fool the others who assume you only repair our boats down at the docks, but I'm no idiot. Please, I have no idea what you're talking about, I swear. One of the thug's companions snickered in the background, having heard it more times than they cared to count, while yet another, the final of the rather bandit-looking group scoffed and muttered about things taking too long. Of course, the group of Gato's hired muscle wasn't alone today. Any who dared peer out their window or attempt walking down the street would be met with the snarling visage of 3 wolves who circled the group and faced away from the house as if guarding them. All 3 of them wore similar black clothing and a myriad of grey backs over their personages, but the one in the middle stood out with his grey hood and the mantle of pure white fur that covered his shoulders. If one would get close enough to look, they would also note the line of crimson paint that went from their forehead and down the bridge of their nose, breaking at the snarling maw to end at the bottom of the porcelain. That mark alone showed him to be of higher ranks than the others, but only one of those mask-wearing mercenaries wore that unique hood. The hood was precious to him, as it would be to all wolves, not because of the status it signified, but because it had been commissioned by their lord himself and paid for out of his own pocket. Currently it was the only one in existence and it was with great pride he wore it. It was also that very hood that identified him as the High Captain who on this day had ventured forth from Gato's complex to join what many of Nami's inhabitants had begun calling the hunts. The hunts were weekly and tended to be the largest group of thugs you'd see away from bars, makeshift brothels, or Gato's own complex. Tasked with collecting Gada's tax, they couldn't operate with members numbering less than 5, just in case some desperate villager might try to attack and run off with the money that rightfully belonged to the shipping tycoon. The fact that the leader of these new forces, these wolves, was involved seemed a bad omen indeed to the populace of this dying town. And then there were the rumors of the High Captain being below several others in the hierarchy of these wolves. Each wolf seemed as valuable as many a dozen of Gato's original thugs, and there were enough now in Wave to make its inhabitants more than uncomfortable. Just the idea that this might only be the small portion led by this particular High Captain was beyond terrifying. They prayed that his superiors never stopped in for a visit. Turning his attention from the street, High Captain Kigo took a moment to watch as the thug, probably the most competent one he had met working for Gato, honestly continued to threaten the older man to no avail. It was time to show more of the wolves, both to Gato's forces and the people of Nami no Kuni. He abandoned his position and moved inwards towards the house, his fellow wolves falling into step behind him. His gloved hand was placed on the lead thug's forearm and the older man was dropped. Kigo didn't wait to be questioned, nor did he speak a word. Instead he grabbed the fallen man's shirt and opened the door, dragging his captive into the home. The other 2 wolves went in after him, closing and locking the door behind them. Questioningly, the lead thug turned to the others, wondering if perhaps they had any idea what the wolves were doing. He was answered with 2 confused shrugs. Having no reason not to let the wolves do their thing, he gave a small shrug of his own and leaned against the wall of the house near the door, prepared to wait. He was completely ignorant of the way Kigo tossed the homeowner onto the floor before removing 2 small pouches of coins. He wouldn't see as one of them was tossed to the daughters and wife that it immediately rushed over to fuss over the man of the house. He could hear, however, the thumps of flesh on flesh as Kigo punched one of his wolves repeatedly and the surprised shrieks it elected from the house's occupants. He would hear, and perhaps even smell, as one of the wolves unsealed a small animal and let its blood run over the old wooden floors of the building in great splatters before the cut was stopped and the animal sealed once more. As the High Captain brought a finger to his snarling face in a sign of secrecy to which the occupants nodded in rapid acceptance, the man would remain unaware, just as Gato was, of what was really going on behind the walls of the people of Nami no Kuni. He would be greeted to the side of a door opened by a slightly blood-splattered High Captain and a wolf, gently tossing a bag of coins in his hands. The 2 would exit and the thug would be able to see the older homeowner surrounded by the blood he had been dragged atop of, his family fretting about him until the 3rd wolf blocked his vision as they dragged out a loom. He would turn away from the civilians of Wave as the wolf threw the loom into the middle of the street and set it alight with a few hand movements and a great breath of flame. The bag of coins tossed to him, he would catch only half awareness before he came to a conclusion as to what had happened and a grin split his face. Well, I'll be damned. You wolves certainly don't fuck around, do you? Go for the throat. It was the only thing the High Captain had spoken that day, but it fit oh so well with his actions and the mentality of his group as a whole. They truly came off as a rather vicious bunch who would go for the soft flesh of their opponents' throats and tear them open before a fight could begin. He liked that. Well said, he laughed. Very well said. I'm starting to like you a lot. Maybe when I'm done working I can join your group. Higo tilted his head. There are far worse goals for a man to have, but you will not find entry to be so easy. Yeah, I bet you beasts have to go through a fuck ton to become what you are, but you never know. At the very least, maybe I'll find myself working alongside another company of wolves. I'm sure I'd get along well enough with any of you. The High Captain thought for a moment before speaking. I'll keep that in mind. Perhaps one day we will have use of you. Already you stand far above your fellows, it is not unlikely you will hear from us should our lord have need. Probably the best I'm going to get. Let's finish up here and head back to base, first rounds on me. 3 thugs continued down the streets of Wave that day. Their shadows were of wolves. There was an understandable nervous tension throughout the air of the room in which they had all gathered. Rather than the usual kitchen table the head family of the Yamanaka usually ate at or the dining room used when they had guests, everyone was instead in a warm room and sat around a small table on an assortment of pillows and cushions. And while the lighting and decoration of the room was warm, the atmosphere was anything but. That was to be expected when Naruto, formerly Uzumaki, the hidden leader of the wolves, sat across from his mother in the home of a clan he had declared his enemy. To Naruto's right sat Ino, who fidgeted nervously in the best clothing she had. It was supposed to only be taken out in case they needed to deal with the Imperial Fire Court, but her father had instructed her to don it this evening for a dinner between the Yamanaka, the woman who had taken control of their clan, and the young man that had brought them to their knees. Across from Ino sat her mother who barely managed to hide her discomfort with the situation. To her left was Inoichi who managed to keep a stony face despite the uneasy feeling that filled him and the way his instincts screamed that this arrangement was balancing on a razor-fine line and even the slightest shift could send them all tumbling into a deadly situation. To his left and directly across the table from Naruto was his mother, Uzumaki Kushina. The 2 eldest Yamanaka both wore their finest clothing in the traditional dark purple of their clan, while Kushina had donned a fine kimono of bright orange that might hurt one's eyes had her hair not fallen down it to break the outrageous color with the much more pleasant red of her hair. Naruto, on the other hand, had wrapped himself in a raiment of light gray pelts that wrapped around his torso loosely and left his arms free. Simple black pants covered his lower body and were wrapped tightly at his ankles with the same bandages that kept his seal hidden from view. Despite the clothing that Ino would have been tempted to describe as barbaric, Naruto seemed just as lordly to her as he ever had after she made the mistake of drawing his ire. In fact, he looked far more intimidating as he was now than she had ever seen him. Though at the same time she couldn't help but think the entire royal look of his would be ruined had he not tied his crimson hair back into a loose ponytail with a black cloth. Should it have been absent she was sure he'd come across as quite feral. Of all present, he seemed the most relaxed, almost lounging in his own cushions, while the Yamanaka watched on with trepidation and the Uzumaki starred in a combination of hope and nervousness. Unfortunately, one person did not have a conversation and so a tense silence filled the air. The Yamanaka were too wary of being the ones to break it in fear of angering one of the 2 people who had held their fates within their hands, and Kushina was struggling to think of something to say. Things relaxed slightly when various members of the Yamanaka clan entered the room with large trays of food and gently placed them atop the table. With quick bows they fled to the sanctuary that was anywhere but that room and the occupants began to slowly consume the meal before them. And still no one spoke until at long last a soft yet commanding tone broke the silence. "Ino, pass that, would you?" With his right hand he lazily gestured to a dish near her and she hurried to move it closer to him. "Oh of course, Naruto." As soon as the dish was in his hands he gave her a small smile. "Thank you Ino. I must say, you look splendid tonight. I don't think I've seen you in that dress before." Conversation had started. And yet speech would do nothing to alleviate the feel of the room as things seemed to grow even more tense with every word that left the young man's lips. "It's reserved for special occasions," she explained simply. He raised a brow. "Oh? I do hope you haven't gone through the trouble of wearing it for my sake, then. This was supposed to be a friendly meal, was it not? I'm just another guest of the Yamanaka tonight, no one special." Before Ino would have a chance to argue that Kushina's voice interjected. "Nonsense." She spoke with absolute conviction despite the almost giddy nervousness she felt. "You are my son and the blood of the Uzumaki runs through your veins. Amongst the Yamanaka, who are sworn to us, you are a lord of the highest standing." "They are sworn to you," clanhead Kushina. He denied. "I bear such a name no longer." "And that is because of the Yamanaka with us now, is it not? There is no further need for your self-exile, return to us as the lord you are." "I have no doubt I would have left the clan regardless. Our name is great and our ancestors greater, but I have no desire to forever be overshadowed by the blood that runs in my veins." He paused to think for a moment. If anything, I should perhaps be grateful to the Yamanaka, for they had given me a reason to leave the clan that might further honor the legacy of those who came before me. To surrender one's clan to protect it, that is something worthy of an Uzumaki. I like to think, despite falling to my own pride that day, that so too did I bring pride to my ancestors. But they stood against you, are they not your enemy? And what, pray tell, is a man without his enemies? My conflict with the Yamanaka may have been misfortunate for them, but I have benefited greatly. I have no problems acknowledging that my recent success would not have been possible if not for them. Give the devil his due, some have said. I see. Kushina frowned deeply. She had been hoping that his sole reason for leaving would have been the Yamanaka, and the control over them held by the Uzumaki might be enough to bring him back. That wasn't, however, all she was counting on. They were still his enemies and, more importantly, she was still his mother. I suppose there is wisdom in your words. But while you may not be an Uzumaki any longer, you are still my son. Will you not return home to me? He shook his head. My mother left 4 years ago, that was the last I saw of her. Kushina did her best to keep from breaking into sobs, but a single tear escaped her eye and trailed down her cheek. Please, we are your family. I know things went wrong, but we still love you and want to make things right. I have a family of my own these days. The Yamanaka immediately knew he was speaking of the wolves. My previous family, my mother and my sister forsook me. I have not met my father, but would assume he too has left me. Inoichi's eyes widened slightly. Of course there had to be a father, but he had really never given it any thought. Kushina had children but was not married as far as he was aware. It hadn't been his or anybody's business, so he never pried or gave it much consideration. But now, the thought brought to the forefront of his mind, he had to wonder who might have sired such a dangerous child. He took a hard look at the face of the Yamanaka's guest and thought about any man he had seen Kushina round. The first to pop into his mind was Yondaime himself, as the two were nearly inseparable, and at once he could see the resemblance in the son. He nearly choked on the air at the realization. It hadn't just been the son of Uzumaki Kushina he was up against, but the son of Namikaze Minato. There was no wonder as to why his clan had been so easily crushed by the boy. While Kushina had a streak of unmatched fury that awoke to bring destruction to those who wronged her, the Yondaime had a vicious streak that his son emulated so well it was scary. Even more terrifying was the fact that it seemed his son was almost the opposite of the father, possessing a vicious mindset and a streak of calm wisdom. He had to wonder how many others had made the connection. It would certainly explain why the Anbu seemed so fond of him, and it could very well have been one of the reasons the Sandaime had left the boy to make his own choices. As the state of the Yamanaka could attest, those choices had brought the young man an impressive amount of power. He was broken from those thoughts by Kushina's choked voice. Your father died on the same night you were born. She had always avoided the subject of their father. She didn't want them to think they were the product of some one-night stand, but she also didn't want them to try to learn his identity by looking into the casualties of that night. Their father's identity had to be kept secret lest those with grudge against him try to sate their hate with the blood of his children. Then I'll go ahead and assume he was a shinobi as most of the civilians were successfully evacuated. Regardless, he's gone and the rest left me. I'm confident that my new family will not. The Yamanaka are ours, they can be yours too. You can do whatever you want to them so long as you're of our clan once more. Don't you want that? They were already mine. He declared. You simply stole them from me. Thus the idea had Kushina's heart trembling. Had he really been in control of those he called his enemy? She knew they had fallen, but that was simply because he didn't have the ability to completely eradicate them for daring to go against him, right? But the possibility that he may have had them exactly where he wanted them, her heart sank. Here she was, offering them on a silver platter, only to learn that what she was offering had been taken from his own possessions. Everything was falling apart. I don't understand. They were enemies, everyone knew it, so how was it he had them under his control well enough to be displeased by her offering of complete legitimate control? Do you really think I would come here to sit and sup with those who I considered foe? You insult me. Inoichi and I made a deal regarding the fate of his clan near the beginning, and I currently have no issues with his daughter. I was going to help build them back up, you know, but then you had to step in and stop that, didn't you? He shook his head in disappointment. You should have looked into things more, but I digress. I had plans for the clan, but none so important that they cannot be changed. The Yamanaka have served their purpose to me well enough, and if it is to be you who brings them back up to the standing they once had, so be it. I see. She tried to wrap her head around it. Every time she looked at him all she saw was her smiling baby boy, but that's not what sat across from her, was it? No, he had grown into a fine young man, one she could proudly call her son. But she was not his mother, not to him. He had been shaped and molded by the world in her absence, and she had hardly a claim to him anymore. But she still wanted to call him hers, still wanted to wrap him up in her arms and tell him how much she loved him. She doubted he would appreciate it, though. He claimed to have plans and motions, schemes she knew nothing about, and now she had interfered with them. He said it didn't matter, but did he still begrudge her for it anyway? Whether or not he did, however, there was one other part that seemed to strike her. If he really had nothing against the girl and had been honest with his compliment earlier. But could she really do that? She crushed her hesitance. Yes, she could. This was for her son, after all. If it made him happy and helped her get close to him once more, what should she care even if half the world was to suffer for eternity because of her actions? I can't help but notice you seem to be on pretty good terms with Ino here. As soon as the words left her lips, all the Yamanaka present froze in dread. Perhaps something might come of that. Marriage, maybe. The idea of it was horrifying to Ino, even though she knew he had nothing against her, and her mother fared no better. It was only Inoichi's firm hand on her thigh that kept the older Yamanaka woman from doing anything that might draw the ire of the other two in the room. Inoichi knew his daughter was still scared of the boy and the power he wielded, and he also knew that the thought of being forced into marriage was something she had loathed ever since she was little. He had, of course, promised to never give her away like that, but the power was no longer in his hands, and he could do nothing should Kushina decide to go through with it. And that's why he found himself looking pleadingly towards the young man who lounged at the table of the Yamanaka. I have no desire for marriage anywhere in the near future. Spoke to Naruto. And I'd be surprised if I ever did. My priorities lie elsewhere. The Yamanaka dared to breathe a collective sigh of relief. Even if she's not your wife, there are other ways you could have her. Stated Kushina. A mistress, perhaps. Maybe a concubine or a servant. I could give her to you as a slave, if you'd like. Even if you don't want to come back to the clan and be allowed to do as you please with the members of the Yamanaka, I can still give them to you for you to enjoy. Terror had struck itself into the hearts of the Mindwalkers. The elder two hid it well enough, but their daughter trembled visibly. Seeing this, Naruto pulled her atop his lap and wrapped his arms around her. She trembled even more but made no move to resist. Well, your offer is gracious. 1. Clanhead Kushina, had I wanted Ino here for myself, she'd have already been mine. I get what you want, you see. Of course, one might also argue that she already was mine. Offering her to me doesn't absolve you of the theft itself. But seeing as you are so quick to offer the daughters of those your clan protects, where, might I ask, is your own? Perhaps in taking her I might believe us settled. Those words shocked her far more than she'd like to admit. What shocked her more, however, was the fact that she was considering it. Naruto might be slightly upset about it, but if she was close to her brother, she'd quickly get over it. Naruto could be upset with her daughter, though, but even then, would he hurt her? She couldn't see it. And then there was the matter of keeping the family together. Naruto was still a Uzumaki, so she'd be connected to her mother still, and by being given to Naruto that connection would exist. Could that really be a possible solution to bring them all together? It wasn't what she had envisioned, but it could work. It was after several moments of thought that she realized everybody was watching her. Naruto had raised an inquisitive brow, while the elder Yamanaka looked disgusted that she was considering it, and Ino seemed just a bit relieved that the attention had been shifted elsewhere. Clearing her throat in embarrassment, Kushina responded. About a week ago her team set out for their first C rank, she should be back in another week or so. Oh? How interesting. Where did they go? Everyone felt more comfortable save Naruto, who hadn't been bothered at all by what could be considered a complete change of topic. Ino, however, was still a bit uneasy with her current seating arrangement. Nami no Kuni, Naruto mentioned aiding a bridge builder. All present could have sworn Naruto's eyes lit up considerably at that. Nami no Kuni getting a bridge, then? That would certainly make it easier for Konoha to trade with the rest of the world. Your daughter's doing some good work. Inoichi got a feeling that he was calling her work good because it somehow benefited the young man. He was not about to question it, however. It was obvious Naruto's plans were larger than anyone present could have realized. In fact, Naruto continued. I'd like to see the bridge she helps to bring about, perhaps a vacation is in order. Vacation? It was Ino who spoke up this time, craning her head back to look at him. At his small smirk she quickly turned away from him, acutely aware of how close they currently were. Of course, you don't think I just lounge about all day, do you? But you don't have a team. She mumbled away from him, just loud enough for the others to hear. You'd just be training then, wouldn't you? My dear little Ino, just because I don't have a team of my own doesn't mean I can't go on missions. Just last week I accompanied the lovely Takebetsu Jounin Mitarashi Anko on a very well-paying B rank. I had a lot of fun with that one, actually. I'll have to see if she'd like to do it again soon. Unlike the women in the room, Inoichi was more scared than surprised by the news. He and Anko had worked together for some time. Not as long as she had worked with Ibiki, mind you, but certainly long enough to know better than to get on her bad side. Her being friendly with Naruto was not a pleasant thought, especially when despite the truce-like situation that had finally come about, they had been dragged onto his bad side yet again. If Anko was one of those supporting him, it would certainly explain why he could be so vicious. "You went on a B rank?" asked Ino. Her team had done nothing but D rank so far. "I did." He nodded. It probably should have been a C rank, but the client was simply offering too much money. "Lucky," pouted the girl. "You'll get a chance, Ino. Before you know it you'll be getting promotions and going on whatever missions strike your fancy." She gave a snort. "Doubt it, Shikamaru's too damn lazy for us to ever take on better missions and I'm pretty sure enemies could bribe Choji with food. Then you've got your work cut out for you. You'll need to help your sensei turn them into proper shinobi. I suppose." Naruto grinned. "But girl." He ran his fingers through her hair as if she were a pet, much to her own embarrassment. The cough from Inoichi brought attention to him. "I do hope Anko didn't cause too much trouble during the mission. She's not known to have much self-control." "Don't worry about it, I've spent enough time with her to know how she is. Besides, the chance to share a bed with her our hotel provided was worth any trouble she may have caused me." Ino and her mother blushed deeply, while Inoichi looked to be on the verge of a heart attack. Kushina, on the other hand, had retreated completely into her mind, struggling to come to terms with what she had just heard her son say. They would stay in similar states until dinner ended and they parted ways. Inoichi and his wife would quickly recover in the refuge of their guest home. Kushina would still be thinking about it when she returned to her empty compound, and Ino, who knew Anko from her father's work, would continue to blush until late the next morning. Naruto, however, would completely forget he had even mentioned it as he made his way to the den to inform Sai that an opportunity to conquer the wave had already shown itself. He had more important things on his mind than dinner conversations, after all. He'd said it before and he'd say it again, he was too damn old for this shit. It seemed that everything was spinning wildly out of control these days, and every time a situation settled it was hit by something new that started it all over again. No, that wasn't quite right, because it was the world around Naruto that was spinning out of control. Even when the boy wasn't directly involved most of his troubles led back to him in some way. That's not to say he was blaming the boy, oh no. Naruto had done quite well over the years, and while Sandaime had made mistakes of his own when it came to him he was, in the end, pretty satisfied with the way things turned out. Was the massacre a complete mess? Yes. Has interrogating Naruto been a bad idea? Most definitely, but things worked out well enough afterwards despite the regret he still felt. Was the situation with the Yamanaka unfortunate? Yes, things had been quite bad, but the clan had accepted it and so it was out of Hirazen's hands. Nearly every issue had, in some way, turned out alright. Not in a preferable manner, but one that he could accept. And now Kushina looked to be on the verge of undoing most of it. Though few knew it, the takeover of the Yamanaka had made the other clans rather uneasy. If Kushina continued to push he wouldn't be surprised to see the other clans band together against her. Luckily, she had at least some reason to go after the Yamanaka and he didn't know of any other clan that may have angered her. Actually, he did, but the Senju was made up of one member and she could take care of herself. Well, no, she couldn't, she had to rely on that poor apprentice of hers Kato Shizune to take care of her. The clan still respected the Senju name, but most of them had lost respect for Tsunade. So long as Kushina targeted only Tsunade and left the clan out of things, then the other clans would have no reason to make any sort of move against her. He could only hope, then, that Kushina didn't do something rash. Or, rather, didn't do yet another thing rashly. It would seem in her hurry to do things she had only created more problems for herself, problems that spawned more problems as she tried to rush through those too. It was just a vicious circle. And he really wanted no part in it. Maybe he could find himself a successor sometime soon. It was only briefly that he felt guilty at the thought of leaving this mess to some other unfortunate soul, but in the end he was certain a fresh perspective could do a lot of good for the problem. At least, that's what he'd use if the council asked him about current affairs. Of course, there was still the issue of the replacement itself. Unfortunately, the list of possible candidates was rather small. Tsunade had the strength and probably knew how to do the job, but she really didn't have the drive or the reliability that would be necessary. Also, with the clans not holding much respect for her, it would be difficult for her to properly lead Konoha. Jiraiya, Konoha's spymaster, was a pretty good choice. He could be serious when he needed to be and had contacts all throughout the elemental nations. Unfortunately Kunoichi didn't care much for him and it was necessary for him to travel often in order to maintain his spy network. The fact that his student had once held the position and his old teammate had coveted it would probably keep him from accepting. Kakashi was almost strong enough but didn't quite have the necessary mentality for running the village. He could manage, of that he was sure, but probably not well. And that was the best case scenario. Other than that there was. Well, no one really. Anzo was too old for the position and a little too keen on war for Hirazen's liking, but other than him, there wasn't anyone who could take up the position of Hokage. Hell, at this point he might be better off making Orochimaru the Hokage. Jiraiya mentioned that his old student had created his own hidden village, and while details were scarce, it showed that he was better suited than anyone currently in Konoha. That was quite troubling, actually. It looked like he'd be here for quite a bit longer if that was the case. But, if he was stuck here, maybe he could start training someone else for the position. Just because no one currently fits the criteria didn't mean he couldn't change that with his own 2 hands. Maybe his son would be well suited for the position. He had been one of the 12 ninja guardians, after all, and had connections to the Imperial Fire Court. With a starting like that he'd just need to get a bit stronger and learn more about politics. Perhaps if he could convince him that Konoha politics was like shogi his son would be willing to learn. Naruto completely ruined that like an invisible third player with no knowledge of the rules, but his son didn't need to know that just yet. Yes, things were looking up. Hiruzen couldn't wait to retire again. Chapter 26. Doubt. It had been months, many months, in fact, it had been well over a year, and yet she had absolutely nothing of value to show for it. Sure, it had paid well, and she had been able to train to get back up to and a bit past her old skill level, but that's not what she had wanted. She had to be the worst spy ever because despite her cover there was nothing for her to actually spy on. At this point she had little more than names for the members of this organization, and who knew how many underlings were in the village alone. She was certain there had to be spies of their own peppered throughout the world, reporting anything even remotely interesting. If the daimyo of Kaminari no Kuni choked on his yakitori during lunch, Pain would probably know about it. She doubted he really cared, but he would know nonetheless. And while she'd like to deny it, that was pretty damn impressive, far more impressive than her own work. Hell, she was supposed to know more than any save Pain and Zetsu, and yet she had no idea why they were supposed to be capturing Biju. If Pain was to be believed it had something to do with world peace, but that was just ridiculous. No, Zetsu had mentioned the Juubi, the original Biju, but even then what was the point? Madara, or at least the bastard who claimed to be him, was supposed to be resurrected later, but once again no one had seen fit to inform her as to why. She really couldn't see the point of bringing her into this plot in order to have yet another person working in the shadows of Akatsuki when no one would inform her of the work that needed to be done. Briefly, she had to wonder if Zetsu was somehow unable to use the resurrection technique or if Madara just wanted an uchiha to bring him back rather than a talking plant. She really wouldn't blame him for that reason. Of course, it was just as likely, she supposed, that he didn't fully trust the plant to actually attempt to bring him back. Like with many other things involved in this plan, she was completely ignorant as to why the two of them were working together and what their history was. Fortunately, she could console herself with the thought that even if she did, she doubted Naruto would really be all that interested and, in the end, she had joined this group to keep an eye out for him. So far it didn't look like they were going to be a direct threat to him unless they tried using him to draw out his sister, but even then they had no real reason to kill him. Capturing him would draw her attention and keeping him alive might keep her complacent. Once they had her they really had no use for him anymore. Chances were pretty good that they would release him, but even if it came down to it, she could always step in and take him for her own. Only Zetsu would protest that, and that was simply because he'd miss out on being able to devour his corpse. But there wouldn't be a corpse, not while she drew breath, so Zetsu would have to look elsewhere if it ever came to that. And again, the entire point of this was to keep a situation like that from happening. For that to work, however, she had to keep him informed of their movements, and therein lies one of her biggest problems. They weren't doing anything. A bounty here, a mission for a village there, nothing they did so far was for any purpose other than increasing the funding they had at their disposal. Oh, Naruto-kun, we killed some fucker for money today, isn't that exciting? Like that would be of any real help to the boy. No, she had absolutely nothing of real value to send to the boy. She could, however, supply the names and general goal, no matter how stupid it sounded of those within the organization. She could probably supply a little about each one of their personalities and a bit about their motives, but even that would be mostly speculation. It was still better than nothing, she supposed. There was still the matter of getting him the letter, but she could figure something out. After all, just about anything was better than lying around the damn tower all day. If there was one thing about Hyuga Neji it was his belief in fate. Now, belief in fate wasn't unusual amongst the Hyuga, they all, to some degree, believed in it just as they had for countless generations. For how could they have remained so strong for this long, was it not their fate to do so? No, his belief in fate was perfectly normal, it was, however, the degree to which he took those beliefs that set him apart from the others. Comparing Neji to even the most devout believer in fate was like comparing a fanatic zealot to someone who had never heard of such things as fate. In his faith he had no equal. That in itself was not a bad thing. In fact, the entirety of the main family found it to be rather beneficial, and even in the branch such belief would not be frowned upon. There was, however, another problem. Neji didn't just believe in fate, he believed that he knew the will of fate. Almost like some kind of prophet. But he wasn't a prophet and everyone knew that. Everyone but him. Again, the main family benefited from this as his belief that it was their fate to lead him and his fellow members of the branch family kept him loyal, but he was not so accepted by the branch family. There were plenty of whispers about him being the lapdog of the elders whenever he was out of earshot. And most unfortunately, it was not just the branch family that whispered such. However, as pathetic as this was to an outside observer, she found the arrangement suited her just fine when she came across him while wandering the halls of the compound. Neji. He bowed to her even before he saw her face. The voice alone had been more than enough to tell him who spoke. Hanabi-sama. There was resentful poison in his words that she picked up on clearly enough and she found it difficult to keep from smirking at the pathetic creature before her. He was supposed to be a Hyuga, noble and proud, and yet he was no more than a dog that sat by their feet. What's worse was that he had the potential to be like the other branch members who served with pride and dignity, but the arrogance of his own beliefs held him back and bound him to those he hated most. It served to amuse her to no end. Tell me, Neji, have you noticed anything strange with your fellow branch members lately? His scowl grew larger at the reminder of his status, but he answered nonetheless. I admit they do seem to be acting oddly as of late. And you wouldn't happen to know why now, would you? No, Hanabi-sama. I would not. The response brought a slight frown to her lips. Neji wouldn't dare think to lie to any member of the main family, especially not her father, so he must have been speaking the truth. And here she was hoping it would be easier for her to figure out what was going on. Perhaps that was wrong. It would still be just as easy, it would simply take longer. That's both unfortunate and unacceptable. Something isn't right and I want to know what. I'm leaving this to you, Neji. Whatever other tasks you had before mean nothing now unless they come from the mouth of my father. I expect an explanation soon. Of course, Hanabi-sama. Will that be all? She gave a quick nod which he answered with a deep bow. Then by your leave. As she watched him walk away she couldn't help but wonder if he would be the best person to use for such a task. He was loyal, certainly, but he was not well received by those he would need to be near to uncover the truth she desired. Perhaps one of the maids could be made to talk after a few activations of the cage bird seal. It would certainly prove faster though, at the same time, that would make things far too easy for her cousin. She'd just have to save that plan for after he'd failed his task and been properly punished. And if he actually managed to find out for her? Well, he should know better than to keep her waiting, she'd just have to reteach him. It had completely fallen apart and somewhere, deep down, Kushina knew she should have expected it. He had been right, of course, she didn't look into the situation anywhere near as deeply as she should have and instead jumped headfirst into the situation using only what she had heard from others. They had all underestimated her son and because of it she had too. And for that she deserved her failure with the Yamanaka, accepted it, and now she needed to go after those who had really caused her family these problems. The mindwalkers had been far too obvious, and she saw that now. Even though Ino had seemed genuinely terrified by the thought of being given to Naruto, and even more so when he dragged her into his lap, it was clear that the clan wasn't about to lift a finger against him and that he was perfectly comfortable with a broken clan. Of course, if she couldn't blame the Yamanaka for her son's distance from his family and offering them to him wasn't going to repair the rift between them, then it would reason that someone else had been the cause of her divided family. To Kushina, there was only one person who really could have been to blame. Senju fucking Tsunade. She had left Naruto in Konoha, trusting that the slug Sannin would keep an eye on his health and keep her informed. Instead the woman had remained silent and Naruto had not only ended up in the hospital twice, but had managed to start a miniature war within Konoha. And Kushina wanted answers. The path to the Senju compound had been taken by her countless times and she didn't even need to think about her destination for her feet to take her there. As it would seem, just in time, too. Tsunade's apprentice, one Kato Shizune, was just leaving the compound when she arrived. Looking at a piece of paper in her hand, likely a shopping list, she didn't see Kushina vanish in a burst of speed to appear next to her holding open the gate. Good morning, Shizune-san. The way she spoke was cheerful, but something about it put the startled medic on edge. Ah, Kushina-san. I'm sorry, I didn't see you there. She took a moment to notice how Kushina was keeping the compound gate from closing and gave an almost resigned sigh. That's fine, Shizune-san. Is Tsunade available? The smile on her face was usually pleasant, but it seemed distinctly malicious to the young woman today. She should be. Hesitating, she puzzled over the situation. She really should be helping Tsunade avoid the woman simply because Tsunade was her master, but she had been avoiding this for far too long. The sooner the two of them got this over with, the sooner they could focus on something important like Naruto. Gods above, the two of them seemed to forget what this was all actually about. Why don't you just head on in? I'm sure she wouldn't mind seeing a familiar face after so long. Kushina, understanding that the medic wasn't going to stop her attempt anyway. She knew well enough that the woman stood no chance against her, gave a much more pleasant smile. I think I'll do just that. Have a pleasant day, Shizune-san. I would recommend taking a bit of time for yourself, Tsunade, and I have a lot of catching up to do. The last part was practically growling, but Shizune made no mention of it. Ah, yes. I've been pretty busy lately, maybe I'll go visit some friends, and with that the apprentice of the slug Sannin quickly made her escape. Kushina gave a pleased grin at the sight of the retreating medic. She had always thought she was a nice girl, but after that she really liked the young woman. Maybe she could convince Tsunade to give her apprentice to Naruto in order to make amends. Shizune was an attractive young woman with a good head on her shoulders, having her close to her son would make it far easier to re-enter her son's life. Placing that thought with the other ideas that revolved around the return of her son, she instead focused back on the task at hand. Her smile once more became malicious. Oh yes, it was time for a little chat with Tsunade. The compound gate closed behind her with a satisfying click, and it took her almost no time to cross the stone path to the main building of the Senju compound. The main room and kitchen were, as expected, empty, but the office and bedroom where she expected to find a hangover Sannin were too. That, admittedly, was new. For as long as she had known the woman, she had fallen asleep at her desk surrounded by empty bottles, or had managed to make it to her bed usually by Shizune's efforts, she would imagine to sleep long into the morning. Hopefully this simply meant that Tsunade was awake and not that she had managed to escape while she spoke with Shizune. If that was the case, however, she had to give props to the young medic for managing to seem cooperative as she actively acted against her. She'd be upset with the girl, sure, but she'd still really like her. After all, there weren't many who would go against the matriarch of the Uzumaki clan, especially when they knew how outmatched they were. Yes, she'd be quite irritated, but her respect for Shizune would only be increased. That thought, however, would prove to be pointless to pursue, as stepping into the back garden allowed her to spot the woman she was seeking. Legs folded beneath her, Tsunade sat calmly on the back porch as she stared at the Senju gardens. A drink, as expected, was in her hand, but what Kushina had trouble believing was the fact that it wasn't sake. The Uzumaki couldn't remember ever seeing the woman drink anything else, even water, and yet here she sat with a cup of tea. Temporarily her rage was replaced by a disbelieving confusion, and she wondered briefly if she wasn't caught in some odd genjutsu. A pulse of chakra told her that this was real, she was dreaming, or she was in a genjutsu she could never hope to break free from. She couldn't decide which thought brought the most comfort. I'm going to assume it's you, Kushina. Tsunade didn't turn to look at her, but Kushina didn't need to see her face to feel the aura of defeat around the woman. Strangely, she suspected that the defeat the last Senju was feeling had absolutely nothing to do with the fact that she had been found. It is. Her eyes had narrowed as she returned to the anger that bubbled beneath her skin. Dream, genjutsu, her reality, it was the fault of this woman that she didn't have a son anymore. She immediately struck that thought from her head. She still had a son, he simply wasn't hers at the moment. But she'd make sure that changed. Soon. Already it had been far too long since she had held her baby in her arms. Hell, it had been too long the day after they had left Konoha. Now, over 4 years later, there was nothing else she could think of that she desired more. Then this is probably about Naruto. The woman gave a deep sigh. Probably should have asked Shizune to stick around, she's actually seen the kid. Kushina's vision went red. You mean you haven't even seen him in the past 4 years? The hiss that left her lips would have put Orochimaru and all his summons to shame. Not once. She didn't even attempt to deny it. Shizune's met him a few times, I've heard. Supposedly they're on decent terms. It was only recently that I learned she knew him. A humorless chuckle escaped her throat. I was angry at first, you know, I had thought she'd bring him here knowing that I needed to see him, but I can't blame her for not bringing him. Hell, I can't blame him for not coming. Did I honestly expect him to not be suspicious of a Sannin who he had no known connections to wanting to meet him? Her blood continued to boil as the calmness off Tsunade drained the red from her vision. Idly, she made note that Naruto already had connections to Shizune, and offering her as a gift was likely to go over just as well as the Yamanaka heiress had. So you didn't even look? Tsunade shook her head, still not turning to face the woman. No. I arrived a day late due to some collectors that were after me. By then Naruto was in the hospital and I didn't learn that for quite some time. She gave a snort. It was actually because of Shizune that I learned that at all. I thought he was living in the compound until she made mention of a thief she had met while shopping. The thief my son was reduced to a fucking thief. Another snort left Tsunade. Reduced? No, Shizune told me that the kid was damn skilled, a born shinobi. She was impressed with him, I was terrified. And yet you sat here in the compound doing nothing. Accused Kushina. She was so used to the Sannin being quick to anger. Was simply being sober enough to keep her so calm when faced with an angry mother. As much as Kushina wanted to start screaming and attacking the woman, she could not find it within herself to surrender to her rage when the most irritable of Sannin sat calmly before her. I acted then, but for all the good it did it might as well have been nothing. Kurenai and myself got into an argument, you know, about whose duty it was to look after the kid. In the end we decided that the kid could look after himself but needed someone to check up on him. Your plan, I believe. Kurenai was going to send him here to the compound when she found him so that he could live with us here. I wasn't going to baby him, wasn't even going to get close to him, but he would have been provided for. But he never stepped foot here, did he? No. I don't actually know what happened on Kurenai's side, I haven't spoken to her since. Tsunade admitted. I can't fucking believe you. He's your godson. How can you sit there so calmly and tell me you did nothing to help him? Because it's the truth. I should have checked up on him and then left him to his own devices, but I didn't. Every day I put it off, my guilt grew just a little bit and I drank more to compensate. By the time I realized it I had drunk away for years. I could have accepted that. Kushina growled. It would have been better than nothing, but you didn't even give him a fucking checkup. That was the entire reason I wanted you here, to make sure he was okay. He wasn't. Those two words were enough to make Kushina freeze. The next sent her to her knees. Your leaving made it worse. What? No, it couldn't be. She refused to believe it. She left to protect him from the Kyuubi's chakra and the harmful effects it may have had on his chakra system. It was too late to stop him from being affected, it always was. 2 years ago he went through chakra withdrawal and Yakushi Kabuto examined him. Apparently being conceived in a Jinchuriki caused his body to be dependent on the chakra of the Kyuubi. And no. I'm not sure if it was good or bad that you locked him out of the compound. Allegedly some of the Kyuubi's chakra from the defenses ended up in his seal, and because of it, he was able to go for 2 years before succumbing to withdrawal. If he had access to the compound he wouldn't have made it, and yet, at the same time, we would have learned sooner. You'd have been back. Kushina ignored the way that seemed to indicate it all went back to her. Tsunade could have figured it out, even if the compound had been unlocked, that was the whole reason she was in Konoha again after all these years. In fact, it was a good thing she forgot to add Naruto to the compound after the reset because it kept him going for so long in her absence. She ruthlessly squashed the part of her that reminded her that Tsunade had just pointed out that the 2 years would have been unnecessary had he not been attacked by the compound security features as she jumped back to her feet, anger surging through her veins once more. I would have been back if you had just checked up on him like you were supposed to. It was just as true as what Tsunade had spoken. In fact, both of them were right because they were both in the wrong. Only one of them had come to terms with it. That first day you would have picked him up from the academy, looked him over, and sent for me. Hell, you could have sent Shizune after us and we would have been back by the next morning. Does it really matter at this point? It's done, we can't change that. What, so you're just going to forget about it? This is your fault. And what would you have me do? Shot back Tsunade. Ever since I learned the true extent of my mistakes I've stopped drinking and have tried to think of a way to make things up to him. At this point, there's nothing I can do. I may have had a chance, you know, if he had ever been told about me before you left. According to Shizune he had no idea I was his godmother. Maybe if he had she'd have been able to convince him to visit me at least once. Then again, I've already said it, there's nothing we can do now but deal with the mess we've made. The mess you've made. Kushina insisted. You were supposed to introduce yourself to him when you returned. If I hadn't asked you to return it's unlikely you ever would have and we both knew it. He was unlikely to ever meet you and bringing it up would have made him suspicious. And my arrival was out of my hands, what are you going to do now, hunt down the debt collectors and blame them for all of this? Nothing here happened on purpose, but it happened nonetheless. You getting angry at me doesn't help Naruto and it doesn't help you. You expect me to just forget about all this? Forget about the fact that your inaction has cost me my son. It was your love for your son that ended up costing you him. You were in such a hurry to make sure he was safe that you left him more vulnerable than ever. We're both to blame, because between the two of us and a lot of bad luck, Naruto has ended up suffering. I did everything I could for him. And it wasn't enough. I've lost him too. He was my godson and I could have had another family member. Now, because I was so scared of making new attachments, I've lost that chance. You, however, still have one. Don't waste it by spending your time on me, go get your son back. Tsunade didn't need to see Kushina to know her eyes had narrowed. I will, and I promise you now that after I do you'll never see any of the Uzumaki ever again. With that said she stormed out of the compound. Still facing the garden, Tsunade's tears went unseen. Naruko had to admit that whatever she had been expecting, this was far, far worse than she had imagined. Tazuna had spoken of Gato's iron grip on the country, but she had not thought about what these people would really be going through. Trash-filled broken streets just as much as the homeless did. Houses, those still standing, were falling into disrepair as those that were not housed huddling squatters that did their best to make do with whatever they could scavenge. Misery filled the air here, just like the thick oily smoke she could smell coming from somewhere she couldn't see. Hope and fear alike lit in the eyes of all who saw them, but in the end they were not approached. "This is horrible," she muttered. The woman she was escorting, Tsunami, daughter of their client, could only nod sadly. Gato has been destroying this country, and he isn't likely to stop anytime soon. When he's bled us dry, he'll tear everything down and build it up how he pleases. How can he get away with this? He controls the economy here, and the daimyo has been silent since before his arrival. As long as he doesn't openly start slaughtering the populace, no one is going to step in to stop him. So he slowly kills you all. At first, he gave us the chance to flee, but most of us couldn't part with our homes and all that we and our families have worked so hard for over generations. I can't help but think it would be better that way. You can't just give up," declared Naruko. "And we didn't, but now, with our hope gone, many have. The difference is if we had left sooner, we'd already have new lives somewhere else. We wouldn't suffer, our children wouldn't suffer. There's nothing wrong with giving up if it's better for you and your family in the end. Who can count all those who have sacrificed their own dreams to help those they cared for?" "I suppose you're right," frowned Naruko. "But I still don't like it." "Neither do we, but it could be worse." "Worse?" "He's hired an A-rank treasonous shinobi from Kiri to hunt your father down and end the last chance your country has of ever recovering. How can it be worse?" Tsunami stopped there in the street and turned to look the young girl in the eyes. "I could be a slave right now, violated for the pleasure of those who are destroying our country. Inari could be in a labor camp or be used as a practice dummy for the forces of Gato. They could torture families in view of each other, even as they had their way with the women. Our homes could be set alight while we shiver together during the night. No, things could be far worse if the men Gato hired weren't kept on such a tight leash." Silence settled between them as Naruko tried to come to terms with what she had just been told. All of those really were far worse than what was happening, but would people really do that to one another? She liked to think there was good in everybody, even if only a little, but for Tsunami, to even suggest such things made it abundantly clear that not only were there people willing to do that, but many of them were around them as they spoke. It was not a comforting thought. "So, Gato keeps them controlled?" "No." Tsunami shook her head, and the two of them began walking again. Moments later she pointed to a man wearing a mask walking down the street. "They do." Another identical man was walking the other direction, and Naruko became aware of more perched randomly on buildings as their gaze swept over the town. Further up the street, two more accompanied a small group of thugs at one of the collapsed homes. Several villagers, likely representing the various families that had sought refuge within, stood by the doorway, speaking with the lead thug. She was painfully aware of the small bags that were passed to the man by the villagers. The man weighed them in his hands before grinning and tossing them to his companions with a bark of laughter. Turning, the group moved away only to stop at the next house and repeat the process. "Who are they?" "The wolves," answered Tsunami. "They were hired by Gato before Zabuza was." "They work for Gato. Why?" Tsunami had no real answer as she shrugged. "He pays them, I suppose. There may be more to it, but why else do people work for others than to put food on their tables? But if he's paying them, why would they keep the others in line? No one knows for sure. They work for him alright, collecting Gato's taxes and going after those who oppose him, but there are those who claim to have been helped by the wolves at some point. They acknowledge Gato's control over this area, but work to ensure those in the area aren't taken advantage of by Gato's hired muscle. But if Gato was to order it, I would expect them to tear through everything here like a true pack of wolves and devour everything in sight. They are Gato's enforcers, but they are a fair group who keep our small town running. If not for them, most of these families would have already been dragged away for one reason or another. Why would they care though? If I had to guess, it's to keep their employment. The longer they're needed, the more they're paid in the end. All of this just for money? That's the world." As Naruko watched a man present what must have been his teenage daughter to a man in a wolf mask, only to be given a large bag of coins in return, she felt her stomach churn. The man had run away immediately after, even as the tears fell down his daughter's cheeks. The wolf, unmoved by the display, placed his arm on the small of the girl's back and began leading her away. This wasn't right. Nothing in this place was right. But the wolves, had Ino not spoken of them, and in conjecture with her brother? If these were the same wolves as in Konoha, then was there more to Konoha than she knew, a darker side she hadn't dared to imagine? And if there was, how involved was her beloved brother? Chapter 27. As luck would have it. The guards had not been doubled but tripled, security being bumped up to levels never before seen by her clan. And yet they had still found their way inside. In a situation identical to the last, she was clad in little more than a sleep robe when she came down from her bedroom to find the representative sitting on the couch once more, 2 wolves flanking her. Had the representative of the wolves been male, she may have suspected that they were doing this on purpose, but she couldn't rule out the possibility that the young woman was hoping to get a nice little eyeful. She hoped, however, that such wasn't the case. Because while it may have given her more options for negotiation, it could also turn things very awkward very quickly. She hated politics enough as it was, she had no desire for them to become more uncomfortable. Taking a seat on one of her other couches, she idly noticed that her companion had settled himself into the couch between both groups and made himself comfortable. Evidently, he had decided after the first meeting that these 3 weren't an actual threat to his household. Of course, being the faithful companion he was, he had thoughtfully placed himself between them and his partner. Luckily, the couch meant he didn't have to sacrifice comfort to do so. Soom could have sworn the 2 guards almost seemed amused by it. The nameless representative, however, seemed as calm and collected as always. They all sat in silence for a moment, Kuromaru staring at the wolves and the representative locking eyes or eyeholes, in this case with the matriarch of the Inyazuka. Silence, unfortunately, had little to do with their business at the moment. As such, it was quickly broken by a soft feminine voice. Soom, alpha of the Inyazuka pack, you have been provided with time most ample. Have you come yet upon a decision? That wasn't even a question, of course she had. Even if she didn't want to admit it, her heart had been set on her choice from the very same day she had first heard the offer. And yet, despite that, she couldn't help the nervousness that bubbled within her. She had been waiting for this day, ready to bring the clan to new heights, but there was an uncertainty that gnawed at the back of her mind and planted seeds of doubt in her heart. This was a perfect opportunity, one that might be too perfect. She didn't actually know the wolves or their goals, what would she really be dragging her clan into? And, more importantly, would her clan be able to handle itself amidst this new world they may find themselves in? That made this feel more akin to a leap of faith than any solid business dealing. She had an idea as to what the rewards might be, but absolutely no idea what the risks were. And yet, her heart remains locked on one option and one option alone. She couldn't even consider the other. I have. The representative seemed distinctly pleased by that, almost as if she knew exactly what she had been thinking. Then tell me, Soom, will the Inyazuka clan be joining our pack of wolves? She hesitated. This was it, the very instant that could change everything regardless of what she chose. But, like the clan heads before her, she couldn't rely solely upon her thoughts. Thinking right now would keep her from doing what needed to be done. No, instead she needed to surrender herself to her instincts and go with what felt right. We will. And those 2 simple words were all it took to shape the future of her clan. It was slightly terrifying to think that it took no more than that to determine the lives of her entire clan. That did not make saying them any less exhilarating. Her clan often referred to the best it had as wolves, but these were not members of her clan. These 3 before her were wolves and her clan were dogs. They belonged outside of Konoha running and hunting, but her clan, domesticated as it was in comparison, belonged within the walls of this great village. And that's why they had been chosen. Those within would act as the voice for those without, acting in their best interest. And, in return, some of the hunt's bounty would be brought within the walls for her clan to share in. Wolves and dogs, working together for no other reason than to take care of their packs and, in time, take care of each other. The packs would remain strong. As they should be. I will inform Tsukiyomi-sama of your decision. I am certain that he will be most pleased with you and your clan. Then there was the mention of the biggest unknown yet. Forget not knowing the goals of the group, she didn't even know the kind of person who was running it, the kind of person she would be working in conjecture with for the foreseeable future. If I am working with your pack, will I ever be able to meet its leader? Tsukiyomi-sama has assigned another to lead his pack, and I am certain the 2 of you will meet together in the future, but I would assume it is Tsukiyomi-sama himself who you would like to meet. It is, but if I might pose a question, why doesn't he run his own pack? She could feel the smile that formed behind her mask. Tsukiyomi-sama is not restricted to command of the pack. The way it was spoken made it sound as if the wolves were only one group that he controlled. Could he have a hand in other organizations within and without the walls of Konoha? The thought that she was now one of those groups sent a shiver down her spine. She was infinitely glad she had decided to side with him, because it very easily could have been the ruin of her clan should he resent her for declining his offer. So you're saying he has others under his control then? Yes, that is correct. You may meet him in the future if this arrangement proves beneficial enough, but that is unlikely to happen for a while yet. Can you tell me what else he has his hands in so I can avoid disrupting his plans? The representative paused and thought. As a general rule, the less she knew was better, even Tsume knew that, but it was still a valid point. they couldn't have the groups tripping over themselves. Hinata was easy enough to direct as her clan was rather private and her group was hidden, so no one needed to worry about her taking an action that could unknowingly, as Hinata wasn't going to purposely cross Naruto, interfere with the movements of another. However, the more that came under Naruto's control, the more they would have to reveal to keep operations going smoothly. I suppose I must. She eventually decided. The Yamanaka are fair game at the moment, as Uzumaki Kushina has derailed his plans concerning them, which means the only group you would need to look out for in Konoha is a certain cult Tsukiyomi-sama has been overlooking. The cult? He's got a cult. Well, no, not him, but he does have the object of said cult and they are being most cooperative. Tsume could honestly say she didn't really want to meet the man anymore. Whoever it was that was pulling these strings, they were not to be trifled with. I see, and where is this cult? Tsume knew, without a doubt, that the representative was smirking. And that, she knew, was not a good sign. The cult currently has its roots within Clan Hyuga. She choked on the air. The Hyuga? That is correct. The cult is rather stagnant at the moment, but that leaves Tsukiyomi-sama time to finish up with the current project of the wolves before he begins fostering greater growth. She was almost afraid to ask. And what was his current project? Don't you remember? He's taking over a country. It wasn't supposed to be done so quickly, but recent developments have rapidly furthered his plans. I expect he'll have full control before the month is out. That's right, she did mention that last time, but he was supposed to be setting up for a takeover, it could have easily taken years. For it to have moved up so fast meant that something was happening. The death of a leader, a revolution, civil war, perhaps. Regardless, he was about to have control of an entire country and all of its resources. While a small country wouldn't be able to go against Konoha, he didn't have to. All those resources could be funneled through clans within the walls to use against other clans. If things went sour, that same clan could flee Konoha and be granted safe haven in a foreign country. If they were lucky, Konoha wouldn't even suspect that the same country had a hand in it. That was absolutely terrifying, but it was made worse by the knowledge that there was a cult of Hyuga and the very same person had control of it. The representative had claimed that her leader, this is Tsukiyomi-sama, had control over a large number of Hyuga, but if there really was a cult, then she could believe it. The Inyazuka were loyal by nature, the Nara lazy, but the Hyuga were practically fanatical. A cult in their midst would be almost the same as new clan leadership, should it spread largely enough. To have the Hyuga, Konoha's strongest remaining clan, backed by a country and executing the will of one man in the village, was something she'd have never considered possible. But it was happening and, now, she was a part of it. By the gods, what have I gotten myself into? The grunt of pain was heard throughout the clearing as another page was turned. The point is to stick to the tree, Sasuke. You're not going to get anywhere if you keep falling off. He didn't need to look to know the last loyal uchiha was glaring at him from his position on the ground. Probably upside down, too. It filled his heart with joy. He really didn't know why he didn't take a team sooner, it was incredibly entertaining to make them hate him, and as proved by the battle with Zabuza, they made excellent handicaps. Perhaps that wasn't too responsible of him, but perhaps you didn't get the memo that Hada Kakashi doesn't care. Besides, it was the brats who wanted to continue in the first place, he'd have happily turned around and locked himself in his home to read more. But no, the Uzumaki needed to help the poor people of the wave and Sasuke was dying to prove himself. Admittedly, he was partly to blame for that, having continuously compared his genin to Naruto who, many higher-ranked shinobi knew, was both a natural and trained part-time, with one Yazuki Yugao throughout his time in the academy, and they didn't seem to take that very well for their own reasons. Was it fair? No. Did the need to prove themselves help them on this mission? No. Was he going to stop? Oh hell no. Hey, Sasuke. Yes, Kakashi-sensei. You know that dance move, the worm? Yes. I bet Naruto could do the worm up that tree while sleeping. You really are a disappointment. The Uchiha's frustrated growl was totally worth it. Now, where was he? Ah, yes, continuing the mission. Sasuke needed to prove himself too, well, he didn't actually know who the Uchiha needed to prove himself to, but he needed to prove himself, and where Broody McBroodster seriously, was that how Obito had seen him? He really hoped not. Went his favorite pink went. On that note, Sakura followed him, too. If it weren't because he didn't feel like dealing with an irate Kushina one he would have to refrain himself from winding up more and getting into a fight with her the consilmemers who kissed the Uchiha's ass they wouldn't even be here. Of course, that also meant that if anything happened to his genin, he was free to get the fuck out and cast the blame on them rather than his irresponsible leadership. Then again, whoever thought giving a group of genin to the man who had spent quite some time running suicide missions to deal with his loss wasn't too bright. If nothing else, he might rub off on the group and that was a rather interesting thought. Not in the Orochimaru kind of way, in which case he would admit that Sakura might grow up well enough, at least in the ass department. Naruko would undoubtedly be gorgeous, but she would, unfortunately, be tied to her mother, which meant she would be off limits, but more to the idea that the village's precious Uchiha and the Uzumaki princess and Jinchuriki daughter of Uzumaki Kushina and his late sensei would be running suicide missions for the hell of it with council member Mabuyuki's daughter. Oh, to see the looks on the concealmember's damn faces if that were to happen. He'd have to keep his Sharingan ready, just in case, because that would be something he'd never want to forget. Of course, his team still had a ways to go before that could happen, but he had time. Lots and lots of time. Though he'd probably use most of it for reading, instead. Oh well, it seemed a fair enough trade to him. Another thud was followed with a grunt of pain as Sasuke fell from his tree once more. Sakura was in a nearby tree cheering him on in a vain attempt to give him the confidence he needed to succeed and gain his affection. He really didn't need any confidence, he had arrogance enough for the entire team, and it likely attributed to his inability to learn tree walking, and if Kakashi's suspicions were correct, the only hope of getting Sasuke's affection were for Sakura to somehow become a younger sister to him. And that certainly wasn't happening anytime soon. Of course, another reason he didn't have it down was likely because he didn't really have anything to push him to be better. Naruko had been taught by her mother and as such had been assigned to guard Tazuna and on occasion his beautiful daughter Tsunami. He'd have to see about tapping that before his team left, which left on Sakura, whose pitiful reserves made it child's play for her to reach the top. He really should be having her walk up and down the tree to increase her reserves or have her attempt water walking, considering where they were. Meh. She'd be fine. Maybe. Then again, with her tiny reserves, even if she got a hold of water walking, she'd quickly be drained and fall back into the water. The look on her face and the glare she'd give him later would be priceless. He'd have to save that one for later, then he could have Sasuke join her. After all, 2 glasses were better than 1. Naruko hadn't mentioned knowing it yet, maybe he'd be lucky and get all 3 of them glaring at him. Of course, speaking of luck, he'd much rather use it towards the Tsunami. Her ass was amazing. Haddock fucking Kakashi. That goddamn bridge builder had managed to obtain the service of Haddock fucking Kakashi himself. If that wasn't a sign of some god's favor, he didn't know what was. Haddock Kakashi grew up during the last war, taught by Namikaze Minato, and even with the drawbacks it had because it was a transplant, the Sharingan in his possession was still fearsome. And then there were all the techniques he had managed to steal using them. There was a damn good reason he was an A rank shinobi, and if he put his mind to it, he could very easily find himself at S rank. By the grace of the gods, however, it would seem that the man wasn't interested in more power and was content where he was. Zabuza couldn't blame him. Hell, if not for the presence of the 3 genin, he had no doubt that Haddock would have been pulling massive jutsu out of his ass and pulverizing the entire clearing they had fought in. He wouldn't have even needed his Sharingan. The sheer number of techniques in his possession and the multitude of ways he could combine them, matched with the fact that he was an incredible shinobi in his own right, meant that, much to his embarrassment, he actually owed those kids his life. If Kakashi hadn't had to protect them, he would be quite dead. But even alive, he still had a major problem. He was going to have to fight him again. Quitting this mission sounded wonderful right now, but his luck wasn't that good. Not only would he lose a lot of face in the eyes of future employers if when word got out, but he knew the resistance was still desperate for funding. He might not care about their cause, but he did care a great deal about Mei. If her group needed money, then he'd get it for them, missing ninja or not. That was, unfortunately, harder than it sounded. Jobs had been scarce and many didn't pay too well because they could get a shinobi from a village for the amount he would prefer. Unlike them, however, Zabuza needed the work and didn't have any other offers to fall back on, which severely cut his pay no matter where he went. This job, however, promised to pay damn well, and he'd finally be able to send some to Mei and her little rebellion. Everything else he had made thus far had been little more than what was required to support himself and his student Haku as they searched for their next job. This had finally made it seem as though his luck was turning around, and then Haddock fucking Kakashi. Had he not been bedridden, he'd probably be rampaging at the moment, taking his anger out on anything he crossed paths with. This, then, was probably for the best. He'd learned early into his shinobi career that slaughtering your client's forces was heavily frowned upon and was one of the fastest ways to get your contract terminated. And Zabuza really couldn't afford that at the moment. Of course, he was also only hired to get rid of the bridge builder, maybe he could send Haku to take care of it. He frowned at that thought. The kid was too soft, he doubted they would really be able to kill the old man. They could, however, abduct them. Maybe Gato would up the pay if he delivered a living Tazuna to him. Not only would he get the pleasure of killing the man himself, but he could make an example of him. Of course, it was entirely possible that a rescue might be staged, but so long as Zabuza was paid he could flee the country and be off in search of his next job before that happened. Though, admittedly, he hadn't seen Haku much lately. His student kept claiming they were gathering herbs, but they had managed to get enough to last a good month on the first outing. Zabuza had a feeling that his luck was still running out. Hell, at this point he wouldn't be too surprised if Haku had ended up making friends with one of the genin. Fuck, with his luck lately the kid had probably fallen in love, too. But next, one of those wolffuckers ruins everybody's plans. At this rate Zabuza half expected it. They were a creepy bunch to begin with and he couldn't figure out their goal. They were being paid far less than he was and he hadn't heard of them before. Something was up and he had no idea what it might be. And, honestly, he really didn't even want to know. No, what he wanted was a couple bottles of sake, a few hookers, and to spend the rest of his days relaxing on some tropical beach. Unfortunately, Zabuza was not that lucky. Because as luck would have it, Mamachi Zabuza had no luck. Delicate fingers trailed over pale flesh unhindered. Candles, few of which were set up around the room, cast a flickering glow of orange in the corners, providing just enough light to see within the darkness of this private chamber. Shivers racked the flesh, soft, shallow breaths leaving from between parted lips, and still the fingers danced their path on ivory canvas. It was a ritual of sorts, one completely unnecessary, but one that was performed nonetheless every time without fail. How could it not? Inch after inch was covered in feathery touches that dared not linger, fleeting from place to place with no real direction. It was to a song that they danced and moved, the excited beating of a new heart. The ritual was the same, the music was the same, but the surface upon which the dancers gilded was new, perfectly new, and it was now that they grew acquainted. It was familiar, yes, as all flesh is, and yet it remained strange, almost alien to the senses. It had all been felt a million times, but not like this. No, this was new, as it always was, and the flesh revealed in the familiar sensation brought new life. It had been a long time since their body had felt like this, not just in the sense of renewed sensations, but in the various changes that didn't need to be seen or felt to be known. They had changed, as they always had, but they remained the same. Days upon days would be spent like this, trailing fingers over smooth skin and over unfamiliar curves, until they were satisfied that they knew every inch of their flesh better than anyone to ever exist. And so it was. The flickering of candles caught the attention of two golden orbs to the picture they surrounded. Of their own will fingers continued to move down taut skin and supple flesh. They were watched by unblinking amethyst eyes. Further they went as every detail of the silent watcher was taken in. Pale skin and crimson hair, eyes like gems and the slightest of smirks. He watched as fingers dipped between toned legs and others trailed up to grasp at mounds of flesh that had not been there the previous week. Soft gasps became breathless pants and the delicate ritual was lost. The want and need grew deep within them at the sight of their watcher, one they had only heard whispers of before. They were whispers no longer. Sweet song filled the heart within a heaving bosom gasping for precious air, and the flesh surrendered to its desires. A voice joined with the silent song, reverberating throughout their private chambers, as a pleasured scream tore its way from the throat and over ruby lips. Orochimaru had found release. But she still wasn't satisfied. 3 days had passed since his dinner with the Yamanaka, and the proper arrangements had been made. Securing a month of leave was simple when one was a reserve of his rank, simply because you weren't expected to be needed anyway. The company of wolves were to escort him to Wave to oversee the execution of the takeover, and afterwards it wouldn't take too much longer for him to be satisfied that Sai had control over the port country. Of course, that meant he'd have 2 weeks left of leave and for good reason. He couldn't just occupy Wave with his forces and expect people to accept it. Gato may have been able to do it for the past few years, but Naruto wasn't looking to hold on to it temporarily, it was going to belong to the wolves until the world ended or someone managed to wipe them all out. No, he'd need backing. There was a thought. He'd been backing all sorts of small groups, but now needed some himself. From someone who could keep other countries at bay. Gato had been happy to deal with everyone, but Naruto simply didn't have those contacts or the know-how for running a business. The larger villages avoided occupying Wave to avoid conflict with each other, but with knowledge of Gato's demise, they'd all rush to occupy the vacuum and secure it for themselves through a third party, of course, but Naruto wouldn't be having any of that. And so, well, they'd have control and that would make the villages hesitate. They wouldn't stay back for long. Hopefully, that hesitation would be long enough. Because while the villages were trying to avoid conflict with each other, the daimyo of the various countries had no such issues between themselves. Once one of the countries had waved, the others would be able to reign in their own villages. Would they like it? No, but they weren't about to try anything when it meant they were risking their ability to trade through Wave. There was really nothing but gain from this situation. A daimyo would be able to use wave to benefit their country's economy, and in return Naruto and the wolves would have the backing of said daimyo if anyone tried to dispute their rule. Of course, it was a bit more complicated than that. One would actually have to declare themselves daimyo of wave and then proceed to be officially recognized by the courts. But he wasn't going to just any court. No, he needed someone who truly could back him, and that meant going to the imperial courts of one of the 6 big countries. With the recognition of just one of the greater daimyo, few would try to dispute it, and those that did would find themselves with financial trouble after wave became closed to them. Once they were recognized, they would as expected enter into a formal alliance with the country to recognize them. The borders between the two would be declared open, and international taxes would be removed from any trade that took place across it. It was likely that a regiment of the daimyo's forces would be posted in the country to both help protect it and ensure that they were complying, but Naruto had nothing to worry about there. He fully intended to work with the daimyo. He lost nothing from such and gained a powerful ally. He knew Gato had a mansion, and he'd probably have it given to the daimyo to serve as both a place to keep his visiting forces and a place for him to stay, should he ever visit. That wasn't likely to happen, not until wave had recovered, at least, but the future was always open, and having a foreign daimyo stay in your country simply because they wanted to ally or not could only cast one in favorable light. The fact that he was aiming at getting a greater daimyo would only serve to make things better for his new country. Or perhaps Ai's new country. He really hadn't decided yet. Sai was leading the wolves there in wave and would continue to do so after it was fully taken over, but he didn't know if Sai could handle or even wanted the position. On the other hand, he really didn't want to be a daimyo right now, either. Sure, it would only really be a name, but names are powerful things. Then again, there was little reason for him not to. Yes, he'd rather become at least a chunin before retiring, but even if he was the daimyo he could continue being a shinobi, especially if no one was made aware of his true identity, save the allied daimyo, of course. That was not something you wanted to keep from them. Not if you wanted their support anyway. He could probably have Mai take the position, but then she'd spend most of her time in wave, and there was a part of him that didn't really like that thought. Kigo, he supposed, was also an option, though not a good one. He'd been proving himself competent, but not only did he not have the necessary experience of leadership or the proper social skills, but he was also of more use to Naruto and his wolves as he was. He was pretty sure Sai called the new position High Captain or something in one of his reports, but he'd honestly only skimmed it. If it was really important it would have been brought immediately to his attention. Besides, it wasn't his idea to make up a handful of new ranks for his wolves, he was fine with them as they were. But if Sai wanted to organize his wolves differently, so be it. He had given him free rein, after all. Naruto-sama. The call of his name broke him from his thoughts, but he did not turn to face the speaker. His purple eyes drifted downwards to the stone marker he stood before, and he frowned. I was supposed to be paying you a visit, and yet here I am thinking about business. Gently he ran his hand over the top of the grey stone, and with a sigh he turned from it. He'd have to visit again when business was concluded and his mind free. At the very least, she deserved his full attention when he came to see her. Is everything ready, Sai? His appointed leader of the wolves gave a nod. Very well, we have a long way to go. Let's be off. Sai fell silently into step behind him as he made his way from the grassy field of the Konoha cemetery and towards the village proper. Everything had come together smoothly, almost too smoothly, but now it was time to finish it. Within a fortnight one of the final steps would be taken. And with just a little luck, Nami no Kuni would be his. Chapter 28. The Wolves of Wave. The chirping of birds mixed with the laughing of children playing on the edges of the park. A cold breeze swept through the flaming branches of gold leaf trees. Truly autumn was the time of the great Konohagakure no Sado. The spot at the stone table, usually cast in the shade of the surrounding trees, was now covered in a warm orange glow, one that would make many smirk at the irony. But it was not the irony of his own seat that brought a smirk to his lips this day. Rather, it was the fact that the empty seat across from him often occupied was not protected from the sun as he usually was. As a result, it received the full light of the sun. Typically the contrasting light and dark of their seats would cause the unknowing observer to make assumptions about good and evil, but those who sat atop those stone seats knew better. Now, both lit to some degree, it better showed the similarities between the two usual occupants. But neither of them truly belonged in the light. Men of shadow, the both of them, they much preferred the true side of the shinobi world and the darkness that filled it. The fantastical land of light was not for them. They would, however, cast themselves as belonging to it so long as it served their purposes. It had long lost its purpose to him, but his younger counterparts still made some use of it. Some, but not much. It would not be long now, he knew, before the light showed the world who it was that really dwelt in the shadows they so feared. That was not today, though, and so the figure gave it little thought. His own preparations had been made decades before and his position was secure. There was no point in speculating the inevitable. He supposed that so too it was that someone like him would come along. A more human part of him whispered that he was being replaced, but he had long ago stopped looking at himself as a human. He was a shinobi, retired or not, and that meant he was a tool. Unlike other tools, however, he was more than capable of wielding himself properly. In fact, he was able to wield other tools as well. And that's what separated the tools that could be discarded and the tools that were vital. He was vital. But not for long. Never before had the realization of his own mortality struck him as greatly as it had when he first laid eyes upon the boy that resembled him so much. And when he first shared words with that boy, he had become convinced that there was another like him, that this world they called their own had spawned yet another to reside in the true shadows of the shinobi world. He was nearing the end of his life. He knew this, he had always known this, and that simple fact was constantly at the back of his mind. He was ending, but the boy had just started, almost as if the universe itself was working to ensure there was always someone firmly planted in the shadows. It was then he realized how replaceable he was in the grand scheme of things. He could struggle all he wanted, but one day he would pass and one day after he would be completely forgotten. And that's when the preparations started. Changing his own organization structure to be more loose and adaptable as his counterparts was. He knew not if the boy had done it himself deliberately or if it was a simple matter of employing what he found to work best for his own goals, but what he did know was the structure he had chosen to employ worked only if there was a strong figure guiding it. Without him it would all fall apart. And that wasn't acceptable. Just the thought that Konoha had such a weakness in the form of one man that would destroy the roots and see the great tree toppling over horrified him. He had actually become a liability through his actions, and his very existence was a danger to the village that didn't even know how much it relied on the roots hidden in the darkness of the shinobi world. For that reason they couldn't rely on a single leader after his passing, as there was no one available that could do so and would have to be able to act independently. While his emotional training hadn't completely removed that ability, it had severely limited it. A worthwhile trade-off when he had first begun, now it was proving to be a large problem. One he still wasn't completely certain how to fix. And don't even get him started on the issues that would arise when the seals placed on his agents deactivated upon his death. Keeping them all loyal would be hard enough if it failed while he was alive, but dead. There would be very little other than his indoctrination to keep them loyal, but without a leader that was almost useless. There was also that whole thing about being able to divulge any information they pleased to whomever struck their fancy. No, unless he figured out a way to solve his problems, then his death would officially mark the end of Root. His lifetime dream was supposed to last far longer than his lifetime. Good morning, Danzo Dono. So distracted had he been by his thoughts that he had failed to notice anyone's approach. Had he been a decade or two younger he'd be kicking himself right now, but he really couldn't find it within him these days. He was a shinobi, yes, but also an old man. Balance would be necessary. Turning his attention to the young lady that slipped into the stone seat across from him, he couldn't help but think she looked familiar, and it took only a moment to place her. Ah, my. It's been a while. It is indeed a beautiful morning. That it has, Danzo Dono, that it has. May I ask what brings you to visit an old man such as myself on this fine day? Thankfully, she gave a soft smile. Not business. With Naruto-sama personally involved with the wolves and their operations at the moment, there hasn't been much I've needed to do, and I figured I'd take a walk. Knowing that Naruto often visited you for a few games I thought I'd stop by. The way she spoke to him felt as though she was declaring herself his equal, and the mention that Naruto was only with the wolves at the moment pointed to her having been appointed a position of command over them. The fact that she referred to Naruto as being above her, though, made it feel as though she was saying the boy was of greater status than him. He wasn't sure if he should be amused or irritated by that. I see. And what might Naruto be doing that keeps him from being able to stop by himself? Oh, you know, taking over a country. He paused for only a moment. My, that was quick. That's Naruto-sama. Danzo inclined his head. Indeed. So, about that game. It would be nice to play against someone new. She gave him a smile. Great, I've already beaten the rest of the wolves and can't find anyone to give me a good challenge. Even Naruto? He and the boy were pretty evenly matched. If she was better than him then chances were he was about to lose to a girl, not even through her maturity. He may have been an old man, but he still had his pride. Naruto-sama doesn't actually like the game, I haven't convinced him to play against me yet. That was certainly unexpected. But it brought a small grin to his face. Naruto was certainly an interesting one. Mitarashi Anko was bored and, as anyone in Konoha could attest, that was not a good thing. The bored Anko was a dangerous Anko. Of course, at the moment they had nothing to worry about, seeing as she was currently lying face down on her couch. The television was on, turned to a random program she hadn't bothered to identify, providing some measure of background noise to the otherwise silent apartment. Lazily her feet kicked back and forth in the air as she released a restless sigh. Days like this were extremely rare for the purple-haired woman, or, rather, they had been. Ever since Kurenai had gotten herself a team, this occurrence became more and more frequent. She helped her friend train her team on some days, which kept her busy, but when she wasn't needed that day, she could no longer bother the Genjutsu mistress. There was little work for her to do these days at the T&I division, and there weren't often missions suited to her tastes for her to bring Naruto on. Not that it would have helped at the moment even if there were missions, as he had vanished. That was a bigger problem than the lack of missions, honestly, because she could have always gone to bother him in his home. Lazing about on his couch was better simply because she wasn't alone. Even if the two of them kept silent during her visit, it was far preferable to remaining in her own home alone. She tried to visit his home earlier, actually, but because no wolf greeted her she couldn't exactly get in, and there wasn't anybody within to answer the door. She had hoped that even if Naruto wasn't available, she might be able to spend some time with one of his wolves, like that cute young woman that seemed to almost always be with him. She was probably with him now, in fact, but it hadn't stopped Anko from hoping she might be able to spend some time trying to embarrass the girl with talk of Naruto. She was normally so reserved and stoic, but once Naruto was brought up she was just so easy to tease. And it was fun, too. Even Kurenai would go out of her way to do it, and she was always trying to be so serious. Of course, none of this did anything to change the fact that Anko was still bored out of her mind. Flipping onto her back with a huff, she crossed her arms over her chest and gave a pout to the impassive ceiling above her. There wasn't anybody she could visit, they hadn't had new prisoners at work in a while, and she'd already gotten bored with the older ones, and, worst of all, there wasn't anything she could blow up. Not right now, anyway. Until she got her next paycheck she couldn't go purchase a bunch of exploding tags and detonate them randomly within a training ground or one of Konoha's surrounding forests. There was something satisfying about a good explosion, but it was made even better when Anbu were running about trying to figure out if the village was under attack. No one to bleed, nothing to blow up, she didn't even have enough left to go buy dango at this point, stuck with whatever was in her fridge. Seeing as she usually ate out a probable source of her money issues, there wasn't much there. Naruto probably had stuff in his fridge, or at least within his cabinets. Gods above his wolves would never let him be wanting for anything they could possibly provide him, she knew that much. The only problem there was, of course, getting in. And again, when has Mitarashi Anko ever backed down from a challenge? The wolves were likely with Naruto, and Mai was off somewhere, probably wherever Naruto was, which meant there was no one who was going to try to stop her. Grinning broadly at her amazing plan, Anko grabbed her shinobi gear and raced out the door to Naruto's apartment. She would be found well into her attempted break-in by returning Mai, who, shaking her head at the woman, would hand her a spare key. It would be a spectacular failure, but at least she wasn't bored. And for that, Konoha was grateful. Senbon of ice crashed against chains of chakra and clattered to the ground in an ever-growing pile. Next to her, Sasuke's eyes darted about furiously to predict their opponent's next position. 1 o'clock, second level. Chains burst towards the designated mirror only to just miss their mark. The few senbon they had managed to throw in that instant joined its brothers and sisters on the cold concrete of the unfinished bridge. What had started as a one-sided match of Sasuke versus Abusa's apprentice had become a battle of attrition when Naruto arrived to join the fray. With her Uzumaki's stamina and the ability to stop the countless senbon, she could keep this up indefinitely. Sasuke, on the other hand, could not. His Sharingan, unmatured and newly awakened, sucked chakra at an ungodly rate and threatened to completely drain him far sooner than was helpful. And if Sasuke was to fall, Naruto's ability to block the incoming senbon would be largely hampered. At that point it would be a matter of taking the senbon long enough for their opponent to run out of chakra. As their opponent had demonstrated before, they only needed one good shot. Naruto knew this was going to be close, and victory relied completely on their ability to work together. Even Sasuke was aware that neither of them would be able to do much against Abusa's apprentice alone, as even together they could do nothing but dodge and block attacks. Their opponent didn't even seem to be trying all that hard, either. Sending a quick look to her teammate, Naruto considered her only real chance for victory. Her mother had told her to keep it a secret for as long as possible, and she really didn't want to be judged by her teammates for it, but it didn't look like she had much of a choice. Creating more chains, she completely abandoned any sort of assault and instead formed a dome around the both of them. Sasuke. As soon as she had his attention she continued. I might have a way to get us out of this, but it's dangerous. Once there's an opening you need to get out of here so it doesn't end up harming you. This is my fight. He insisted. This is our fight. If we lose we die. You don't have to guard Tazuna with Sakura, but you need to put some distance between us so you can join in when it's safe. And when will I know it's safe? He didn't like the plan, but he had no ground to go against it. But I'm not in a chakra-fueled berserker rage. At his questioning look she gave him the first explanation that came to mind. It's an Uzumaki thing, which wasn't exactly untrue. Some of your blood awakens eyes that can copy techniques and read movements, some of my blood go into a chakra frenzy and start tearing shit apart. And that, Kyuubi or not, was actually a rather Uzumaki thing. Not the chakra part, but they certainly had a tendency to cause a lot of unnecessary damage to things around them. He was still giving her an odd look, but he nodded anyway. He had never heard of such a thing, but he'd also not heard much about the Uzumaki clan. Also, as not every uchiha activated the Sharingan, it was also possible that fewer Uzumaki ever awoke the ability she had claimed to have. But he had to wonder. If this berserk state of hers was an Uzumaki ability, what were the chains? Got it? Good. Reaching deep down into her chakra, she followed its path through her body and to her seal. Losing her consciousness into it, she continued until she felt the volatile chakra contained within. With a deep final breath, she plunged straight into it. It consumed her. A tortured scream tore itself from her lips as the corrosive chakra burned through her coils and seeped from bleeding skin. Pain akin to that she had felt when she attempted to draw this very power against her brother filled her mind and drove away any whisper of rational thought. The cloak formed, one tail, then two, and her body changed accordingly. Her nails became claws, her eyes slitted. Whisker marks deepened on her face as her canines elongated to dangerous points. Her hair, well kept, became more like coarse fur as it was lifted slightly into the air by the sheer amount of chakra surrounding her. Sasuke only gave her one brief look and instantly understood why he had been instructed to run. This was no longer his teammate the Uzumaki princess, no, this wasn't even human. This was a monster. Awe-inspiringly terrible with power he hadn't dared dream of. It was absolutely beautiful. Just as the chakra surrounding her burned the ground and scorched the air, so too did his Sharingan forever burn that image into his mind. As the chains surrounding them began turning red and were destabilized by the sudden influx of volatile chakra, he didn't even need to think about his next action. He obeyed. Bursting through the rapidly dissipating chains, he heard her roar with the might of an angered god. The mirrors, just like her chains, could not possibly remain on the physical plane in her presence and were instantly shattered. Running through the rain of ice, he turned as soon as he was out of the area the dome had covered. His Sharingan protested its activated stage, but he paid it no mind. He needed to see this, he had to watch the rest of this battle and bear witness to this side of his teammate. He would not be rejoining the fight. But by the gods he was not going to miss it. Pain boiled through every inch of her flesh as her insides seemed to melt. The instant of agony she had felt after trying to summon the power against her brother was nothing compared to the extended suffering that resulted in forcing the cloak to remain activated. Tears streamed down her face only to evaporate into a cloud of mist that blocked her vision. Not that it would really matter, all she could see was red. Another roar tore itself from between bloodied lips and sent her opponent flying back. With a great leap she lunged, claws swiping wildly through the air, and with a crunch she pounced upon her prey. The infuriating white mask was shattered under the blows of her first, but a single look at the face beneath led the red from her vision. Without her will forcing the Kyuubi's chakra through her system, it was quickly expunged by her own chakra, leaving her weak and exhausted. Staring wearily at the person before her, she couldn't stop from saying their name. Haku. They gave a small, sad smile in response. You're much more powerful than I had realized, Naruto-chan, I probably shouldn't have held back. Why? The rest of the question went unspoken but was heard well enough. Zabuza, my precious person. That was all they needed to say. Naruto understood completely how far people would go for those they cared for. A piercing screech tore through the air, followed by 1,000 chirping birds. Their attention was brought to the glowing blue further in the mist. Neither could make out what was going on, but it was obviously the two A-rank shinobi fighting. And the thought alone was scary. Then Naruto. It was pleading and told her that whatever was making that horrid sound wasn't Zabuza, and she suddenly found herself conflicted. They were opponents and Zabuza needed to be defeated, but at the same time if she didn't do something she'd be essentially taking away Haku's precious person. There wasn't really anything else that needed to be said. The Uzumaki valued family over all else. Even if that family wasn't theirs. With great struggle she managed to raise her arm in the direction of her sensei and his opponent. She could only see Kakashi because of his technique, but it would be enough. Chains without number surged from her body, taking with them the last vestiges of chakra she had, and that remaining chakra quickly snaked through the air to form a wall before her sensei. She could feel them vibrate and fall apart as his unknown technique pierced them, but his momentum was halted. It did not, however, stop the pained yell that was most certainly not Kakashi's. She may have managed to stop Kakashi from continuing, but his arm had been able to go far enough. The mist around them dissipated as Abusa's chakra stopped sustaining it. Kakashi, as expected, was slammed against a wall of chains, his hand extending through them. On the other side, not too far from those chains, was Abusa, held down by a pack of dogs and with the tips of Kakashi's fingers buried into his chest. The fingers, however, were not the problem. Lightning-natured chakra was a nasty thing, and any technique employing it was always far more dangerous than it seemed. There was no doubt that the chakra had forced its way through the missing ninja's body and done incredible damage. In fact, if not for the dogs currently keeping him still and the fingers lodged solidly into his flesh, Naruto was sure the man would have collapsed. He was, however, alive, and that was the goal. In fact, being alive and incapacitated was better than she could have hoped. Not only did she not stop Kakashi from doing what needed to be done to keep the client safe, but Haku's precious person was still alive. It was obvious that they appreciated it because a hand gently turned her face back to the opponent she was atop of, and their thankful lips quickly met her own. And while the kiss only lasted for a second, the shock lasted much longer. "Thank you, Naruto-chan." The smile on Haku's face, however, was well worth it all. There was nothing she found more fulfilling than making someone smile. Her thoughts may have continued had there not been a great commotion at the other end of the bridge. Emerging from the slowly dissipating mist of Zabuza was a sight that made stomachs drop. A group of thugs numbering over 100 grinned back at the exhausted shinobi, Gato himself standing like a commander before them. It was the figure next to him, however, that was the most imposing. But drawn up in a mantle of snow-white fur gently moving in the sea breeze, the High Captain of the Wolves was unmistakable. While the thugs behind him began laughing and Gato grinned widely, he remained silent and motionless, a solid statue of might whose presence could be felt by those around him. It was no wonder the hired muscle felt so confident at the moment. Anyone with such a man on their side would probably feel invincible. Movement from the other side of the bridge, however, left the thug silent and Gato with a noticeable frown on his face. Even as Tazuna was escorted back behind Kakashi and Sasuke went to stand protectively over his downed teammate and her opponent the villagers of Nami, no Kuni made their presence known. They faltered only slightly at the snarling visage of a wolf and a few were seen looking around for more. The pack, they knew, was never far. And they were right. Around the bridge thickened the mist, clinging to cold concrete like a million tiny hands caressing a lover. Those metaphorical hands were quickly replaced with very real hands, grasping whatever free space they could and dragging up the unmistakable form of the wolves. They crawled over the edges of the bridge just as smoothly as the fog, possessing an inhuman grace that was more flowing than any actual movement on their part. Rather than stand like Gato's other forces they choose to perch themselves on the raised sides of the bridge in crouches, hands resting on one of the various weapons they carried. Of course, this renewed the courage of Gato and his forces. Looks like you really weren't much of a demon's abuser. I think it suffices to say the contract is over with this latest failure, which means it falls to us to clean up this mess. Isn't that right, boys? Behind him his gathered forces gave a great cheer. You bastard, I'll get you for this. Zabuza's growl was barely loud enough to be heard and earned chuckles from the businessman. You won't be doing anything when my boys are done with you, and neither will that little army of villagers you have there. Wave is mine, if they can't accept that, well, I'll just have to dispose of them. The thugs began laughing even louder and the villagers tensed in preparation. And then came deeper, darker laughs. Like a host of demons their amusement sang, filled with malicious intent and promises of cruelty. All around the thugs the wolves laughed, shoulders shaking slightly. Some of them had thrown back their heads and let loose howling into the air with horrifying glee. Unnerved by their behavior but unwilling to stop them, pointed towards the mass of villagers to direct the demons pretending to be wolves. Alright, you're free to slaughter them as you please. Whoever brings me the head of a shinobi gets a bonus and any woman you capture you can keep. Another raucous cheer left the thugs as they made to follow their orders. The blades descended. Like a rain of death they flashed as lightning through the air, burying deep in the flesh of their targets. Blood flowed as freely as screams. The laughter didn't stop. With a cold dread growing in his chest, Gato turned to look at his forces. Or what had been his forces. Those few not lucky enough to be taken out in the first strike were helpless, as those around them were slaughtered mercilessly by the wolves he was supposed to have control over. They joined them soon after. Slowly, Gato turned from the sight to look towards the High Captain. The dark chuckle that escaped his mask told him all he needed to know. We had a contract, me and your leader, you can't do this. Poor Gato. You made a mistake thinking a lazy cat could ever hope to play with the wolves. A bark of laughter followed. You also made an even bigger mistake. The wave is not yours, it belongs to the wolves. By order of Tsukuyomi-sama, you are to be silenced. One swipe of the shinobi's tanto was more than sufficient for removing the tycoon's head from his shoulders. Deftly catching said head he held it aloft proudly, first to his fellow wolves and then to the gathered people of Wave. From this day forth, by the grace and decree of Tsukuyomi-sama, Nami no Kuni is under the protection of the wolves. It was silent for only a moment before those who had been helped by the wolves began to cheer. It wasn't long until everyone had joined in. Gato was dead and they were being promised protection, it was a better deal than they could have hoped for. The wolves of Wave. It started with a single cry, but was soon repeated many times by the newly freed villagers. As the people of the Wave began celebrating and the wolves went to work clearing the corpses from the bridge, there was a ball of fire in the sky in the direction of Gato's mansion. The cheers grew only louder. Behind his mask, Kigo smirked. Naruto-sama would be pleased. 2 days had passed since the death of Gato and the takeover of the wolves. If Kakashi was honest, things were actually looking pretty good for the villagers at the moment. After a night and day of partying, the wolves had called for the bridge to be continued and the people of Wave were only too happy to answer them. Vast quantities of supplies were distributed by the wolves from Gato's warehouses and various ships were given to the few sailors still in Wave. Already Gato's things were being prepared to be shipped off to whomever would buy them. But there was still an uneasy feeling when it came to the wolves. The people of Wave might have been accepting of their saviors, but Kakashi was a shinobi and something felt wrong. From what the lead wolf the high captain, he had heard them called said to Gato, he could guess that this had been planned to some degree for some time now. He had also mentioned Tsukuyomi-sama, which meant that the high captain wasn't the leader but was being directed by someone else. Someone else who had their eyes set on Wave. Just like Gato. Of course, it was not for him to say whether this new ruler would be better or worse for Wave, but it also wasn't his business. His job was to escort the bridge builder and protect him while he finished the bridge. From what he could see, the wolves wanted that bridge done and would ensure its completion. His mission had been hijacked. Officially, too, as Tazuna decided to trust the wolves and had declared Team 7's mission complete. That was all well and good for Kakashi because it meant he could go home to his collection of uchiha again, but it still left a bad feeling in him. That couldn't be helped, shinobi were always suspicious, but there was something off about the high captain personally offering him any assistance he may need before leaving with a salute. The Konoha salute. Chapter 29. Child of Ak. The waves had changed and she almost couldn't believe how quickly. It was less than 2 weeks ago that the tsunami had taken her as an escort through the marketplace and she had been appalled by the way the people of the country were living. Now, mere days after the wolves had turned on their employer, everything seemed to be turning around for the citizens of Nami no Kuni. No longer did people huddle in gutted buildings, but rather used the resources within Gato's vast warehouses to restore them to what they once were. The docks, once filled with nothing but the quiet murmurs of workers and the occasional drunk laughter of Gato's forces, were now filled with energy as wares were loaded off and on repossessed vessels. Children happily watched the new sailors scurry about as they waited for a fish to bite their line so they could bring fresh food back to their families. There was hope in the air once again for the first time in years, and yet she couldn't help thinking there was something off about the whole thing. Peering from crouched positions on the very buildings workers were restoring were snarling masks, their gaze capturing everything that happened within their new domain. Small patrols moved through the streets, further ensuring order within the busy town, and yet feeling isolated from the world in which these people lived. There was an unmistakable distance between the people of Wave and their saviors. The distance between man and beast. Naruto didn't know what to make of it. The people were happy, but for how long? Were the wolves like this only because foreigners her team were present and wished to avoid drawing more attention from one of the 5 great villages? Would everything change once again upon their departure or was this to stay as the new Wave, a place of hope and joy? Perhaps that was what bothered her. While people were still celebrating as they worked, filling the air with sounds of laughter and cheer, they were watched by the cold-hearted visage of wolves. The wolves did not utter a sound if they could help it, keeping a daunting vigil over the village. It was, perhaps, this clash that set her ill at ease. Her blue eyes moved from the town and its self-proclaimed protectors and back to the bandages that covered her body. She knew it was a horrible idea, but what choice did she really have? Once there was a time that she'd have felt nothing but a comforting warmth when attempting such, now there was nothing to greet her but the merciless fire that sought only to devour her flesh in its maddening power. But the pain it brought, the utter agony that ripped through her body and burned at her mind, held nothing compared to the last time she had gazed into the eyes of its true mistress. Those furious eyes had burned an unholy red, filled with such anger that she could hardly think straight looking into them, and each word she had uttered that day was a cracking hiss spewed from between painted lips. Kyuubi no Kitsune was not pleased. And she knew why. Long-standing had been their simple agreement, one desire for another. It had seemed so easy back then to provide the ancient being of chakra with what she wanted. After all, she too was looking forward to seeing her brother again. Things had not been so simple. Her brother had changed while they were away, molded by a world without them, and his new world had no place for them within it. He was no longer the boy who would do whatever he could to ensure she was happy and taken care of, but a cold young man who would lift not a finger to aid her. She was a stranger to him, a nobody, and despite the pain she felt at thinking that she could only imagine the suffering he must have endured in order to be turned into that. But he was still her brother and she still loved him. And then she had done the unthinkable. Angered that her clothing had been removed by his blade and hating how helpless she had felt, she lashed out at him. The very one who had been ensuring not a scratch had befallen her throughout what was supposed to be a friendly spar. Their chains, the chains of the Uzumaki clan, had drawn the blood of kin. It was not enough. She had tried to go farther, to completely crush him with her abilities, but he had not allowed it. With ease that spoke of mastery far greater than she could ever hope to achieve, he, the one who had not even received the training for those chains from their mother, had summoned his own and completely crushed her attack. And then she had made her final mistake, one that outshone the others like a million suns to a dying ember at noon. She had attempted to use the chakra of the Kyuubi no Kitsune against her brother. The deal with Mito, the Kyuubi herself, was that in exchange for that very power, she would reconnect the ancient Biju with her brother. That alone should have told her that trying to use that power against him would never work. In her anger, she tried anyway. The pain then was nothing compared to the guilt she felt later. But that guilt hadn't stopped her from confronting the Biju about it. That too was a mistake. When she first met Mito, she was begging to be reconnected to her brother with a desperation that was more suited to a heartbroken widow than a being of untold destruction. Somehow the Biju had known her brother, had at one time been connected to him, and was now separated. She had never asked, never questioned, and perhaps that was yet another mistake on her part. It was evident that her brother meant a lot to the ancient being, and by trying to use their power against him, she had not only angered them, but made it even harder for her to uphold her own end of the bargain. She would never forget the pure rage and sheer malice that was reflected on the elegant face of her ancestor as it sneered down at her in contempt. It was her first words that struck the hardest. You will not harm him. But those that came afterward hurt no less. Even if you were to grow stronger than him, he will always be greater than you. You and your mother have already destroyed him once, you will not bring him down again. There was guilt in those words, she thought, as if she too had harmed Naruto, but it was buried deep under her anger at her prison. Naruto couldn't fault her for that, she had been angry at herself as well. And while she was upset that the Kyuubi had withdrawn her help controlling her power, she couldn't fault her for that either. After all, she had attempted to use it on Mito's precious person, and that was unforgivable. At least she had not been completely barred from using it, which meant their deal was still alive. Should she manage to return Mito to her brother, they could all be happy. Or that's what she hoped, at least. Naruto-chan. The soft voice of Haku was unmistakable to her, and she turned to her friend with a smile, her thoughts temporarily pushed to the back of her mind. She was also aware of nearby wolves turning to look. Whether it was out of curiosity, because they had a connection to her brother, or because Haku was the apprentice of a missing ninja as infamous as Zabuza, she could only guess. Haku, you're still here? I thought you and Zabuza would be long gone by now. Haku shook his head in the negative. I was actually just about to head out. Zabuza's started already, but his injuries are still taking a toll on his body, so I should be able to catch up to him long before he reaches the border. Oh, well, I hope he gets better, I know he means a lot to you. He does, but you're very important to me too. I wanted to be able to say goodbye. Naruto gave him another smile. You're important to me too, Haku. I don't have many friends. The ice user seemed a little bit disappointed at her words for some reason, but Naruto couldn't tell why. I also wanted to thank you again for saving him, I hope your sensei wasn't too hard on you about that. No worries, Naruto waved off the concern. Kakashi-sensei's pretty laid back. He just shrugged, told me not to do it again, and then proceeded to tell me my brother would have found a better way. You have a brother? Ah, yeah. Seeing she was uncomfortable with the subject, Haku apologized. Sorry, I didn't mean to pry. It's fine. She assured him. We're having some family trouble at the moment, but I'm hoping we can fix it soon. I see. It was evident Haku wanted to ask about it, but they moved on regardless. In any case, I really should be going. Zabuza shouldn't really be traveling right now, especially not alone. Oh, well, maybe we'll see each other again someday, Haku. Yeah, I'd like that. Before Naruto realized it, a pair of lips were pressed against her own. Just as quickly they were gone, leaving her to stare dumbfounded at the softly smiling Haku before her. Sorry, I just wanted one last taste. Her mind struggled to comprehend what had just happened, but she did admit that there were far worse looking boys who could have kissed her. She hadn't met very many young men that she could honestly describe as pretty. As Haku went to leave, they paused for a moment and turned back to the still shocked Naruto. Oh, by the way, I really am a girl. Eh? With nothing but soft, tinkering laughter, Haku was gone, leaving a blushing Naruto in her wake. The small waves crashed gently against the shore of a land that shared their namesake. The ocean breeze was pleasant in the late morning as the sun warmed the land and banished the last remnants of that morning's fog. Sitting on the wooden pier just outside the home of Tazuna, the bridge builder with a knee pulled to his chest, Sasuke idly swung his leg mere centimeters over the water. Should the wind pick up any more, he was certain his foot would be soaked. This did not bother him, however, as his mind was far from the world around him. Actually, it was not as far away as he may have liked, for his teammate was somewhere in the nearby town. Ever since witnessing the power she held within her, there was little else Sasuke was able to think about. This was not in the normal sense of how he too might obtain such power, but rather how she acted with it. It did not look easy for her to call upon or control, and every second she accessed it seemed to pain her greatly, but the second she recognized who it was behind the mask, all that power and the feeling of unbridled fury that had filled the air vanished without a trace. If she was really that desperate for the power, if she was really willing to suffer through it, why would she stop? Couldn't she see that it was all for naught after that? And for an enemy. But, at the same time, had she not entered into that incredible form to protect him, her teammate? Sasuke was well enough aware that he was the biggest liability in that battle, simply because his Sharingan were newly awoken and were draining him too quickly to be as useful as they should have, and while that hurt his pride, he cared far more about the odd behavior of Naruto. He had always believed that others made you weak, and he could use the fact that just knowing who their opponent was made Naruto cast away her power, but at the same time it was for others that she ended up calling upon that power. Did it really not matter as much as he had thought? Was it, perhaps, completely unrelated? Did power, true power, come from some other source that couldn't care less how few or how many people you surround yourself with? Then there was the fact that she had stopped Kakashi from killing Zabuza. While she didn't completely stop the attack, was being able to decide who lived and who died not power in itself. In the end, his thoughts got him nowhere and he was still no closer to understanding Uzumaki Naruto. But that was okay, because he still had plenty of time. He made no comment as he felt his apprentice take their place behind him, nor did he mention the satisfied smile on her face when he spared her a quick glance. It was good that she was happy, however, as things were not going to look good for them in the foreseeable future. Recovered as he was, there was still a long time until he'd be back to where he was before this godforsaken mission. It most certainly did not help that all of it meant nothing in the end. His employer being dead and with the mansion having been blown up, he was fortunate that the wolves hadn't tried to kill him. Taking only the minimum amount of time necessary to heal so he would be able to get the fuck out, he left as soon as he could. He didn't know if Wave would stay like this or change back the second the Konoha team was gone, but he really didn't want to find out. They were out quite a bit from their journey here and there wasn't much left, but they should be able to make it back to Mizuno-kuni and find Mei. She'd need to know about the wolves that had taken control of the port nation, especially if she later considered hiring their services. Sure, Gato wasn't the best of people, being the little shit he was, but he was still their employer. That was, at the very least, something to be cautious about in the future. I hope you enjoyed yourself, Haku. He eventually spoke, voice gruff. Because this is going to be a bitch to explain to Mei. The small giggle was the immediate response followed by her soft voice. Oh, yes, I'm quite glad I took the chance to steal another kiss from Naruko-chan then, it may be the last. He managed to resist the urge to bury his face in his hand. At least some good came from this for one of us, I suppose. If only he had managed to get a hold of some of Gato's finances or could keep Mei from being upset by giving her a kiss. Alas, Zabuza was not that lucky. The group of villagers had come to see off the Konoha shinobi that had protected their bridge builder and provided the opportunity for the wolves to strike at Gato. Sakura smiled lightly to all those that wished them well, an embarrassed blush on her cheeks. Sasuke remained silent and unmoved, but his usual scowl had been replaced with a thoughtful frown. It was not a very noticeable change, but his team could tell the difference. The bright grin split Naruto's face, despite the feeling of unease that still lingered at the thought of leaving these people quite literally to the wolves. Kakashi had a distinctly pleased smirk easily seen through his mask. One hand held his open copy of Icha Icha, and the other was lazily placed in his pocket, where he idly fingered the pair of panties Tsunami had shoved into his pocket after a night of celebrating. Or maybe it was for a job well done. He couldn't quite remember what reason she had given him, and he doubted she did either. After all, they both knew it was just an excuse for a bit of fun. Maybe when the team got some time off they'd come back to visit, for nostalgia's sake. Also because he really wanted to hit that again. By the gods, that was almost worth going missing Nin for. The wonders of women aside, the completed bridge spread behind them, unnamed and ready for them to cross. Tazuna was at the head of the group there to see them off, having just declared the bridge complete. Team 7 would be the first to cross it, or that had been the plan. As soon as Tezuna's eyes had widened, Kakashi spun around, abandoning the panties in his pocket for a kunai from his leg. The first form at the edge of the bridge was hidden well enough by the scarf wrapped around their lower face and the hood of a traveling coat pulled over their head. As the cloak was left open, it was easy to see the tight gray shirt and black cargo pants the person wore. A small bag sat across the small of their hip and just peeked out enough to be seen. There was a blade, completely wrapped, atop that bag. It would not be easily drawn in battle, but with the familiar sight of snarling wolf mask surrounding him, that didn't seem like much of an issue. They did not hesitate to cross the bridge with their escort trailing behind and did not pause when they reached the other side, moving instead to meet with a group of wolves that approached from the direction of the village. The white fur mantle of the High Captain was unmistakable as he stopped before the cloaked figure and snapped instantly into the Konoha salute. Behind the cloaked figure, a wolf wore a similar mantle in bright red who waved off the High Captain and gave orders that couldn't be heard by those near. With but a nod, the High Captain began leading away the cloaked figure and the other wolf who was no doubt a superior. The three genin watched the newcomers intently and the villagers seemed wary. As if they hadn't just entered like they owned the place, though considering their company they just might. The cloaked figure followed after, sparing only a glance back at Team 7. Kakashi could have sworn 2 amethyst orbs had been hidden in the darkness of their hood. Sensei. No. Kakashi stopped Naruto before she could finish asking. This is no longer our business, it's time to return to Konoha. While it may have been coincidence that they came from that direction, especially considering that was the only bridge in the area and there were wolves here in Wave who could have informed them of such, that was also the direction of Konohagakure no Sado. Considering their salute, Kakashi had little doubt that these were the same wolves that the Yamanaka had claimed to exist. The same wolves that Naruto seemed to associate with. That may or not be him. Continued Kakashi. And it's just as likely he's only a figurehead. They could easily have the backing of some noble family who wanted Wave and be acting in their interests. So you don't think that's Tsukiyomi? Asked Sakura, her eyes never leaving the figure. No, it probably is. I'm just saying that they might not actually be at the top. But, even if they are, our work here is done. What happens next is out of our hands. Sakura nodded in understanding. Maintaining his frown, Sasuke turned from the group and began walking down the bridge towards their village, Sakura scurrying to catch up. Naruto also frowned, uncomfortable leaving this town in the hands of unknowns, but relented anyway, moving to join her companions. Turning back to the people of Wave, Kakashi gave an eye smile. We're glad we were able to help, expect us to visit when we can. We'd really like to see what Wave can become now that it's out of Gato's hand. The silent promise that they'd be back to check up on the village was understood well by the villagers, and for that they were grateful. None more so, however, than Tsunami, who rushed over to Kakashi and slammed her lips to his mask. Oh yes, they'd definitely be back. It was good to be Kakashi. The sea breeze was the first thing he noticed about the small town, a pleasant change from the forests of Konoha. The second was of course the size. This country had the potential to be one of the wealthiest in the world, and yet it was just so small. Once everyone was properly settled, he'd have to see about expanding this small town into something more grand. Perhaps he could offer sanctuary to some clans that were having trouble. That would not only rapidly expand the town, but would provide new trainees to be inducted into the wolves. That would have to wait, however, as Wave was not quite ready yet. The High Captain directed them through the village and into the surrounding woods before changing direction and heading towards Gato's mansion. Stepping around a large, scorched clearing, obviously man-made, they were soon before the 2-storied mansion Gato had been so proud of. Various wolves stood guard around the perimeter, snapping into salutes as soon as they saw who it was that approached. Stepping into the grounds, Naruto had to admit that the man had done well. The gardens were simple but low maintenance and immediately separated the mansion from the surrounding lands. The mansion itself was built quite solidly, balancing appearance and function. No doubt this was to be just as much a fortress should things go wrong as it was to be a palace, should they all go right. Unfortunately for Gato, he had not been in his fortress when things went wrong. Moving through the wooden doors, he noted with some admiration that there were actually 2 doors of fine wood with a large plate of metal between them, making up each of the doors for the grand entryway. Had the man only been dealing with civilians and bandits, he'd have had success all but guaranteed. Of course, once shinobi were added to the mix, all bets were off. He would admit, however, that the building would have at least been difficult for an experienced genin, if only because it didn't seem as fortified as it actually was. The mansion was a nice bit of deception, but he was willing to bet that it was more to make the place pleasant to look at and live within than it was to make people underestimate the defenses. Either way, props to whoever designed the place. And, he supposed, props for hiring them. When the doors were shut behind them and wolves had taken up defensive positions around them, Naruto removed his hood and scarf, shooting a pleased grin to his high captain. "High Captain Kigo, well done, you've made the pack proud." "Thank you, Tsukiyomi-sama." Kigo had moved into the Konoha salute at the praise, and one could practically feel the satisfaction rolling of the man at having pleased their leader. "There is no need to thank me, High Captain, the pack thanks you. I wanted wave and you've delivered it to me. Now we finally have a place of our own." The High Captain stood just a little taller. "Everything we need is in his study, yes?" "Yes, Tsukiyomi-sama." "Then you are dismissed for the rest of the day, spend it how you wish." But the final salute he excused himself and Naruto started up the grand staircase to the second floor. Gato had certainly poured a fortune into this place, probably enough to run a small country for a few years. Oh, yes. That certainly would be something the businessman would do, wasn't it? No matter, it was his now and the people would be taken care of with money from Gato's coffers. Or, they would for a while yet. As soon as they could support themselves he'd back out and let them do their own thing. He understood why Gato had been sucking the place dry, but it really wasn't the best option. With a reasonable tax and the proper protections in place to ensure no one interfered with his country, he'd still make a killing off the people of Wave. It would have been slower and people would have stayed, but he could have just as easily started buying up people's land until everyone was forced away. There wouldn't have been anything anyone could do against that. Oh well, his loss. The office was easily enough found, being the room directly at the top of the staircase, and opening it showed a room that had been torn apart. Just from a quick glance he could see 3 separate safes that had been hidden throughout the room. 2 were in the walls and another was under floorboards. There was a corner of the room untouched, or, rather, that had been put back together passably enough, and that's where Gato's desk had been moved. Stacks of papers covered it, and boxes surrounding it contained more. Atop one of the boxes was a plain sealing scroll that no doubt contained the valuables hidden within the found safes. Pleased, Naruto carefully made his way across the torn-up floor and over to the desk to see what they had for him. He wouldn't even try getting through it all this trip, if ever, and he was rather relieved that he'd be pushing this all into Sai's lap. To take care of. A lot of it would make its way back to Mai, and a good portion of that would undoubtedly be placed before him again, but it was better than going through all of it. The Hokage really should have thought about hiring a few more secretaries to sort through his paperwork for him and perhaps even a full administrative team. Considering the amount Konoha seemed to generate, though no one could figure out why, it seemed rather called for. Then again, if he wanted to go through every scrap of paper filled for the village he was welcome to. Maybe it was a hobby of his. Leafing through the papers it was easy to see most of them were finance related and likely only kept as records. That also meant it was unlikely that anything contained was illegal, which made it pretty useless for Naruto. Actually, it made it useless for all of them. He'd need to find someone to run the business side of Wave because Sai was hopeless with money and Mai already had enough on her plate. He paused for a moment at that thought. He had at least one clan back in Konoha he could use and a good portion of another. Establishing some Hyuga here would be pretty good, as would giving them a position in which they had some control, but as long as Hinata was in Konoha, it might be a bit difficult to arrange without people becoming suspicious. Mainly without Hinata's followers getting suspicious. That left the Inyazuka, and they were far more free to serve. Then again, they weren't regarded as the brightest bunch, far more impulsive and brash than what would be required of them here. The main family, however, claimed to be more knowledgeable as they would need to be in order to manage their clan. If that was true, they might be just what he was looking for. The youngest, Inyazuka Kiba, wouldn't be of any help. He didn't seem to possess the intelligence of the main family or chose not to demonstrate it if he did, preferring to be as brash as his cousins within the clan. Sume, the head, was an excellent choice, but it would be difficult for her to get away from her clan for long periods of time to manage business in Wave, and he was willing to bet a lot of her time was already taken up by her management of the clan. She did, however, have a daughter, if he remembered correctly. That could work, that would most definitely work. Dealing with business in Wave could be seen as good experience for heading the clan, and giving her such a high position would help solidify the relationship between the Inyazuka and the wolves. It might be hard to convince them to send their heiress to Wave with them, but they wouldn't have any problems with an Inyazuka guard being stationed here to ensure this wasn't an elaborate kidnap attempt. Of course, should she end up in a relationship with one of the wolves during her stay or, better yet, Sai, then the ties between her clan and his wolves would only be strengthened. Assuming they don't have a messy breakup, of course, that could set things back between the clans tremendously. Naruto idly noted that business relations seemed needlessly complex when they should be, in theory, incredibly simple. Her guard might end up in relationships too, though, and that would create better bonds, even if the heiress's relationship became a nightmare. Considering Sai was the best choice, it seemed pretty likely. Ah, no matter, if it happened he'd deal with it then, but for now he'd need to contact Zoom through Mai and propose the arrangement. Maybe some gifts from Wave first, a house, too, for the heiress while she stayed here. They'd also need a place for the wolves so that Gato's mansion could be available for a daimyo. Though whether that would permanently belong to that daimyo or just be used for any visiting daimyo he had yet to decide. Shaking his head, he quickly scratched his idea down and shoved it into a pocket before writing a more proper though certainly no longer message. Sai, we need to take care of one last thing before we get to work. Without a word Sai fell behind Naruto and followed him out into the gardens. Finding a place to stand directly in the scant sunlight of the usually cloudy sky of Wave, he pulled his amulet from beneath his shirt and made sure the sun was caught on the golden coils. Cutting his thumb on the edge of a kunai, he rubbed a generous amount of blood around the amulet of Ak until the gold glow of the sun it reflected became crimson. In a small flash of the same red light a golden serpent not much longer than Naruto's arm was coiled on the ground before him. High Priest. It greeted him. Child of Ak, he replied. I would ask for your aid, will you grant it to me? Of course, what is it you ask? This message, he showed the rolled paper to the serpent. I would like it to be delivered to the holder of the snake contract. The snake gave a nod. Give it to me. It instructed. It shall be done. As soon as the paper was held out to it the snake struck out and took it into its mouth, disappearing in a flash of red. Giving a small grin, he lightly caressed his amulet with a clean finger, noting with some amusement that the blood that had covered it was gone. This was perhaps the most useful gift Orochimaru had sent him so far, he would certainly have to thank them when he eventually met them in person. Speaking of thanks, he looked to the sun as it was hidden behind a softly floating cloud and whispered quietly. Thank you, child of Ak. Despite the fact that the sun was hidden behind the clouds, he could have sworn the amulet briefly glowed at his words. Chapter 30. The Serpent and the Raven. None of the nervousness she felt was reflected upon her face as she made her way through the town she had lived in her entire life. A soft smile graced her lips and she cheerfully returned every greeting sent her way. The people were doing better these days, far better than they ever had under Gato. She almost didn't dare hope, but it looked like things might end up better than they ever had been even before Gato's arrival. Of course, the past few years left her unable to hope so foolishly that such might come to pass. If it did they were fortunate, but she would not get her hopes up. As far as she was concerned this was the best it was going to get. The fact that it was a noticeable improvement, however, helped keep that small smile on her lips. Even if she wasn't hopeful and this was the best things were going to get, she was still thankful for the change these wolves had brought to the country of her birth. Peering up from her surroundings she was greeted by crouching wolves who watched everything like the eyes of an ever-present god. As far as some within Nami no Kuni were concerned, they were. The fact that their leader felt it acceptable to call themselves as Tsukuyomi after the god of the moon certainly added to that. It was a foolish thought, one that most of the wave was aware of, but no one would try to persuade the few believers otherwise. If that's what they wanted, what they needed, then they could have their god. Tsukuyomi himself had spoken neither for nor against it, and the wolves had various reactions to it mostly centered around appreciation and amusement. It would seem even they were not in full agreement about their leader's divinity. Taking the bundle of cloth in her hands once more she ensured herself it was still present. Great lay or not, she couldn't believe she was about to do this just because the lazy pervert had asked her to. He had promised that if this Tsukuyomi was who he thought it was then she and her family would be placed in a rather favorable position by this, and even if they weren't the item itself would likely serve well enough as a gift to get into their good graces anyway. Of course, immediately after saying that and handing her the item he had taken one last feel of her rear before placing a quick covered kiss on her lips and disappearing to rejoin his genin team who had already started their journey back to Hai no Kuni and Konohagakure no Sado. That damn pervert's inability to keep his hands to himself was sometimes as irritating as it was flattering. She knew well enough that she was an attractive woman, but it had certainly felt nice to be reminded by someone else. That said, it also kept that thought in the forefront of her mind as she sought to accomplish this task. It was no secret the wolves had been happy to supply money to families during Gato's reign in exchange for wives and daughters, but even though Gato was now gone, there didn't seem to be any sign that those women might be returning. Even if someone were to scrounge up the amount that the woman had been originally sold for, the wolves didn't appear all that interested in selling them back. Of course, there was also the fact that no one actually knew what had become of those women. Were they simply being kept somewhere safe? Were they working for the wolves cooking and cleaning? Had they been sold to other slavers at a higher price? Perhaps they had been given to Tsukuyomi as a gift upon his arrival, or maybe they used them just as Gato's forces would have, raping them to their heart's content to satisfy primal urges. There was no way to tell for certain without finding one of those women, but even then they weren't guaranteed to be willing to share their experience with others. It was the general consensus, however, that they were probably better off with the wolves than they would have been with Geto. It was wishful thinking, or that was her opinion, but it had some merit. After all, not only were the wolves' use for the woman unknown while Geto and his men's actions would be obvious, but even if they did the exact same thing, the wolves, cold and unfeeling as they seemed, had always treated the people of Wave better than Geto's forces had. Both did the same job, but people would much rather deal with the wolves. That hope was that it would carry over to the women in their possession. Actually, if one really thought about it, any woman who went missing before the wolves' arrival would be the only real way to tell how the guests of the wolves were being treated. Having experienced Geto's hospitality before the wolves claimed them, only they would be able to accurately describe the situation those wives and daughters now found themselves in. The fact that all those women had been fairly purchased, however, did not make her feel any better as an attractive woman who sought to meet with their leader. The plain blouse and well-worn skirt were not eye-catching in any sense, but they fit her well enough to show her rather generous womanly curves, and that was far more advertisement than she'd have liked. It was a double-edged sword, she knew. On one hand, it might help convince the wolves to let her approach their leader, but on the other, she might not return afterwards. Already she could feel the eyes of Nami no Kuni's silent protectors drinking in her appearance, and the sneering faces seemed to become lecherous leers. It was probably her imagination, and it was unlikely that every wolf she passed was eyeing her like a piece of meat, but it certainly felt that way. Perhaps she would be lucky to make it before the one who called themselves Tsukiyomi. If she did, her gift might please him enough to have her let go. She wouldn't have that chance if the wolves decided to take her now, and she never met the man. The thought that she was safer at the mercies of the Alpha and his whims when his wolves had already demonstrated their vicious might and dark cruelty upon the forces of Geto did not comfort her. But it certainly provided ample drive for her to arrive before him quickly. Leaving the streets of the village for the clearings that surrounded it only served to focus the attentions of the wolves on her further. That was no surprise, as she was headed in the direction of Geto's old mansion. Kakashi had assured her that even if the mansion really was destroyed, there was no way in hell the wolves hadn't cleared it of valuables first. Shinobi were opportunistic bastards by nature, he had claimed, something that had a high likelihood of referring to the fact he had betted her when she showed interest, and the wolves were most definitely shinobi in every sense of the word. The fact that they were at the very least camped out in this direction was further supported when two wolves dropped from branches just a bit further into the forest and stopped her from entering it at all. Placing the bundle of cloth on the ground, she raised her hands before her without prompting, taking a single step back from the bundle on the ground. These woods house the wolves, what business do you have here, daughter of the bridge builder? I brought a gift. She kept her voice as even and calm as possible. For Tsukiyomi-sama. The first wolf didn't turn away from her, but the second noticeably looked at the bundle of cloth on the ground. And your gift is within there? Asked the second. It is. She answered with a nod. The two wolves shared a quick look before the second one approached. With each step they took, she took one more back to give them space. When they eventually reached the bundle, they didn't hesitate to crouch down to inspect it, completely ignoring her. She couldn't imagine people thinking she was much of a threat, so it was understandable. They rummaged through the cloth until they could peer at the contents, but they never removed them. Staring at it for a moment, they looked to her and then back to their partner. Scooping up the bundle, they brought it back to the edge of the woods where they showed it to the first wolf. The first nodded after a quick look, and the second walked back and handed it to her. Very well. Spoke the first. We will take you to present this gift to Tsukiyomi-sama. They paused for a moment. Where did you get it? Kakashi-san of Konoha's Team 7 gave it to me. He said Tsukiyomi-sama would approve. I think Tsukiyomi-sama will approve. Come, follow us closely. If you stray from our path you will be cut down. As if to emphasize this, several other wolves dropped from the trees, showing that the wolves did indeed make their home in these woods. Of course. With a nod more to assure herself than them, she stepped up to stand before the first wolf. Without another word he turned and she knew she was expected to follow. As soon as she had stepped into the tree line, the second wolf fell into step behind her. Logically he would be keeping an eye on her in case she tried anything, but there was still a part of her that claimed he was only behind her so he could stare at her ass. That feeling was only supported when she heard a faintly whispered damn behind her. Kakashi had said much the same, but her vanity certainly appreciated the second opinion. Now she was just hoping that didn't work against her when it came time to leave. Aside from the occasional glimpse of various wolves throughout the forest, the trip was uneventful until they reached a large clearing of broken trees and ash. There had obviously been some sort of explosion here, and she was smart enough to realize that this must have been the explosion they had all seen from the bridge. Most of them had assumed that it had been Geto's mansion going up in flames, but one had to remember that these were shinobi. Considering how happy the people of Nami no Kuni were to think the last trace of Geto had been removed from their country, she had to admit it was a rather good idea. Not only did they please the people of the country they were trying to take over, but they got to keep what must be a rather expensive mansion. Everyone knew that Gato liked to live lavishly, there was no way his mansion would be anything but the best his money could buy. Just like Kakashi had said, shinobi were opportunistic by nature, and she applauded the manner in which they had taken advantage of this particular situation. Not far from the man-made clearing was one that seemed far more natural. It was here that Gato had built himself a palace, and it was this palace that the wolves had been happy to turn into their new den. She was escorted through the manors and into the building proper, before being told to wait just inside the doors. The first wolf proceeded to leave the room, no doubt in search of his master to inform him of her presence. The second wolf, however, seemed content to remain standing behind her. At a respectable distance, of course. How else was he going to be able to enjoy the view? Knowing that he was staring, she turned to look over her shoulder. "Down, boy." Her voice was far more confident than she currently felt, but his reaction helped in part to fix that. Yes, of course ma'am, sorry." The wolf stammered slightly, caught like a guilty child with his hands in the cookie jar. "Just don't do it again." "I'll try not to ma'am, but what you ask is going to be pretty difficult." She gave him a wink. "Oh, I know." The evil woman was growling under his breath just loud enough for her to hear it. She just gave a soft laugh that had him groaning in dismay behind her. "I swear, you would fit right in with a woman whose company Tsukiyomi-sama keeps. I know you're not a kunoichi, but maybe you'd consider joining the wolves." "Oh? And whatever would a beautiful civilian woman like me be doing in an organization like this? I'm a mother, you know, I have a child to take care of. I'm sure I could convince one of the higher-ups to hire you for something administrative, preferably a position that requires you to walk around a lot. I'm sure you'd appreciate that. Me and many others. I'll think about it, but don't get your hopes up. You just made my day, ma'am." She let out another soft laugh, far more relaxed than when she had first entered the wolves' new den. "I thought I did that earlier, damn, was it?" "Oh, heard that, did you?" "Oh, yes, I most certainly did." Any further conversation was stopped when the first wolf returned. "Tsukiyomi-sama is currently in the master bedroom, he has instructed me to lead you there." Nervousness returning, though thankfully not to the level they had been earlier, she gave a silent nod and followed the wolf back out of the room and to a set of heavy doors. "He is within. Make no sudden movements, and if he tells you to do something I would advise you to obey." That nervousness was now far worse than it had been in the beginning, and she could feel a drop of sweat trail down the back of her neck. "So you aren't coming in?" He shook his head. "I have been ordered to return to my duties after escorting you here." "I see. Are there any more wolves within?" He regarded her with what could only be suspicion from under his mask at her question, but answered anyway. "No. Normally we have guards assigned to him, but he dismissed them when I announced your visit. The two of you will be alone in there, which is why I will stress one more time that you must not make any sudden movements." "Because there aren't guards." "Because he can still cut you down from anywhere in that room before you can blink. We will not be present to deter anything you may wish to attempt to restrain you should you try regardless." She didn't know if she should be flattered that they were treating her as more than just a pretty face, or irritated that they acted as though she were some sort of threat when she was a housewife. "Fine, I can take care of myself." The wolf just shrugged. "Either way, one of you will." With that said, he left her standing in front of the double doors. Looking down the hallway on both sides showed wolves standing at attention along the walls a few doors down. They didn't turn their heads, but she was certain she was being watched. Mustering up her courage and taking a deep breath, she turned the handle and gently pushed against the door. It swung open easily enough and without a single sound, allowing the light of the hallway to spill into the much darker room. Gas lamps burned dimly along the walls, doing little to banish the darkness that clung within the corners. Dark curtains had been drawn over the large windows that took up most of the wall across from the door and blocked most of the early afternoon sun from entering the room of the man who referred to himself as the god of the moon. Another lamp sat at an empty desk, burning barely brighter than the others, and a twin sat upon a nightstand by the large four-poster bed. The man she came to meet sat on the edge of that bed, boxes of paper stacked at his feet and another spilled onto the bed. He didn't look up at her arrival, eyes gliding over the papers he currently held in one hand, but his voice broke soft the silence of his sanctuary. "Come in then, no reason to stand in the hallway." As soon as she had complied, he continued. "And the door, please. My first office didn't have windows, and I found it rather distracting to work in a brighter environment." "Ah, sorry." One hand moved in dismissal of her apology. "It's fine, I'm the one who sent for you to be brought here." Tossing the papers onto the pile on his bed, he looked up at her, his purple eyes glowing in the dim light and his skin almost luminescent. "Now, what can I do for you today, Tsunami-san?" One hand immediately shot to her mouth to stifle a gasp. At first it was because of the unique appearance he had in the darkened room and then due to how young he looked. Despite that quick movement, however, the young man made no move to cut her down. "I brought something you may like." "The gift." "The gift." She confirmed. Moving slowly to the edge of the bed, she reached out to give him the bundle, only for him to pull her down onto the bed in a sitting position near him. Once she was properly seated, he removed the bundle of cloth from her hands and unwrapped the object within. Staring down at it, a fond smile touched his lips as the face of a crow stares back. "Where did you get this?" he asked after a moment of silence. "Kakashi-san handed it to me just before he and his team left for Konoha. He said that if you were who he thought you were, you would appreciate it." He gave a light chuckle. "Ah, good all Inu. He's right, I do appreciate it. I'm sure Makoto-chan will as well." She didn't know who this Makoto was, but Inu was obviously some reference to Kakashi. It was curious that they would know each other, and she was almost tempted to ask. Before she could, however, Tsukiyomi asked his own question. "So, I assume you must be close to Kakashi, then?" Well. A hand was held up to silence her. "I understand." His purple eyes trailed up and down her body, tracing every inch of her form. "I can certainly see what drew him to you, Tsunami-san, you're a beautiful woman." Despite herself, a faint dusting of pink graced her cheeks. "Thank you." "No, thank you. I'm rather happy to have this, and any friend of Kakashi is a friend of my wolves. Call on us and we will aid you. Was there anything else I could help you with, Tsunami-san?" The woman thought for a moment. "Well, one of the wolves I met today did mention something about the possibilities of an administrative job, and I do find myself with more and more time on my hands as Inari gets older. Another source of income certainly wouldn't hurt." He gave her a grin that matched very well the namesake of his forces. "I'll see what I can do." "Hanabi-sama." At the voice of the main family's lapdog, the Hyuga heiress paused in her walking and peered over her shoulder at the one who addressed her. "Niji, I take it this means you've discovered something." The boy bowed slightly. "Yes, Hanabi-sama. It certainly took you long enough. Come, we will discuss this in my chambers." "Of course, Hanabi-sama." She had already been heading for her room, and so it took very little time for the two of them to arrive. Taking a second to check the surroundings with her Byakugan, she was confident there was no one to observe the two of them entering her chambers. If the branch members were to become suspicious that the two of them were on to whatever was happening behind the scenes of the Hyuga clan, it would be bad, but any rumors involving the two of them together would be worse. Her room was one of the few that the Byakugan couldn't penetrate, and so they'd be safe from prying eyes as soon as they were within. Letting her cousin enter first, she kept looking out. As soon as she knew that anyone entering Byakugan range would only see her entering her room and not question it, she followed after him. So, she crossed her arms over her chest and did her best to look down on him, something rather difficult considering the difference between both their ages and height. Were it not for the seal on his brow, he would be able to utterly decimate her in a fight. That fact was a source of endless frustration, but that same fact brought great satisfaction because she could still control him. "What have you learned?" "Yesterday I observed a group of branch members exiting a sightless room." The name was a given considering the Byakugan couldn't pierce it, though taking into account the beliefs of the clan, it was also a wonder they weren't referred to as fateless rooms. The fact that the members of the main family used them as personal quarters was a rather sound explanation for that. "I expected a main family member to exit after them, as it is not uncommon for an elder or main member to bring branch members into them for various reasons." Naturally, those reasons were varied and all were left unsaid. The people of Konoha couldn't be allowed to learn that which went on within the clan. To my surprise there was no main member, but Hinata-san left the room after the others followed closely by a guard in a wolf mask who quickly vanished. That caught her attention. The wolf mask that was infinitely more important than whatever he had to say at the moment. Her father told her about the enemy of the Yamanaka, a boy by the name of Naruto, and a former member of the Uzumaki clan. He used a boy as an example for one who was not all that powerful, but who had allies that were, and the fact that the Yamanaka were soon brought to their knees supported the fact that Naruto most definitely had powerful allies. And with the Yamanaka claiming that it was a group of unknowns wearing wolf masks that were breaking down their clan and not the clanless boy, it was obvious that these wolves were aligned with the academy student that had been in her sister's class. Now those same wolves were guarding her sister as she met with various branch members in sightless rooms. Already things were looking very, very bad. While the Hyuga were far above the Yamanaka, the wolves tore down the clan of mindwalkers from the outside almost effortlessly. If they had a way into the Hyuga clan then their might wouldn't matter. They had more than an in, it would seem, they also had support. She wasn't all that surprised by that last fact. Of course they had support, most of the branch family would love to see the main family brought down, and with Hinata knowing more about the main family than the branch members supporting her, they were beyond vulnerable to the maw of these wolves. They were going to be devoured. Already she could feel beads of sweat trailing down the back of her neck. It could be a coincidence, but fate never dealt with coincidences unless there was a purpose behind them. Changes were coming to the clan, it was undeniable. Wolves seeking to take over the clan or not, the branch members were going to be making moves soon, and the fact that they felt they could do so despite the seals on their brow did not speak well for the main family. Regardless of what was happening, fate's message was clear. She needed to get out. Yes, Hanabi-sama, a wolf mask. Her cousin continued, ignorant of the thoughts that had raced through her head or the unease that had taken root in her heart. I see, continue. Remembering the location, I awoke earlier this morning and sat down in a nearby garden to wait with my Byakugan. Just as the previous day, Hinata-san entered the room and many branch members soon followed. He paused, slightly uncomfortable. I must point out that the branch members that followed her are well-respected members of the branch family and have a lot of pull over the rest of the branch family. Whatever they are up to isn't isolated or, at the very least, won't be isolated for long. When they started exiting again several hours later, I moved closer in hopes of overhearing something about the meeting. Unfortunately, I only caught one thing before another member silenced the one who was talking. And what did you hear? He paused and took a deep breath, the very thought infuriated him. They were speaking of Hinata-san, she was referred to as Hinata no Makoto. What? It came out far more like a hiss than was proper for a Hyuga of her standing, but she hardly noticed. A goddess. They think of her as a goddess. Things just kept getting worse. If they truly believed that she was a goddess, then there was no way they would ever submit again to the main family. A bloodbath was inevitable, and she was not foolish enough to believe that only the branch members would fall. Hinata was believed divine and was somehow involved with the very wolves who brought down the Yamanaka clan. No matter what happened to the Hyuga clan as they knew it was about to fall, the only question was who would bear the burden of rebuilding it. The victors, certainly, but with outside help and far greater numbers on their side, it looked like those victors could very well be the branch family led by her sister. She could go to her father and the elders about this, in fact, she should, but that might tip off the branch members and bring things to a head far before they were ready. It might be a well-needed advantage for the main family, but even if they won there would be few if any branch members within the clan afterwards. The Hyuga could not survive without the branch family, her father had taught her that. They were absolutely crucial, and that meant it was actually in the best interest of the Hyuga clan that the branch family succeed. If that truly was what the fates had planned, then she, as the heiress of the main family, stood in its way. That was not a wise place to be. But she had been warned, given time to prepare, so fate must have other uses for her. It was up to her to ensure she was available to play whatever roles were left for her. She needed to leave. Very good, Niji, continue to watch them, but under no circumstances are you to be caught or report any of this to the elders or my father. I will see that things are taken care of, there is no reason to bother them with this. By your command, Hanabi-sama. He gave a slight bow which she waved off. You're dismissed. She should have exited the room to check for anyone who may have seen his exit, but she couldn't bring herself to. As soon as he was gone she fell back against the wall and slid to the floor, cradling her head in her hands. How the fuck was she going to avoid this mess? An unknown presence behind her had her turning immediately, and it was only at the last second that she managed to keep from throwing the kunai in her hand. Oh? What have we here? Security had been one of her primary concerns when she built her outposts, and she knew for a fact that it was far too tight for any animal to ever hope to get past. Add that to the sudden appearance of it, for she would have detected it earlier, had it been present made her question why she was gazing upon the golden scales of a serpent. Of course, there was one answer that came immediately to mind, one that brought a smile to her painted lips. A child of Ak then? What brings you here? A roll of parchment fell from its mouth as it looked up into her eyes. The high priest has asked that I deliver this to the holder of the snake contract. You or she, no. That would be me. Whatever might my beloved godson have sent me. It is not for me to say. I shall take my leave now. With a flash of crimson the snake was gone, leaving only the parchment behind. Curious as to what her godson would be sending her, she picked it up and tucked it into her shirt. She was itching to read it, but she had enough patience to retreat to her sanctuary so she could take the time to enjoy the first thing she had ever received from the boy. Even if he didn't know that he was her godson and was simply looking to contact the holder of the snake contract, which wouldn't be surprising considering the gift she had sent him, it was still precious to her. Swiftly she made her way back to her chambers, long legs devouring the distance between her and her godson's written word. With every step she became more eager, her heart rate increasing and her breath drawing shallow. And still, past the excitement, was a sense of nervousness that was unbefitting of one such as she. Maybe he really had figured out the identity of his godparent but didn't want anything to do with her. Could the knowledge that she was a traitor to his home make him hate her? Did he somehow believe she was trying to tempt him away from his home with her gifts and was demanding that she stop contacting her? Was he displeased by the fact that she had assigned her spies with the task of observing him? Was he disappointed that she had never visited him or that she hadn't taken him from Konoha when his mother had abandoned him? She found herself biting her lip in nervous anticipation. He could very well be writing to meet with her or to thank her for the gifts. Maybe he was even requesting that she take him in as his new mother. Those outcomes would be wonderful, certainly, but they were all just as likely as the others and she had no idea what to expect. Itachi, one of her subordinates, attempted to gain her attention only to receive a kunai to the shoulder for his efforts. "Not now," she hissed, never breaking stride. She didn't care if the 5 great countries had banded together and had their armies banging at the entrance to her hideout, this came first. Reaching her chambers, she quickly entered, locking them securely behind her. She did not want to be interrupted. There was little light within, but that was fine. Her eyes had adjusted well enough after years in the darkness. The few flickering torches in her chambers provided ample light. Moving to the bed, she tossed aside her pillows and crawled to rest against a headboard. Bringing her knees up to her chest, she wrapped her blankets around her in a tight nest and drew the parchment from her shirt. It was short, very short, but she opened it, read it, and smiled. "Wave belongs to the wolves. Your serpents are welcome here, Godfather." While irritated for reasons she couldn't explain that he had called her Godfather, which, technically, she still was, it was obvious that Naruto was not bothered by that fact. Actually, judging by his invitation to his new country by the gods, was she proud of that boy for managing that at such a young age, he was rather welcoming of their non-blood relation. The message, though short, had told her much more than what the words themselves had said. He was obviously doing well, having just taken over a country and being able to offer her a place in it, and he didn't seem to have anything against her. The fact that he had also mentioned her own forces meant there was more than a little hope in her heart that she could work with him one day. More than that, though, it gave her hope that he would completely accept her into his life, just like she wanted. Of course, just because the message had said more than what had been written didn't mean she wouldn't have wanted to hear more from him. It didn't matter what, she'd be happy to hear about anything from what he had for breakfast to his latest erotic dream. Actually, she'd really like to hear about such a dream or any fantasies he may have had. She could always use something else to do that had some sort of connection to him, something to feel closer to him by. The thoughts would be a welcome read, especially on nights she was really longing for his presence, but they would also let her try her hand at arranging situations that would fit those fantasies. Maybe if she was really lucky her next body could be chosen to align with them. Then again, was her current form even acceptable? She didn't really know anything about his tastes, nothing solid at least, and even if her current body matched them perfectly, would he be able to accept his godfather like this? Maybe she should have gone with a body that seemed more masculine and slowly got him used to the idea of his godfather being a woman. As it was, she may very well see him should she visit Wave, and then he would have to deal with an obviously female godfather. Her hand absently cupped one of her breasts as a frown marred her face. There was no way to tell if he'd be able to accept her as she was, even if he accepted the idea of Orochimaru of the Sannin being his godfather. Knowing the identity of someone was one thing, learning about such a drastic change was quite another, especially when she sought to be far closer to him than would normally be proper for a godparent. Well, for any familiar relation, really. In the end she'd just have to accept that he was a bit more open-minded than most, or wouldn't be hindered by some sense of morals that might keep him from allowing her to be as close to him as she'd like. Both would be preferable, actually, and she could already imagine all sorts of delicious moral trouble the two of them could get into together. Aunt would work, so would sister, but if I could get him to call me mother. Orochimaru shivered despite the many blankets wrapped around her. Oh, the fun we'll be able to have, my little prince. She wondered briefly if sending him some intimate pictures of her new form might help him be more accepting of her when they next met, or at least give her an advantage to use in order to convince him that the change would most definitely be a good thing for both of them. Then again, he wouldn't recognize the person in the pictures unless she told him, and even then he might not believe her before they met in person. But maybe she could somehow convince him to send a few to her. She licked her lips as she put down his message and her free hand disappeared into the blankets. Oh yes, she'd appreciate those. She could already imagine them. These meetings were much better when she was wearing pants, she noted idly, crossing one leg over the other without fear of giving her uninvited but not necessarily unwelcome guests a show. Interestingly enough, the young woman who represented the one known as Tsukiyomi seemed more disappointed with her increased clothing than the two men standing protectively behind her. Of course, that's not to say she couldn't feel the eyes that drank in her form from behind those masks of theirs, not that she could blame them. She was an attractive woman and the pants hugged her lower body quite snugly. She'd have to make sure the laundry got done often enough that she had more choices in the mornings, but after Kiba had graduated, she had become used to being able to take advantage of the empty house and usually didn't get dressed until the early afternoon. After all, what did it matter what she wore or didn't wear while she did paperwork in the privacy of her home office? Naturally, the wolves made a fine mess of those plans. Not that they necessarily forced her to wear pants, but she certainly felt better meeting them dressed in a little more than her undergarments and a bathrobe. And for that reason she'd been putting on pants every morning even before her first cup of coffee, something she honestly hadn't done since before Kiba entered the academy, just in case she had any surprise guests. Why they couldn't visit later in the morning or, better yet, sometime in the afternoon she'd never understand. She tried not to think about how long they actually waited in her home while she slept on, completely oblivious. Considering that Hana worked early mornings at the clan vet and Kiba met his team around 6, they were probably here a good 2 hours before she got up, and for a kunoichi like her, retired or not, that was a rather uncomfortable thought. Placing her empty mug on the coffee table, she rolled her eyes as 3 masks followed her movements and pulled the bathrobe tighter around her chest, to the noticeable disappointment of the young women before her. Just because she started wearing pants didn't mean she was going to start getting dressed before noon. It was her house, damn it, and if someone didn't like that, it was their own damn problem. Not that these wolves seemed to mind, they would probably be perfectly happy should she start coming down completely naked. Honestly, there weren't many who wouldn't be. And again, with how interested the woman was with her body, it wouldn't surprise her too much to one day wake with the 3 of them in her bedroom. Were that to ever happen, she half expected that she wouldn't be finding herself alone in her bed. Or clothed for that matter. But the female wolf's apparent sexual preferences aside, there was business to discuss. Or, she assumed there was. They had yet to make a social call to her house, and unless the young woman was planning on asking her out on a date, which was doubtful considering the 2 standing behind her, unless they were some sort of package deal, then this had something to do with the packs. So, was there a reason you came for a visit, or did you just need to see me again? Oh, Soom, you should know that seeing you is reason enough for a visit. Unfortunately, right now it's just a pleasant bonus. A faint dusting of pink found itself on Soom's cheeks. Holed up as she normally was doing paperwork, it wasn't often that anyone complimented her. Her vanity certainly appreciated the confirmation that people still found her attractive. Even if those people happened to be part of some hidden group that was taking over countries and managing a cult of Hyuga. Then what did you need to speak to me about? I'll cut straight to the heart of the matter. We need someone to manage our new country. Had she any coffee left, she was sure she'd have spit it out. Already they had just recently spoken about the plan being accelerated, but to hear that it was over and the country was under their control already was almost unbelievable. And again, they took down a clan from within one of the 5 greater villages, arguably the greatest of the 5 greater villages, so how difficult would it really be for them to take control of a country that only had civilians? Yes, we have in part Team 7 to thank. Their mission provided the opportunity to wrest control from the hands of Gato. Wave belongs to the wolves. Wave? Damn. There were many small countries that were valuable because they produced the resources needed by the larger countries or were filled with skilled artisans. Hell, the land of hot water made a killing off of their resorts and natural hot springs. The amount of tourists who used up years of saving and the money spent by wealthy lords on vacations was staggering. But Wave was right up there with the land of hot water, and yet it was almost completely undeveloped and home to only a few hundred people max. The location was perfect for trading, and even under Gato's tight control, had acted as one of the largest trading hubs of the world. With the wolves taking care of it, there was no doubt that it would blow up to tremendous proportions and find itself in a class all its own. Indeed. As I said, we need someone to manage it. Commander Sai has control over the wolves in the area, but is not suited to running a small country. I have too much on my plate at the moment, and Tsukiyomi-sama needs to be free to take advantage of any other opportunities that present themselves. I see. If you don't mind me asking, what exactly is the hierarchy at the moment? I probably should have explained that in an earlier meeting. The wolves answer to captains, who answer to a high captain. The high captains are under the direct control of Commander Sai, who answers to me. I direct Commander Sai and the leader of our little cult and am tasked with keeping Tsukiyomi-sama informed of all happenings within both groups. That's certainly an interesting setup. Where does my clan fall in all that? You should be flattered, Tsukiyomi-sama considers dealing with your clan to be his personal duty. Naturally, he isn't available to meet with you in person, but rather than let me have control as I do with the other 2 groups, when dealing with you and your clan, I simply relate Tsukiyomi-sama's wishes. She paused and Tsume could almost feel the frown that tugged on lips hidden by that mask. In fact, it's actually a bit more complicated than that now, considering his latest request. He wanted someone to oversee that new country of his, yes. I don't understand how that could relate to our clan and its relationship with Tsukiyomi-sama-san. I have been told Dono is acceptable. You are working together, after all. Thank you. Like I was saying, I don't understand how this affects our relationship with Tsukiyomi Dono. Isn't it obvious? He wants a member of your clan to manage his country for him. That was indeed the obvious answer, but it doesn't make much sense. You've said it yourself, we Inyazuka are a rather brash bunch. But did you not say those of the head family are more learned than their cousins? Tsume thought for a moment before she realized what the woman across from her was hinting at. Hana. The wolf nodded. Correct. Tsukiyomi-sama believes that with her training as clan heiress and with the support of the wolves, she'd do a fine job and it would serve as valuable experience for when she eventually takes over the clan. And why not a Hyuga? Surely they'd do a better job. Your clan is known for its loyalty and by giving your heiress this position, he hopes to strengthen the tie between our packs. Not only that, but you wouldn't have to rely solely upon the wolves for support as your daughter would have control over the day-to-day affairs of Nami no Kuni. It's a sound idea, but I would prefer to hear her opinion on the matter first. That's fine, shall I send a wolf to retrieve her? Please do. She didn't even have to send a wolf, for as soon as the two women finished talking, one took it upon himself to find the Inyazuka heiress. Silence settled over the room, not comfortable but still not fully uncomfortable. The two remaining wolves naturally took this time to appreciate the appearance of their hostess and, knowing what they were doing, Tsume spent the time fighting down a slight blush. Odds above, you wolves are a perverted bunch. She muttered under her breath. Hearing her, the female wolf tilted her head to the side in contemplation before giving a solid nod. I suppose we are. She admitted. But it's more fun this way. I bet. She knew for a fact the girl was smiling under that mask of hers. The silence returned once more, this time slightly more comfortable, and it wasn't long until she heard the door open. Idly she wondered why she hadn't heard anything when the wolf left, surely there hadn't been any reason to sneak out of the house. Perhaps he found an open window. Whatever the wolf's exit had been, he entered again behind her daughter as the two made their way into the living room. Hasan. It's fine, Hana, take a seat. Tsukiyomi Dono has sent. She paused, frowning, before turning to her guest. You know, I don't think you've ever given me something to call you. Oh? My apologies then, you may call me Mai. Tsume tested it on her tongue a few times before nodding. Yes, well, Mai came here to ask for some help from our clan. She had already told her daughter and the older members of the clan about their new alliance with the wolves, but she had kept the details to herself, telling them only that the two groups would be working together for the good of them both. And how does that concern me? You're not looking to marry me off, are you? No, not at all. Mai, on the other hand, seemed thoughtful after hearing it. Well, I'm sure Tsukiyomi-sama wouldn't mind too much. He might be a bit irritated with me if I were to arrange it without his knowledge, but I'm sure he'd forgive me soon enough. Mai paused to noticeably run her gaze over the Inyazuka heiress. Especially considering how attractive you are. I'm certain he'd go from irritated when I informed him to quite pleased after meeting you. Hana seemed rather distressed by the idea, but a quick glance to her mother put any fears she might have had at ease. Mai. Was practically growled by the Inyazuka matriarch in warning only for the young woman to answer with a light giggle. Oh, calm down, I was just kidding. There are already plenty of options for him when he eventually decides to give the matter any thought, and no doubt many more will present themselves between now and that time. Even if there weren't, he's too busy for anything of that nature at the moment. Besides, if I arrange something between Hana here and Tsukiyomi-sama, I lose my shot at her. She's just as attractive as you, Tsume. Mother and daughter wore matching blushes. Tsume had to wonder if meetings with Tsukiyomi would be preferable or if he'd be even worse than the young woman he sent to speak with them. So, if this is not about me being married, why do I need to be here? Tell me, Hana, have you ever considered running a country? What? What kind of question was that? She couldn't honestly be saying that running a small country was why she was needed, could she? The wolves have recently acquired a country. Tsukiyomi-sama himself desires it to be you who runs Nami no Kuni on his behalf. You guys want me to manage Nami no Kuni? Seriously? She turned to her mother only to receive a confirmation nod. That is correct. Tsukiyomi-sama believes that you would do well in such a position and that it would serve as invaluable experience for when you take control of the Inyazuka clan from your mother. So you expect me to just drop everything and move out of the country? Yes. There had been no hesitation, just the blunt truth, and while slightly annoyed by it, Hana was also grateful for the honesty. Turning to her mother, she asked. What do you think of this? I think it would be good for you. Answered Tsume. This is an amazing opportunity that could help you and the clan, you should take it. If things don't work out we can always figure out something else. There's a bridge builder there who led the construction of a bridge to connect Nami no Kuni to the eastern mainland. We could always hire him and have High Captain Kigo positioned permanently to help him manage Wave. You, however, would be the better choice. Stated Mai. How soon would I have to leave? Tomorrow. 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 Tsukiyomi-sama is a busy man and has business to take care of outside of Nami no Kuni. You can't expect him to wait forever. I see, do I have to go alone? Of course not, you are welcome to bring with you a guard of your packmates. You will all be taken care of. We have yet to prepare a house for your stay, but the mansion we are currently inhabiting has plenty of room. If I can find enough people to accompany me I'll do it, but if there aren't enough people available to leave the country tomorrow you'll have to find someone else. Fair enough. Would you like an escort for the remainder of the day? No, thank you, it's best that I speak with them all alone. I'll let my mother know by this evening and she can pass it on to you. Certainly, I wish you the best of luck gathering your comrades, have a pleasant day. Recognizing the dismissal, Hana took her leave. Silence once again settled between the two remaining women for several moments, neither really having anything else to say. Finally, Mai's soft voice interrupted it. Well, I do believe that concludes this morning's business. As always, it was lovely to see you again soon. Likewise, Mai. The wolf-masked woman paused as she considered the Inyazuka matriarch before her. Say, Sum-chan. The Inyazuka woman raised a brow. Chan. That was new. Yes. Would you like to meet up later for lunch? She blinked a few times in disbelief. Was this really happening? Like a date? Yes. The drawn-out sigh escaped her lips as she gave it some thought before shrugging. You know what? Sure. Why the fuck not? It had been a while since she last went out and the girl sounded cute. What did she have to lose? Great, I'll pick you up around noon, make sure you wear something nice. She paused once more to contemplate her latest sentence. Or just very little, I'd be happy either way. But the giggle she waved before seeing herself out, leaving Tsum to wonder once more. What have I gotten myself into? Alright team, no reason for you to be present while I report. Go home, I'm sure you'd all love a hot shower and a visit to your own beds. No one thought to question whether or not Kakashi's report would be anything close to accurate. The man had spent half the trip talking about how amazing Tsunami's body was and the other half bemoaning the fact he didn't have Naruto on his team. Surely, he had claimed, they'd be done with the mission long ago had Naruto been part of his team. None of the three genin would be all that surprised if his report to the Hokage was much the same. The man had an annoying habit of focusing only on what he thought mattered and leaving everything else out. Admittedly, for Naruto, this was probably a good thing. She doubted the old Cage would be pleased to hear she hindered Kakashi's ability to execute an enemy. Maybe it was better that Kakashi go and report things in his own way. Besides, that hot shower sounded really good right now. Tazuna's house had plumbing, but it was too expensive for them to heat the water. 2 weeks of cold showers and 3 days of travel to return to Konoha and she really couldn't think of anything she'd rather be doing. Whether they shared her thoughts on the matter or were just eager to get away from their sensei, Sasuke left, still deep in thought, and Sakura followed him without a word. If Sasuke did share her thoughts of a hot shower, then she already knew exactly what she was thinking. But those two gone, there was really no reason to stand around longer, especially in Kakashi's company, and so with a half-hearted wave to her separating team she started for home. It didn't take long to reach the compound she called home, opening the large gate and wading through tall grass that still had yet to be cut. She'd been gone for weeks and had really expected this to have been taken care of by now. Even if her mother didn't have the time, the Uzumaki had plenty of money to hire a genin team for a D-rank mission. Letting her eyes roam over the sea of green, she amended her statement, the Uzumaki had plenty of money to hire a couple genin teams for D-rank missions. Actually, they could probably bump it up to a single C rank if they offered enough money and one could request certain shinobi for jobs. She'd have to speak with her mother about hiring her brother for a well-paying C-rank mission of clearing the grounds of the Uzumaki compound. They could thank him later with a cold drink inside and for the first time in over 4 years, they could spend some time as a family. If they were really fortunate and the gods were smiling down upon them, they might even manage to convince him to stay in the compound or start visiting once a week for dinner. Her mother might be obsessed with getting him back completely, but at this point Naruto would be happy just to see him regularly. She still needed to apologize for that spar, too. This would provide a perfect opportunity. The house was silent when she entered, no signs of her mother, and not so much as a dish in the sink. She was probably off somewhere doing something that she felt would bring Naruto back into the family. Naruto was almost scared to think of what her mother might have done while she was on her first C-rank mission. Something to divide the family further, she'd have to guess. Her heart was in the right place, but her attempts to win Naruto's favor seemed to backfire spectacularly. She really needed to pause and take a second to think these plans out more thoroughly. She was just as eager to get him back as her mother was, but going about things in such a hasty manner was not going to do any of them, and most importantly Naruto, any good. Her mother didn't seem to understand that yet, but the sooner she did the sooner they could really start making progress towards being a family once more. With a sigh she entered her room and tossed her gear onto her bed. She'd sort through and restock later, but right now that shower or maybe a nice long bath was calling her. An hour later she sat on her bed wrapped only in a towel as she considered what she'd do with the rest of her day. She could retire to bed early, of course, and that was a tempting thought, but there was still plenty of time left in the day, and she was loath to waste it. She really didn't have anything she needed to do, and other than perhaps getting something to eat as she really didn't feel up to cooking, there wasn't anything she could think to do. If her mother was home she'd have talked with her about the trip and asked about some sealing lessons, but she had no idea where the woman was or when she'd be home. She didn't exactly have any friends to visit, either. In fact, the closest thing to a friend she had would have to be Ino, the Yamanaka heiress. Naturally, thoughts of the Yamanaka reminded her of the wolves she had seen in Nami no Kuni. Ino had certainly spoken a lot about the wolves who had brought the Yamanaka clan to their knees, and she had to wonder if the shinobi she saw in Wave were somehow related to those here in Konoha. Was the group spreading? Had they gotten a start in Konoha and then moved on? Maybe it was a global operation that sought some unknown goal. But whatever the truth was, Ino claimed that her brother was somehow involved. Having seen the wolves and their operation in Nami no Kuni, she could only pray the girl was wrong. What on earth would her brother be doing with a group like that? Tsunami pointed out that things could have been worse for them under Gato's rule, had the wolves not stepped in, but she had trouble believing that a group who ripped money from the destitute, slaughtered their client and all his forces in cold blood, and who bought young women in the middle of the street, as if it were nothing could have anything but their own best interest at heart. How could a group like that be trusted with the country and the lives of all those who called it home? She had to hope her brother hadn't found himself involved in something like this and was in over his head. Of course, if anyone had more information about the wolves or would be able to give her a better opinion on what she knew it would be Ino. She had also heard that her father, Inoichi, had made some sort of deal with her brother involving the wolves. It might be a good idea to speak with him too. Her mind made up, Naruko dug through her closet for something simple to wear over to the Yamanaka compound. Maybe afterwards she and Ino could go get something to eat. Better yet, she could invite Ino to join her for a meal and they could discuss it all over a late lunch. Yes, that would definitely work. Dressed well enough to be seen in public, she scribbled a hasty note to her mother about her planned whereabouts and left it on the table just in case her mother should return before she did. Hopefully she wouldn't be too upset with her visiting the Yamanaka, she had really not liked them recently and blamed most of her problems with her son on them. That would be something to work on when Naruto was part of the family again, especially since he could confirm that it wasn't Ino or her clan's fault. Though the Yamanaka compound was actually located within the village proper, much like the Akimichi compound, and not with most of the other clans in the clan districts, it did not take long for her to arrive. Curiously, however, it also didn't take long for her to gain entrance. Before she could even utter a word the gates of the Yamanaka clan were opened, both guards moving to stand at attention. How odd. Maybe Ino had spoken to them about granting her access or something, that was really the only reason she could think of that might explain the behavior. Unless the heiress had recently sent for her and it was simply good fortune that she happened to be visiting anyway. Considering her current family issues, that luck seemed unlikely. Shrugging off the odd occurrence and the way everyone she passed seemed to give slight bows at her passing, she went straight to Ino's office, knowing how much time the Yamanaka princess spent poring over clan paperwork. A visit from a friend would be a welcome break for the girl, she was sure. Knocking on the door, she was immediately called in. Perhaps the theory that she had been expecting wasn't so far off the mark. Uzumaki-sama, I wasn't expecting you to arrive this early. The blonde heiress was sitting at her desk and buried in paperwork as usual. Eyes focused on whatever she was currently working on, she didn't even Oh. Naruko-sama, my apologies, your mother was going to be stopping in today to look over some clan paperwork. Really? Asked Naruko, puzzled from her face. Did you ask her to help you or something? Ino stared at her for a moment as if she were puzzled by the question before her eyes widened in understanding. You were on a mission, weren't you? I remember Asuma-sensei mentioning it, no wonder you don't know. Know what? Well, you were away. Your mother called for a meeting of the greater clans and demanded recompense from the Yamanaka because our feud with your brother drove him to renounce his clan name. What? Why would she do something like that? Ino shrugged tiredly. Something to do with getting your brother to rejoin the clan, I would suspect. Not that it worked. He seemed rather displeased that we had been taken out from under his control just as he was starting to build us up again. An uncomfortable silence stretched on for a few moments before Naruko managed to scrape enough courage up to ask the question she almost didn't want the answer to. So, what exactly did she want from your clan? The clan. Ino's blunt answer had her pausing, unable to process the information. I'm sorry, I don't think I heard you right. The clan. You heard correctly. Ever since the calling of the greater clans, the Yamanaka clan has become the vassal of Clan Uzumaki. A curious look overtook the Yamanaka princess's face as she wondered aloud, not sure if we're part of the greater clans anymore after that. The Uzumaki are greater though, so it's possible. I'll have to ask Kushina-sama later to know if I'm expected to attend the meetings. Probably am, but maybe not in the capacity of a clan head. She trailed off as she remembered she currently had a guest in her office. Ah, sorry. Just wondering about some future clan business. Now, was there something I could help you with, Naruto-sama? Please don't call me that, Chan is fine. Alright, Naruko-chan. She quietly tried the name a few more times, getting used to the way it felt on her tongue and trying to ignore the clan training that demanded she address the heiress of the lording clan with proper respect. So, what was it you needed from me? Well, it was about the wolves. That immediately had Ino's attention. Even with Kushina claiming that the Yamanaka would be kept protected as the vassal of the Uzumaki and Naruto, assuring her that her clan was no longer the enemy of the wolves, one would do well to keep track of such a dangerous group. What about them? Do they have a new target? Have they moved against the Uzumaki? They had a new target, Nami no Kuni. The land of waves. What could they want there? No, that's what they wanted. They've taken over. Ino leaned back into her chair as she attempted to process what she had just been told. They've taken over a county. Her voice was weak, hesitant, even to her, but there was still that tinge of awed disbelief carried by it. It was recently that her clan was the target, but now, having just moved on to other things, they already had control of a county. A valuable one, too, if she remembered her lessons properly. Yeah, they were working for Gato, a shipping tycoon that took over years ago. When he attempted to stamp out the resistance of the villagers, the wolves cut his men down before beheading him. That sounds like the wolves, alright, but are you sure they're the same group? Naruto could only shrug. No idea, I've never met the wolves here in Konoha. In Wave they all wore snarling wolf masks and dressed primarily in grey. There was one with a hood and a mantle of white fur while we were there, and people referred to him as the High Captain. He's the one who beheaded Gato and declared Wave to be under the protection of the wolves, by the order of the Moon God. The Moon God? Ino looked at her skeptically. Well, I suppose it could have been someone going by Tsukuyomi, I guess. Probably the name of their leader. Never heard of it, Tsukuyomi associated with them. I guess they didn't have much need to mention him here in Konoha. Never heard of any High Captain either, now that I think about it. That's rather odd. And why's that? Well, assuming it's the same group, Konoha's wolves seem to be just a small portion. Over in Wave they were led by a High Captain, so why isn't there a High Captain here to oversee whatever it is they're doing in Konoha? I don't know, maybe because it would draw more attention. I've never seen any wolves here, and only your clan speaks of them, but over in Wave they were out in the open and acted. She paused to consider the validity of her next statement. They acted just like the Anbu here on patrol, actually. There were some who were doing things for Gato, but the rest of them sat atop buildings overlooking the village and walking through the streets to keep an eye on the populace. That could be it, but I still find it odd that a commanding officer would be missing from anything they're doing here. I could understand they're more valuable, but surely the risk of losing them would be worth having a more stable setup within Konohagakure no Sado. Unless. Ino looked at Naruto, slightly uneasy with her latest thought and wondering if it was a good idea to mention it to the heiress of the lording clan. Unless what? Giving a deep sigh, Ino continued with her newest theory. Unless Naruto is their commanding officer. No. I won't hear it. Please, just hear me out. Do you have any idea what kind of people these wolves are? Ino gave her a blank look. Her clan had been brought to its knees by this group that no one believed existed. People were framed for kidnapping and rape, the treasury was robbed, threats and warnings were delivered to her room as she slept, and the reputation their clan had built up for generations was lost. She knew what kind of people the wolves were. They weren't people. They were wolves. They stalked their prey, taking it down in a show of viscous force and devouring it without remorse. They were shinobi, the truest, most pure example of shinobi she had ever been witness to. The wolves followed the old ways, back before there was peace and international law, before the villages or even clans. They behaved like the first, villagers that turned to banditry and stealth, mercenaries and thieves that looked out for themselves first, their families second, and everyone else as a target. They didn't need fancy jutsu or catchy names like those of these days did. No, all they needed was the cold steel of a blade and a target to go after. She probably understood what these wolves were better than Naruto could ever hope to, but, at the same time, if she was asking that question, it was pretty obvious that she had seen a glimpse of the wolves' true nature over in Wave, where they didn't have to hide from a village of shinobi, who were unlikely to be accepting of their presence, and even less so of their actions. No, I have absolutely no idea of what kind of people these wolves could possibly be. Answered Ino dryly. It's not like they were the enemy of my clan or anything. Naruto had to stop at that, an embarrassed red across her cheeks. Sorry, I forgot who I was talking to, of course you do, but I love my brother and to have him compared to those things is absolutely infuriating. I watched as they went about collecting money from those who didn't even have their own homes and saw the way people shied away from their approach. I was there when they slaughtered Gato and his men just because he was in their way. No survivors, no mercy. They were laughing. Laughing. They enjoyed it. And while I agree with the rest of the world that Gato was a horrible person and I'm glad he's gone, no one should take so much pleasure in ending lives like that. They're no better than the thugs and bandits he had hired. Only they had power and were willing to use it. They're worse. Naruto paused, collecting herself. They bought people like cattle. A young woman, only a few years older than we are, was sold by her father to them in the middle of the street under the light of the sun, just so he could pay Gato's tax. All the wolves are horrible people, if they can even be called such. They're just a group of bandits more organized and trained than all the others. You're right, they are. This was the first she had heard of wolves acting in such a manner, but she wasn't all that surprised. It sounded just like them. They didn't spare the Yamanaka clan because of pity or because they were too weak, no, they spared them because Naruto wanted to use them as an example, a lesson to any others that might go against him, that even if he was just a clanless genin, he had power they couldn't hope to combat because they weren't even aware of its existence. How does one dull a blade that is hidden? But they're powerful. Ino continued. More powerful than they should be simply because they're hidden. No one knows of the threat they are, and so no one is prepared when they strike. That's the way of the shinobi, taking advantage of the world as best they can. However, no matter how horrible they are, one cannot deny the fact that Naruto is involved with them somehow. Maybe he befriended a few that weren't so bad, maybe he hired them because he knew how ruthless they were, or perhaps he was left so desperate and alone that he didn't have a choice. Are you saying it's our fault? The anger was gone, and the girl seemed distraught that her brother's involvement with the wolves may have been, in part, because of her. No, not at all. It's no more your fault he became involved with the wolves than it is the Yamanaka clan's fault he renounced the Uzumaki name. And yet your clan suffers for it all the same. Someone will always suffer, it's just the way the world is. That doesn't mean I like it. Ino gave her a sad smile. Not many do, but that suffering doesn't last forever. Your brother, for whatever suffering he's gone through, seems to be doing well now. Even the Yamanaka clan is getting better. Sure, we've lost a lot, but we had even less not long ago. One just has to keep going no matter what happens if they ever want a chance to escape the cruelties of the world. Thank you, Ino. I'm sorry for interrupting you, what were you saying, about my brother and the wolves? I was saying that it was possible Naruto was their commanding officer or, at the very least, might have contact with one. My father spoke to Naruto to make sure there were no Yamanaka casualties during the feud, and it was Naruto who told me the Yamanaka were no longer the enemies of the wolves after I informed him of our new vassalage. Even if he's not the commanding officer, he seems to be the spokesperson of the wolves in Konoha. If that's the case, it's equally likely that the higher-ranking wolves contact their forces in Konoha through him. It would maintain a chain of command without risking the presence of a high captain, and Naruto is a resident of Konohagakure no Sado. Before graduation, back when the feud first started, he was still a civilian. As you know, civilian Konoha and shinobi Konoha are almost two separate entities. While a civilian he had no obligation to report the wolves or their operations unless they threatened Konoha as a whole. With them only targeting the Yamanaka it was a matter of a single clan instead of the village, and even if discovered there wasn't much they could do about it. Well, she amended. That depends on his actual involvement, of course. As just someone to meet on the behalf of the wolves or to pass on orders he would have been pretty safe, and with him being against my clan, he became the perfect option. That is, assuming the wolves were already planning on going after us. It's more likely that he was already helping them set up in Konoha, and when I made the mistake of incurring his wrath, the wolves couldn't be kept from joining in. Why would he even be a good choice? Why not go for someone who would remain a civilian? I don't know, it's all speculation at this point. Naruto seems pretty mature, and he was pretty much alone here in Konoha, which made him easily approachable. Without friends or family he was almost always available, and no one questioned his whereabouts. Also, as a shinobi in training it was likely he could relate better to the wolves and understand their actions better than a civilian that hadn't been exposed to the shinobi world. Because he was all alone. Muttered Naruto. Ino had to wonder if the girl, which was weird to think of her as, for they were both the same age. Naruto simply seemed so much younger than her, however, and that could only be attributed to how little responsibility she had to deal with, had even heard the rest of what she said. He was, and then he had the wolves. Ino tried to reassure her. Part of them or just working with them for a tidy little paycheck, they support him, as evident by my clan state and all that's happened to us since he became our enemy. I suppose you're right. Naruto miserably admitted. But we left him to them, we literally left him to the wolves. He shouldn't have had to deal with them. There's no way to be sure about that. If the wolves were already coming to Konoha he may have ended up working with them anyway. If they really are in wave then I would say it's safe to say the group is global. I wouldn't be surprised if they pay well and serve as a good connection for any shinobi to have. A positive relationship with a global organization could prove a rather beneficial boon. Besides, if he really does enjoy working for or with them, do you really want to take that away? No, I suppose not. It's just that thinking about him becoming like them makes me uneasy. He's so cold now, he doesn't care about us anymore. It would be easy for him to become just another one of those beasts. He's not as cold as you think. He may act that way to those of the Uzumaki clan and perhaps while out in public, but he seems far more relaxed behind closed doors. And he does have those he cares about, I think. She paused briefly but went forward anyway. Naruto wouldn't like it, but it did need to be said. It's just that you're not one of them right now. She quite purposely said right now instead of anymore to avoid making things seem final. Luckily, it worked as far as she could tell. I know, we left him and he moved on. I can't blame him and certainly couldn't expect him to stay the same after that. During the trip it didn't seem so real, it just didn't feel like that big of a deal, like it only mattered a little. To me it was a chance to train and see the world. It must have been so different for him. A fire shone in her eyes. But I will make it up to him, no matter what. I'll have my brother back and our family will be whole once more. Ino suddenly looked rather uncomfortable. Is something the matter, Ino? Well, it's just that Naruto and your mother met here at the Yamanaka compound while you were gone. What? What happened? Did something change? Oh, gods, please tell me mother didn't drive him further away somehow. Nothing really seemed to change between the two of them. Naruto remained calm and unconcerned about the world around him the entire time, and your mom was just nervous about messing up. Then why mention it? During the meal Kushina-sama mentioned that I seem to be on good enough terms with me, and he's displayed no signs of being adverse to my presence. After he complimented me on my appearance and with none of her other attempts to bring him back to the Uzumaki clan, she mentioned that she could arrange a marriage between Naruto and myself if he wanted it. Naruto groaned. I don't know why she thinks it's a good idea. She's always mentioning getting Naikon a woman as if it will fix everything. Well, maybe if she had brought the woman back with her. Ino trailed off at Naruto's unamused glare. I kind of understand why she might think it a good idea at first, you know, it sounds like the dream gift of a teenage boy. She continued. But from what I understand Naruto is already close to various women. Hinata is his age and they met in the academy, he's often seen with Mitarashi Anko, a Takubetsu jounin my dad's worked with, and I know he at least shares a bed with some of the female wolves at times. So, I guess she's not all that far off with the idea of women, the only problem is that he doesn't need any from her. Naruto's glare hadn't lessened any. Naikon doesn't need to be worrying about that right now. He needs to continue with his shinobi career and become part of the family again. After that he can go about adding to it, but for now the only two women he needs in his life are me and Kasan. Ino's flushed a bright pink that quickly settled into a deep dark red. That kind of brings us back to why I was telling you about that night. Oh, right, continue. Naruto mentioned something about if he had wanted me I would have already been his. Ino managed to ignore the glare burning into her head by turning somewhat in her chair to peer out a well-placed window. And then he continued to comment about your absence. I'm not sure if he was being serious or if it was meant to bring what she was trying to do with me to her attention, but he mentioned that maybe if she gave him you things would be settled between them. Until today, Yamanaka Ino had never before borne witness to a face that was twisted in complete horror and yet at the same time blushing madly. What the thought that her mother would give her away like some possession was awful, but the idea of belonging to her brother reminded her of the day she had the talk with her mother and what she had unknowingly implied about her brother, and their mother. That was not helped by her earlier comment that the only two women Naruto needed in his life at the moment were she and her mother. She could feel her cheeks burning red and was absolutely mortified by the thoughts that went through her head. After an uncomfortable few moments of silence while Naruto valiantly attempted to calm down and Ino managed to stop blushing, the Uzumaki princess found her voice again. What did my mother say? Her mother wasn't thinking right lately and she had good reason to be scared of the answer she might get. Sure, the family would be together again, but families weren't supposed to be together like that. Ever. Ino swallowed nervously. She knew that the longer she took to say it the more distressed her fellow blonde would be, but how does one go about telling someone that their mother actually sat there contemplating giving them away as a gift to their estranged brother? She went silent. I think she was thinking about doing it. Eventually she realized we were all watching her and told us you weren't present because you were on a mission outside of Konoha. Ino continued. She didn't bring up the matter again, but she also didn't say anything against the idea. Naruto didn't clarify his reasons for asking, so I'm still not certain he was actually after you like that, but if I had to guess he's not going to dissuade her from thinking he does. I wouldn't put it past him to just wait and see what your mother ends up doing. He's probably wondering exactly how far she's going to go in her attempts to get back into his life. I see. Naruto seemed a bit shaken up by the news, but she deserved to know. If nothing became of it then great, but she should still be aware of what her mother had done. If something did happen, however, at least now she had fair warning. Do you have any idea why he might not be willing to let us in? I know we abandoned him, but mother's actions alone, successful or not, should be showing him how much we want to make up for it. The Mindwalker paused for a moment to think upon a fitting response to the question. You said it yourself earlier, I think. He needs to focus on his career and his family first. That's what you said, isn't it? Well, yeah, but we're his family. Kushina asked if he wouldn't come home to his mother, he responded, saying that his mother and sister left 4 years ago and he hadn't seen them since. No. The word that came out was almost a whine, but it carried a clear note of defeat. He mentioned having a new family now, who I would suspect as being the wolves, or at least certain members of it. I could be wrong and he could be referring to Hinata as his family as far as I know, but when he mentioned that his family left there was no bitterness in his voice. He was just stating a fact. That's what you should focus on. That we're no longer part of his lives and he doesn't care. Exactly. You're no longer part of his life and that means you can re-enter it. It might not be easy, but he's moved on. How is that good? Because he doesn't seem to be angry with you. Don't you see? He's treating you both as if he hadn't met you before your return. I know he hasn't forgotten you, which means he's making an effort to keep things civil and pretend it's never happened. Did it? Yes, it's done, over with, and it's going to affect you all for the rest of your lives. It's going to take a while for him to open up to you again, that's obvious, but you have to start somewhere, and it's better to start at the beginning of the race than 2 miles away. You and your mother are both kunoichi, you're his comrades whether he likes it or not. Start regaining his trust and work your way slowly back into his life. But you need to remember he's a comrade now too. Treat him with respect and don't push too hard. And, if you ever find yourself on a mission with him, I would recommend doing everything possible to impress him without making yourself look like a fool. If you manage to impress him he'll become interested and he'll keep you around. It's how he is. So it's good because I have a better chance. That's right. I suppose that does make me feel a bit better. Just treat him like I would any other Konoha shinobi I meet, right? It's a lot more likely to work than trying to force yourself into his life again. And remember, I'm not saying he'll accept you quickly or even guaranteeing it will work. This is just the best way I can think of for you to be a part of his life. Thank you, Ino. You're welcome, Naruko-chan. Was there anything else you found out or needed from me? I really do need to finish preparing for your mother's visit. No, well, actually, I was wondering if your father might be available one of these days so we can all discuss what we know of the wolves. I'm sure he sees things we might miss and I'm sure he'd like to learn of our own experiences with them. I'll talk to him about it, I'm certain he'd be curious. Thanks, I'll get going then. See you around, Ino. Have a good day, Naruko-chan. Ino frowned at her desk. Now where the fuck did I put that file? It was not all that unusual to see a group consisting of some of the most skilled kunoichi in Konoha gathered together at a table in one of the village's many restaurants. What was unusual, however, was the rather somber atmosphere that clung to them. Any group with a quiet Mitarashi Anko, especially in the company of those like her best friend Yuhi Kurenai and the usually energetic Inyazuka Hana, was usually not a sign of good fortune. Whether that lack of fortune was the reason for her usual exuberance to be missing or because someone was about to suffer misfortune was usually impossible to determine from a distance. Those around her today, however, told anyone who bothered to look that Anko was not up to her usual mischief. That in itself was good news, but whatever had them all down probably wasn't. Of course, even that's subjective to one's views. It was good news, in a way, just as it was also bad news. One would not be wrong to simply declare it news and leave it at that, for at the end of the day that's all it was. These kunoichi, however, didn't like that news and therefore this news was bad news. So you're really leaving? Anbu's cat, one Yuzuki Yugao, was probably the most level-headed of the group. With no major problems in her life and a calmness befitting one who belonged to Konoha's most elite division, she usually served as the group's voice of reason. Not that they often listened. Yeah, me and the others leave tomorrow. Hana, like many in Yuzuka, was rather wild. Well reserved compared to many of her kin, she still had a tendency to stand out amongst her friends. She was always up for some fun, but unlike her good friend Anko, she usually managed to keep situations from spiraling out of control. And you have to go. I get that you're the heiress and all, but what could be so important that you have no choice but to leave? As the second most level-headed Kurenai was relied on to help Yugarain and the other two when things started to get too wild. She was also the one who could manage to get the Anbu to loosen up a bit so they could all enjoy their time together. Well, I don't have to, but it is important to the clan, and Ka-san thinks it will be a good experience for me when I run the clan. You know, you still haven't told us what exactly it is you'll be doing outside Hai no Kuni or where you're actually going. Mitarashi Anko was, without a doubt, the most wild of their little group. Unlike the others, she didn't really care about the consequences of her actions and was far more focused on simply having a good time. Her well-known bloodthirst and love for explosions also kept away many men who might otherwise decide to approach. Each of the four in the group was undeniably attractive, but most people had more common sense than to bother Anko, especially if she was drinking. That's because I'm not supposed to. It's clan business and my mother would rather it stay within the clan. For now, at least. She might not mind later, but it's too important right now for us to risk letting this get out. You almost sound as if what you're doing could be considered treasonous. Pointed out Yugao with a frown. You're not about to do something stupid, are you? Yeah, you know that's my job. Anko commented. Yeah, stupid, like taking a fresh genin on a C-rank mission, blowing up a casino, and then sharing a bed with him in a town away from Konoha. Kurenai hadn't been too pleased to hear about that. Maybe if they had taken someone else with them, even a hidden wolf guard, she wouldn't have minded so much. The thought of Anko alone with any genin during a mission was unsettling, but for it to be the young man Anko was desperate to thank for the removal of her no Juin really made Kurenai nervous. The council and general populace of Konoha already wasn't too fond of the Takebetsu Jounin, and they didn't need any more reasons to dislike her. Hearing that she somehow managed to get knocked up by the former Uzumaki prince while on a C-rank mission certainly wouldn't endear her to anybody. Of course, then there would be the problem with Kushina, too. Gods know the woman would have gone ballistic if that had happened. Maybe she could convince Yugao to accompany them on all future missions, that would certainly help put her at ease. You're just jealous, Kuro-chan. It's not my fault you haven't tried to use him as a teddy bear yet. Considering how often he has a woman in his bed, he probably wouldn't think much of it were you to join him. He let you use him as a teddy bear. There was only the faintest hint of a blush on the Genjutsu mistress's face. Enko smirked. No, I ended up sprawled all over him. Wanting a cuddle buddy is your thing. Girls, if you're quite done, can we get back to the matter at hand? I'd think discussing Hana's imminent departure would be more important than what the two of you are doing in bed with a genin. Yugao, as always, was the voice of reason. Like usual, Anko really didn't care. Aw, that's boring. I'd much rather talk about Naruto-kun. Have you found yourself in his bed yet? I know you two were training together for a bit, ever pop over to his house afterwards for a shower? Well, yeah, once or twice. Usually it was if he got injured so I could help him. But the shower? Anko's words had a noticeable blush on the Anbu's usually impassive face. But the wound? So you've never shared a shower with him? Never seen him naked? Anko continued to inquire, relishing in the fact that she was getting a reaction out of the woman. Well. While she hadn't actually seen him in the buff, she had seen him pretty close to it. She had never shared a shower with him either, but that didn't change the fact that she had helped him clean the blood off of him after his spar with Naruto. It was just about as close to Anko's questions as one could get. Oh my god, you did, didn't you? The most reserved of us has made it the furthest with our favorite genin. I was just helping him get clean. You washed him? Damn girl, you move fast. To think Kurenai's worried about me. Kurenai did indeed look rather surprised by Yugao's admissions as Anko made the comment. Hana, meanwhile, simply looked to be amused by the conversation. She didn't know who this Naruto was, but now she kind of wanted to meet him, if only to hear his side of these stories. It's not like that. He was injured in a spar, and the Hokage had asked that I help him. We went back to his apartment so I could patch him up. And you just so happened to need to wash him. It was obvious the Takebetsu Jounin didn't believe her. I know he would have told you he was fine and could do it himself, which means you insisted on doing it for him. I didn't think the kitty would be so forceful and forward with a genin. Enko? Don't know why you're uncomfortable with it, I'd have done the same. In fact, good job, Yugao, you're making the rest of us look like amateurs. We're not trying anything, Anko. Claimed Kurenai. And I hope you remember that. Sure we aren't, doesn't mean it isn't happening though. Anko countered. So, when was this? First day of team meetings. He was sparring against his sister before them, and she didn't show much restraint throwing trees at him after he cut away her top. Naturally, Anko focused on the important details. Oh? So the same day Kuro-chan here is telling me I shouldn't be sleeping with him in almost nothing. He was getting a good view of his sister's tits and letting Yugao rub her hands all over his body. Well, that's not fair at all. I guess I don't really need to hold back any next time I see him. Kurenai sighed as a blushing Yugao let her head rest on the table they sat at. Can we get back to the matter of Hana's mystery clan mission now? Asked the only Jounin sensei in the group. There's not much to tell. Admitted the woman. It's a sensitive clan business that may eventually prove beneficial for Konoha as a whole. I'm going to be gone anywhere between 2 weeks and until it's time for me to run the Inyazuka clan. That long? Yugao peered up from her position on the table to look at the Inyazuka heir that had just sat back and enjoyed their conversation. If that's the case we might never see you again. Commented Kurenai. Oh, she'll be fine. Anko was unfazed by the news. And if she's gone too long we'll just track her down for a visit. It is rather unfortunate though. Cautiously, Hana took the bait. What's rather unfortunate? You'll miss out on all the fun with Naruto. Yugao and Kurenai groaned quietly, dragged back to the subject they had only narrowly escaped. Hana just smiled before deciding to have a bit of fun herself. Oh, I guess you're right. That instantly had the group's attention. A pity, he sounds great. Who knows how far I may have gotten knowing it might prove to be my only chance. It took all her effort not to start laughing at the dumbfounded expression the calmer two of the group now sported. A grin, predictably, had spread over Anko's face. Say, Anko. Continued the Inyazuka heiress. You wouldn't happen to know if he's available at the moment, do you? I might as well make the most of my limited time with him. Wouldn't want to waste any. Anko's grin melted off her face and she seemed rather disappointed. I haven't seen him around lately, I have no idea where he is. I keep trying to visit him, but his little girlfriend Mai keeps telling me he's still busy with personal business. He has a girlfriend. That made the conversation the group had been having previously kind of odd. Going after Jenin was one thing, and she didn't judge others for their particular tastes, which is to be expected considering how many of her fellow clanmates had fallen in love with their companions and weren't ashamed to discuss their rather interesting sex life out in public, but going after someone who's involved in a relationship was quite another. Add them together and Hana was a bit confused, none of her friends bar, maybe Anko had previously struck her as the type. No, or, we don't think he does, but there's a young woman who's often with him and gets rather flustered pretty easily when it comes to Naruto. If nothing else the girl has a crush on him. Clarified Kurenai. Are you sure the two of them aren't together? Asked Hana. Kurenai frowned deeply at the question. Well, no, he took both her and Anko out to dinner and she's almost always leaving his apartment when we arrive, even if it's early in the morning. Visited one day soon after the kid helped me out to find him resting with his head in her lap. Added Anko. They certainly looked good together and it would make sense if they were a couple, but even then I don't get the feeling they're exclusive. And why's that? Yugao asked this time, curious for more information about the personal life of her former student. In response Anko pointed across the restaurant where one Inyazuka Tsume was sitting across from a dark-haired young woman. Because she seems to currently be on a date with Hana's mother. I suppose she could be cheating on him, but even then I don't suspect he'd mind, especially if they let him watch. It was Hana's turn to blush madly. Can't blame him. Muttered Yugao quietly. What teenage boy wouldn't enjoy that? The gay one. Anko was quick to comment but froze as the words came out of her mouth. She and Kurenai shared a shocked look. You don't think so? Kurenai started. Well, he hasn't actually made any moves on us and there are plenty of women comfortable sharing a bed with him. Hana's embarrassment faded into amusement at Anko's growing look of horror. He's gay? Kurenai looked like she couldn't believe it. What? That's bullshit. Declared Anko. How the fuck am I supposed to thank him if he's gay? Hana couldn't help it. She burst out laughing. Two fingers trailed gently down Eben Feather's as purple eyes inspected the paper held loosely in his other hand. It only took a few lines to recognize the writer and he was pleasantly surprised to learn he was wrong. Uchiha Itachi, a rogue shinobi from Konohagakure no Sado, was known for his frequent use of crows in his techniques and so when a black bird came bearing a roll of parchment he became suspicious. That really wasn't helped by the small metal bangle clasped on the bird's leg that quite proudly displayed the Uchiha's signature fan. Of course, the bird was actually a raven, but that didn't make him any less cautious. One had to remember that Itachi was not the only Uchiha still alive he knew of 3 personally, and the Sandaime had mentioned more bodies being missing, and he also wasn't the first to be associated with the Midnight Birds. Luckily, the sender seemed to be aware that they were no longer the primary Uchiha associated with the birds and had thus sent a raven instead. Though he supposed it didn't matter much this time because he came to the same conclusion anyway. For future visits, however, he would now know. Other than the piece of metal with the uchiha fan on it, there seemed to be nothing special about the bird, and certainly nothing that hinted at it being a summon of some sort. If this really was just a trained bird, then he was really damn impressed, both with it and its owner. How they, in this case being both the bird and its trainer, knew where to find him he didn't know, and if the bird had managed to find him without the owner, knowing where he currently was, then he had to give the raven credit because it was either very skilled or blessed with the devil's luck. The bird wasn't his focus, however, and his attention remained upon the letter in his hand. She had mentioned being a spy for him, but it certainly looked like she was doing her best to keep her word. Her report wasn't much, unfortunately, despite her being in a group she claimed to be made up of S-rank criminals. Apparently they were just getting started and not much was happening. In between apologies for not having a proper report, she had given him the most complete profile of every member that she could. What made it a bit more interesting was that she included both her and her alter ego, someone by the name of Toby, and had given a description of the hidden leadership within the group. A man or perhaps plant, she admitted in her writings, named Zetsu, managed a plot that the figurehead leader Pain was yet unaware of. Pain took orders, most interestingly, from Toby, who, in turn, took her orders from Zetsu. Zetsu, when not working towards a plan Toby was not fully informed about, took orders from Pain. She made sure to express her frustration for the mess their chain of command currently was and the confusion of not always being sure who was in charge in what situation. Other than what information she could scrounge up on members, their current location, and the general goal of the group, there wasn't much information-wise in the letter. There were, however, plenty of inquiries about his health and requests that he get a lot of rest and eat his vegetables. A fond smile tugged at his lips as he read over those parts. It would seem she was trying to take the role of his mother now that her own family had been taken from her. Or, maybe, he had taken the role of her son in her mind. Either way, she wanted to make sure he was well cared for, and he found it quite amusing. Here he was, leading a mercenary group that just took over a country, and he had an escaped Uchiha clan member, hiding in a group of S-rank shinobi over a name, reminding him to get a good night's rest. Of course, speaking of the Uchiha, he still hadn't had a chance to ask one Uchiha Sasuke, sole recognized survivor of the Uchiha clan massacre, what his relations to her were. He could ask her himself, but it would be terrible to get her hopes up at another family member when she couldn't visit him. If they weren't closely related, then great, there was a big chance the two of them had never crossed paths, and she wouldn't feel too bad about not being able to contact them. And if they were? Too damn bad, she was his now. As he continued to pet her trained raven, a thin smile spread over his lips. Yes, Uchiha Makoto was his, and he wasn't about to lose her. Thanks for listening. I do hope you enjoy it. If you want the next part of this video, turn on that bell notification. Like, subscribe and comment down below. And also check out the others videos I have created and enjoyed it. See you guys next video.